Good morning, Sarah. Today, we're going to practice business English by creating a lesson based on this flashcard. Let's start by looking at the image closely.
Good morning, Mr. Davis. In the flashcard, I see a man and a woman in an office setting. The woman is handing a document to the man. They both look professional, and the office environment seems quite formal.
Excellent observation, Sarah. Now, let's create a lesson. Imagine you are preparing a presentation on effective communication in the workplace. How would you describe the scenario depicted in the flashcard?
I would describe it as a situation where the woman might be submitting a report or important documents to her colleague or supervisor. The man seems to be receiving it, possibly for review or approval. It's a common interaction in business settings where exchanging documents is essential.
Very good. Now, let's practice some key vocabulary. What are some business English terms that come to mind when you see this image?
Words like submission, document exchange, review, approval, and professional interaction come to mind.
Those are great terms. Let's use them in sentences. Can you form a sentence describing what the woman might be doing?
Sure. The woman is submitting an important report to her colleague for review.
Perfect. Now, how about a sentence that describes the man's role?
The man is receiving the report for approval and further processing.
Excellent use of vocabulary, Sarah. Now let's move on to role-playing. You will play the role of the woman, and I will be the man. Let's practice a conversation they might have.
Okay, I'm ready.
Sarah, I see you have the quarterly report. Can you give me a brief overview of the key points?
Yes, Mr. Davis. The report highlights a 10% increase in overall sales, driven by our new marketing strategy. However, there is also a notable rise in customer complaints regarding delivery times.
That's a good summary. What steps do you recommend to address the delivery issue?
I recommend that we conduct a review of our logistics processes and consider partnering with a more reliable shipping provider to ensure timely deliveries.
Those are solid recommendations. Please prepare a detailed action plan and present it at our next team meeting.
I will, Mr. Davis. Thank you for your guidance.
Great job, Sarah. This conversation demonstrates the importance of clear communication and proactive problem-solving in a business setting. Keep practicing, and you'll continue to improve your business English skills.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I'll keep working on it.
You're welcome, Sarah. See you in the next class. Good morning, Sarah. Today, we're going to practice business English by creating a lesson based on this new flashcard. Let's start by looking at the image closely.
Good morning, Mr. Davis. In this flashcard, I see a man and a woman in a modern office. The man is offering a cup of coffee to the woman, who is seated at her desk. They both look professional, and the office has a pleasant atmosphere with large windows and city views.
Excellent observation, Sarah. Now let's create a lesson. Imagine you are preparing a presentation on workplace etiquette and professional courtesy. How would you describe the scenario depicted in the flashcard?
I would describe it as a situation where the man is showing a gesture of kindness by offering coffee to his colleague. This action reflects good workplace etiquette and helps to build a positive and supportive work environment.
Very good. Now let's practice some key vocabulary. What are some business English terms that come to mind when you see this image?
Words like courtesy, gesture, colleague, supportive environment, and professional interaction come to mind.
Those are great terms. Let's use them in sentences. Can you form a sentence describing what the man might be doing?
Sure. The man is offering a cup of coffee to his colleague as a gesture of courtesy.
Perfect. Now, how about a sentence that describes the woman's role?
The woman is gratefully accepting the coffee, appreciating the supportive gesture from her colleague.
Excellent use of vocabulary, Sarah. Now, let's move on to role playing. You will play the role of the woman and I will be the man. Let's practice a conversation they might have.
Okay, I'm ready.
Good morning, Sarah. I thought you might need a little pick-me-up. Here's a cup of coffee for you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Davis. This is very kind of you. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome, Sarah. How is your work on the new project going?
It's going well, but there are a few challenges. I'm working on the final presentation and could use some feedback later if you have time.
I'd be happy to help. Just let me know when you're ready, and we can go over it together.
That would be great. Thanks again for the coffee and your support.
Anytime, Sarah. It's important to help each other out. Let's make sure we maintain this positive work environment.
Absolutely. I'll reach out to you soon with my presentation.
Great job, Sarah. This conversation highlights the importance of small acts of kindness and professional support in the workplace. Keep practicing, and you'll continue to improve your business English skills.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I'll keep working on it.
You're welcome, Sarah. See you in the next class. Let's jump right into today's lesson, Sarah. We're going to use this flashcard to practice business English. Take a moment to look at the image and describe what you see.
In this flashcard, there is a man who looks stressed, sitting at his desk with his hand on his forehead. A woman is standing beside him, offering a cup of coffee and holding a stack of books or files. They are in a modern office setting, with another man working in the background.
Excellent observation, Sarah. Now let's create a lesson. Imagine you are preparing a presentation on stress management and support in the workplace. How would you describe the scenario depicted in the flashcard?
I would describe it as a situation where the man is feeling overwhelmed with his work, and the woman is trying to support him by offering a cup of coffee, which could help him relax and feel cared for. This shows the importance of support among colleagues in a stressful work environment.
Very good. Now let's practice some key vocabulary. What are some business English terms that come to mind when you see this image?
Words like stress management, support, colleague, workload, and relief come to mind.
Those are great terms. Let's use them in sentences. Can you form a sentence describing what the woman might be doing?
Sure. The woman is offering a cup of coffee to her stressed colleague as a gesture of support.
Perfect. Now how about a sentence that describes the man's situation?
The man is feeling overwhelmed by his workload, and he seems to be struggling to manage his stress.
Excellent use of vocabulary, Sarah. Now, let's move on to role-playing. You will play the role of the woman, and I will be the man. Let's practice a conversation they might have.
Okay, I'm ready.
I can't seem to focus with all these deadlines piling up.
Here's a cup of coffee. I thought you could use a little break. Is there anything I can do to help?
Thank you, Sarah. I really appreciate it. I'm just overwhelmed with the quarterly reports. Do you think you could assist me with some data analysis?
Of course, I'd be happy to help. Let's divide the tasks and tackle them together. It'll be more manageable that way.
That sounds like a great idea. Your support really helps reduce my stress. Thank you for being so understanding.
You're welcome. We're a team, and it's important to support each other. Let's get through this together.
Great job, Sarah. This conversation highlights the importance of teamwork and providing support in a high-stress work environment. Keep practicing, and you'll continue to improve your business English skills.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I'll keep working on it.
You're welcome, Sarah. See you in the next class. Let's move on to another flashcard, Sarah. Take a moment to look at the image and describe what you see.
In this flashcard, there is a man sitting at a desk working on his laptop. A woman is standing next to him, leaning slightly forward, and they both look engaged in what they are doing. They are in a bright, modern office environment.
Excellent observation, Sarah. Now let's create a lesson. Imagine you are preparing a presentation on teamwork and collaboration in the workplace. How would you describe the scenario depicted in the flashcard?
I would describe it as a collaborative situation where the woman might be assisting or advising the man on a project they are working on together. This highlights the importance of teamwork and support in achieving common goals in a business setting.
Very good. Now let's practice some key vocabulary. What are some business English terms that come to mind when you see this image?
Words like collaboration, assistance, project, teamwork, and engagement come to mind.
Those are great terms. Let's use them in sentences. Can you form a sentence describing what the woman might be doing?
Sure. The woman is providing assistance to her colleague by reviewing the project details on his laptop.
Perfect. Now how about a sentence that describes the man's role?
The man is focused on completing the project and is actively engaging with his colleague's input.
Excellent use of vocabulary, Sarah. Now let's move on to role-playing. You will play the role of the woman, and I will be the man. Let's practice a conversation they might have.
Okay, I'm ready.
Sarah, I'm working on the final presentation for our project. Could you take a look and provide some feedback?
Absolutely. Let me see what you've got so far. I think your introduction is strong, but we might need to add more data to support our conclusions.
That's a good point. I'll include more statistics from our recent survey. Anything else you think we should adjust?
Yes, I also suggest we make the visuals more engaging. Perhaps we can use infographics to present the data more clearly.
Great idea. I'll work on updating the visuals. Thanks for your help, Sarah. Your insights are always valuable.
You're welcome. Teamwork makes the dream work, right? Let me know if you need any more assistance.
Absolutely. Let's make sure this presentation is our best one yet. Great job, Sarah. This conversation demonstrates the importance of teamwork and constructive feedback in the workplace. Keep practicing and you'll continue to improve your business English skills.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I'll keep working on it.
You're welcome, Sarah. See you in the next class. Let's continue with another flashcard, Sarah. Describe what you see in this image.
In this flashcard, there's a man sitting at his desk, looking very stressed and upset, with his hand on his forehead. A woman is standing beside him, gently placing a hand on his shoulder, which seems to be a gesture of comfort and support. They are in a busy office environment.
Excellent observation, Sarah. Now let's create a lesson. Imagine you are preparing a presentation on emotional intelligence and support in the workplace. How would you describe the scenario depicted in the flashcard?
I would describe it as a situation where the man is experiencing a high level of stress, and the woman is showing empathy and support. This demonstrates the importance of emotional intelligence and providing emotional support to colleagues in the workplace.
Very good. Now let's practice some key vocabulary. What are some business English terms that come to mind when you see this image?
Words like empathy, support, emotional intelligence, stress, and comfort come to mind.
Those are great terms. Let's use them in sentences. Can you form a sentence describing what the woman might be doing?
Sure. The woman is providing comfort to her stressed colleague by placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder.
Perfect. Now, how about a sentence that describes the man's situation?
The man is overwhelmed with stress and seems to be struggling to manage his emotions.
Excellent use of vocabulary, Sarah. Now let's move on to role playing. You will play the role of the woman, and I will be the man. Let's practice a conversation they might have.
Okay, I'm ready.
I'm really struggling with this workload. It feels like everything is falling apart.
I can see you're having a tough time. Is there anything specific I can help you with right now?
I appreciate it, Sarah. I'm behind on the quarterly report and the deadline is looming. It's just too much.
Let's break it down into smaller tasks. Maybe we can prioritize what needs to be done first and tackle it step by step. How does that sound?
That sounds helpful. I think I need to take a step back and organize my tasks better.
Absolutely. Taking a moment to reorganize can make a big difference. I'm here to help with any part of the report you need assistance with.
Thank you, Sarah. Your support really helps. I feel a bit more at ease knowing I'm not handling this alone.
You're welcome. Remember, it's okay to ask for help. We're a team and we support each other.
Great job, Sarah. This conversation highlights the importance of empathy and emotional support in the workplace. Keep practicing, and you'll continue to improve your business English skills.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I'll keep working on it.
You're welcome, Sarah. See you in the next class. Let's proceed with another flashcard, Sarah. Describe what you see in this image.
In this flashcard, there is a man and a woman standing by a water cooler in an office. They both look relaxed and are holding cups, having a casual conversation. The office environment is bright and modern.
Excellent observation, Sarah. Now, let's create a lesson. Imagine you are preparing a presentation on the importance of informal communication and networking in the workplace. How would you describe the scenario depicted in the flashcard?
I would describe it as a typical office scene where colleagues are taking a break at the water cooler. This situation emphasizes the role of informal communication and networking, which can strengthen relationships and improve teamwork within the office.
Very good. Now let's practice some key vocabulary. What are some business English terms that come to mind when you see this image?
Words like informal communication, networking, break, relationship building, and team bonding come to mind.
Those are great terms. Let's use them in sentences. Can you form a sentence describing what the man might be doing?
Sure. The man is taking a short break and engaging in informal communication with his colleague by the water cooler.
Perfect. Now, how about a sentence that describes the woman's role?
The woman is participating in a casual conversation, using the opportunity to build a stronger relationship with her colleague.
Excellent use of vocabulary, Sarah. Now, let's move on to role-playing. You will play the role of the woman, and I will be the man. Let's practice a conversation they might have.
Okay, I'm ready.
Hi, Sarah. It's nice to take a quick break. How's your day going?
Hi, Mr. Davis. It's going well, thanks. Just wrapping up some reports. How about you?
Pretty busy, but this break is refreshing. I wanted to discuss the upcoming project meeting. Do you have any thoughts on the agenda?
Yes, I think we should prioritize the discussion on our new marketing strategy. It's crucial we all align on the key points before presenting to the clients.
That makes sense. I agree. It's important we're all on the same page. By the way, have you had a chance to look at the feedback from the last campaign?
Yes, I did. The feedback was quite positive, but there are areas we can improve. I have some ideas I'd love to share during the meeting.
Great. I'm looking forward to hearing your suggestions. Let's make sure this next campaign is even more successful.
Absolutely. I'll make a note to include my points in the meeting agenda. Thanks for the chat, Mr. Davis.
Anytime, Sarah. It's good to catch up like this. Let's head back and get ready for the meeting. Great job, Sarah. This conversation highlights the importance of informal communication and networking in the workplace. Keep practicing and you'll continue to improve your business English skills.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I'll keep working on it.
You're welcome, Sarah. See you in the next class. Let's continue with another flashcard, Sarah. Describe what you see in this image.
In this flashcard, there's a man standing on a desk, reaching up to fix a ceiling light. A woman is standing next to him, looking up and appearing thoughtful. They are in a well-lit, modern office environment.
Excellent observation, Sarah. Now let's create a lesson. Imagine you are preparing a presentation on problem solving and maintenance in the workplace. How would you describe the scenario depicted in the flashcard?
I would describe it as a situation where the man is addressing a maintenance issue by fixing the ceiling light, while the woman is observing and possibly thinking about the next steps or other issues that need attention. This shows the importance of proactive problem solving and teamwork in maintaining a functional office environment.
Very good. Now let's practice some key vocabulary. What are some business English terms that come to mind when you see this image?
Words like maintenance, problem solving, proactive, functionality, and teamwork come to mind.
Those are great terms. Let's use them in sentences. Can you form a sentence describing what the man might be doing?
Sure. The man is fixing the ceiling light to ensure the office remains well lit and functional.
Perfect. Now how about a sentence that describes the woman's role?
The woman is observing the maintenance work, possibly thinking about other areas that might need attention.
Excellent use of vocabulary, Sarah. Now let's move on to role-playing. You will play the role of the woman, and I will be the man. Let's practice a conversation they might have.
Okay, I'm ready.
Sarah, I noticed the light was flickering, so I decided to fix it. Is there anything else you think we should address?
Good call, Mr. Davis. I was thinking about the air conditioning unit. It's been making some strange noises lately. Maybe we should have it checked out as well.
That's a good point. I'll put in a request for maintenance to look at the air conditioning unit. Anything else on your mind?
Actually, yes. I think it's also a good idea to schedule a routine check for all our office equipment. Preventive maintenance can save us from bigger problems down the line.
I agree. Regular maintenance is key to keeping everything running smoothly. I'll make a note to schedule it. Thanks for bringing it up.
You're welcome. It's important we stay on top of these things. It's great to see you taking initiative with the light.
Teamwork makes everything easier. Let's keep this proactive approach going. Great job, Sarah. This conversation highlights the importance of problem solving and proactive maintenance in the workplace. Keep practicing and you'll continue to improve your business English skills.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I'll keep working on it.
You're welcome, Sarah. See you in the next class. Let's continue with another flashcard, Sarah. Describe what you see in this image.
In this flashcard, there is a woman sitting at her desk, looking surprised and happy. A man is standing in front of her, holding a birthday cake with candles. The office environment is bright and cheerful, and it looks like they are celebrating her birthday.
Excellent observation, Sarah. Now let's create a lesson. Imagine you are preparing a presentation on workplace celebrations and employee morale. How would you describe the scenario depicted in the flashcard?
I would describe it as a situation where colleagues are celebrating an employee's birthday in the office. This type of celebration can boost employee morale and create a positive work environment, showing appreciation and fostering a sense of community among employees.
Very good. Now let's practice some key vocabulary. What are some business English terms that come to mind when you see this image?
Words like celebration, employee morale, appreciation, positive work environment, and team spirit come to mind.
Those are great terms. Let's use them in sentences. Can you form a sentence describing what the man might be doing?
Sure. The man is presenting a birthday cake to his colleague to celebrate her special day and show appreciation.
Perfect. Now, how about a sentence that describes the woman's reaction?
The woman looks surprised and delighted, enjoying the birthday celebration organized by her colleagues.
Excellent use of vocabulary, Sarah. Now let's move on to role-playing. You will play the role of the woman, and I will be the man. Let's practice a conversation they might have.
Okay, I'm ready.
Happy birthday, Sarah. We wanted to surprise you with this cake. Hope you have a wonderful day.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much, Mr. Davis. This is such a lovely surprise. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. We thought it would be nice to celebrate together. How has your day been so far?
It's been good, but this definitely makes it even better. I feel so appreciated and happy to be part of this team.
We're glad to hear that. Celebrations like these are important to keep our team spirit high. Anything special planned for later?
Yes, I'm planning to go out with friends after work, but this celebration here is really special to me. Thank you all again.
That sounds wonderful. Enjoy your day, Sarah, and if there's anything you need, just let us know.
I will. Thanks again for the cake and the warm wishes. It means a lot.
Great job, Sarah. This conversation highlights the importance of celebrating milestones and fostering a positive work environment. Keep practicing, and you'll continue to improve your business English skills.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I'll keep working on it.
You're welcome, Sarah. See you in the next class. Let's change things up a bit, Sarah. Look at this new flashcard and tell me what you see.
In this flashcard, there is a man who appears to be sick, using a tissue to blow his nose. A woman is standing next to him, holding a box of tissues and looking concerned. They are in a modern office setting.
Excellent description, Sarah. Now, let's create a lesson. Imagine you are preparing a presentation on workplace health and the importance of supporting sick colleagues. How would you describe the scenario depicted in the flashcard?
I would describe it as a situation where the man is unwell and the woman is showing concern by offering him tissues. This highlights the importance of supporting colleagues when they are sick and promoting a healthy work environment.
Very good. Now let's practice some key vocabulary. What are some business English terms that come to mind when you see this image?
Words like health, support, concern, well-being, and workplace wellness come to mind.
Those are great terms. Let's use them in sentences. Can you form a sentence describing what the woman might be doing?
Sure. The woman is offering tissues to her sick colleague, showing concern for his well-being.
Perfect. Now how about a sentence that describes the man's situation?
The man is visibly unwell and using a tissue, indicating he might need to rest or see a doctor.
Excellent use of vocabulary, Sarah. Now let's move on to role-playing. You will play the role of the woman and I will be the man. Let's practice a conversation they might have.
Okay, I'm ready.
I'm not feeling well today. I think I might be coming down with something.
I noticed you're not looking well. Here, take these tissues. Do you think you should go home and rest?
Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate it. I think I should. I don't want to spread anything around the office.
That's a good idea. It's important to take care of yourself. Do you need any help with your tasks before you leave?
That would be great. Could you finish the report I was working on? I'll send you the details.
Absolutely, I'll handle it. Make sure to see a doctor if you're feeling worse and get plenty of rest.
Thanks, Sarah. I'll do that. I appreciate your help and understanding.
You're welcome. Get well soon. It's important we all stay healthy.
Great job, Sarah. This conversation highlights the importance of supporting sick colleagues and maintaining a healthy workplace. Keep practicing, and you'll continue to improve your business English skills.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I'll keep working on it.
You're welcome, Sarah. See you in the next class. Let's dive into our next flashcard, Sarah. Describe what you see in this image.
In this flashcard, there is a man and a woman standing together in an office, looking at a smartphone. They both appear very happy and excited, possibly sharing a funny or important piece of information. The office environment is bright and bustling.
Excellent description, Sarah. Now, let's create a lesson. Imagine you are preparing a presentation on the role of technology and social interactions in the workplace. How would you describe the scenario depicted in the flashcard?
I would describe it as a situation where colleagues are bonding over something they are viewing on a smartphone. This shows how technology can facilitate social interactions and contribute to a positive work environment by allowing employees to share and connect.
Very good. Now let's practice some key vocabulary. What are some business English terms that come to mind when you see this image?
Words like technology, social interaction, bonding, workplace culture, and engagement come to mind.
Those are great terms. Let's use them in sentences. Can you form a sentence describing what the man and woman might be doing?
Sure. The man and woman are sharing a moment of excitement as they view something interesting on the smartphone, enhancing their workplace bond.
Perfect. Now let's move on to role-playing. You will play the role of the woman and I will be the man. Let's practice a conversation they might have.
Okay, I'm ready.
Sarah, look at this. Our project just got featured on the company's social media page.
Wow, that's fantastic. This is such great news. It's really nice to see our hard work being recognized.
Absolutely. It's moments like these that make all the effort worth it. Should we share this with the team?
Definitely. They'll be thrilled to know our project is getting attention. Let's send out a quick email to let everyone know.
Good idea. I'll draft the email. This recognition will surely boost everyone's morale.
It will. It's important to celebrate these wins together. I'm so happy to be part of this team.
Me too, Sarah. Sharing these moments strengthens our team spirit and makes work even more enjoyable. Great job, Sarah. This conversation highlights the positive impact of technology and social interactions in the workplace. Keep practicing, and you'll continue to improve your business English skills.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I'll keep working on it.
You're welcome, Sarah. See you in the next class. Sarah, today we'll use a scenario for our business English practice. I'll show you a flashcard image, and we'll build a lesson around it. Are you ready?
Yes, Mr. Davis, I'm looking forward to it.
Great! The image shows a young professional woman presenting in a board meeting to senior executives. She appears to be discussing important points from a digital document. What do you think her presentation is about?
It looks like she might be presenting a business proposal or a project update to the board members.
Exactly. Now let's imagine you're her. Your task is to outline your presentation. First, how would you introduce your topic to capture everyone's attention?
I'd start with a strong opening statement. Maybe something like, "Good morning, everyone. Today, I am excited to share a groundbreaking opportunity that could significantly enhance our company's growth over the next decade."
That's a compelling start. Now consider your audience. They are senior executives. What language and tone should you use?
I should use formal language and a professional tone. I would avoid slang and be very clear and concise in my explanations.
Correct. Now think about explaining the core of your proposal. How would you ensure clarity and engagement?
I would use visuals like charts and graphs to represent the data clearly. For engagement, I might say, "As you can see from this chart, implementing this strategy could improve our efficiency by 40% over the next 2 years."
Well thought out. Using data effectively can certainly support your points. Let's discuss the conclusion of your presentation. How would you end it?
I would summarize the main points briefly and then open the floor for questions. Maybe I'd conclude with, "Thank you for your time. I believe this project is crucial for our future success. I am happy to answer any questions you may have."
Excellent, Sarah. You've used the flashcard scenario effectively to practice essential aspects of business English. Remember, the ability to present information clearly and confidently is key in business settings.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. This exercise helped me understand how to structure a presentation and use formal language effectively.
Sarah, let's dive into another business English session. This time, we're focusing on a scientific setting. Take a look at this new image. What do you observe?
It looks like 2 scientists, maybe a senior and a junior, in a lab. They seem really excited, probably about a successful experiment.
Perfect observation. In today's lesson, you'll role-play the junior scientist. You've just achieved a significant breakthrough. How would you report this success to your team?
I think I'd start by gathering everyone in the lab and begin with, "Team, I am thrilled to announce that our recent experiment has successfully achieved its desired outcome."
That's a good start. Now, considering the formal setting and the significance of your discovery, how would you describe the experiment's success in detail?
I would explain the process and the results using precise language. For instance, by integrating the new synthetic compound, we've observed a 50% increase in efficiency compared to previous trials.
Excellent use of technical terms and quantification. How about discussing future implications?
I would add, this breakthrough not only enhances our understanding of the compound, but also opens up several exciting avenues for further research and potential applications in medical treatments.
Well done, Sarah. Now imagine you need to write a brief email to inform a department head who wasn't present. How would you convey this information professionally?
I'd write, "Dear Dr. Smith, I am pleased to inform you that our team has reached a significant milestone in the synthetic compound project. The latest experiment conducted on September 21st resulted in a 50% increase in efficacy. I look forward to discussing this in further detail at your earliest convenience."
That's an exemplary email. Notice how you've included the date, the result, and a call to action. Finally, if someone asks for a detailed report, what key elements would you include?
The report would contain an abstract, an introduction to the project, detailed methodology, results with data and graphs, discussion on the findings, and a conclusion. Each section would be clear and structured to ensure easy understanding and professional presentation.
Fantastic, Sarah. You've effectively used business English tailored to a scientific context. This exercise should help you feel confident in both oral and written professional communications.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. These role-playing exercises really help me understand how to apply English in different professional contexts.
Now, Sarah, let's analyze this new scenario. It shows a female officer in a command center. What might her role be in this environment?
She looks like she's in charge of communications, maybe coordinating with pilots or other stations. She seems to be handling a critical situation given the urgency in her expression.
Well observed. Let's practice how you would communicate in such a high-stakes environment. What are some key phrases she might use?
She would need to be very clear and direct. Phrases like, confirm your current location or switch to emergency frequency come to mind.
Exactly. Precision is critical. Now suppose you are her and you need to instruct a pilot during an emergency. How would you deliver your message?
I'd say, Pilot Bravo Echo, ascend to 30,000 feet and maintain heading 270. Respond with confirmation, over.
Excellent. Using the correct terminology is vital. How about if you need to report this situation to your superiors?
I would use formal reporting language. For example, this is Officer Collins reporting an unauthorized aircraft in Sector 4. Initiatives have been taken to redirect the aircraft to a safer altitude, awaiting further instructions.
That's a professional response. Let's consider handling a call from an external agency asking for details. How would you handle that?
I'd remain formal and concise. This is the Central Command Center. We are currently managing a situation involving an unidentified aircraft. All necessary measures are in place. Please stand by for updates.
Good. Maintaining professionalism and confidentiality is crucial. Lastly, how would you debrief your team after resolving the incident?
After the situation, I would gather my team and say, thank you all for your swift response today. The situation was handled efficiently and all protocols were followed accurately. We will review all actions taken and discuss possible improvements tomorrow morning.
Well done, Sarah. You've effectively used business English adapted to a command center's communication needs, emphasizing clarity, formality, and urgency.
These scenarios really help me understand the different aspects of professional communication. Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Sarah, this new image presents a challenging situation. Two colleagues are in a disagreement. How would you handle such a scenario in a professional environment?
It looks intense. I'd start by calming the situation. I might say, let's take a moment to cool down and discuss this logically.
Good approach. Now, role play as one of the scientists. Imagine you need to express your concerns about the experiment's direction. How would you phrase that?
I would be respectful but assertive. I understand your point, but I have reviewed the data, and I believe we should reconsider our approach based on the latest results.
Excellent. And how would you ensure the conversation remains constructive rather than confrontational?
I'd suggest solutions and seek input. For example, what if we run a parallel test using both methods? It might give us a clearer insight into which direction is more viable.
That's a constructive response. Suppose your colleague is still defensive. How would you de-escalate the tension?
I'd acknowledge their concerns and show empathy. I see why you're passionate about this method. You've invested a lot of time in it, and it has shown potential. Let's analyze this together and find the best path forward.
Very diplomatic, Sarah. Let's consider the resolution. You both have agreed to a joint experiment. How would you confirm this agreement in a professional manner?
I'd confirm our next steps clearly. So, we agree to set up both experiments side by side and meet next week to review the initial results. Does that work for you?
And finally, if you were to report this resolution to your supervisor, how would you frame the conversation?
I'd keep it positive and focused. We had a robust discussion on the project's direction today. We've agreed to explore both approaches simultaneously to ensure the most comprehensive analysis. I believe this will strengthen our project's outcomes.
That's an excellent way to maintain professionalism and positivity. Conflict in the workplace can be challenging, but handling it with clear communication and respect is key. Well done, Sarah.
These scenarios really help me prepare for real-world situations. Thank you for guiding me through them.
Sarah, this scenario takes us into an operating room. What key elements of communication are essential here?
Clarity and precision would be crucial, given the critical nature of the setting. Every instruction must be concise to avoid any confusion.
Absolutely right. Suppose you are the junior doctor assisting the lead surgeon who is in the image. He asks for your analysis of the patient's vital signs during the surgery. How would you respond?
I would state the facts clearly. Dr. Harrison, the patient's heart rate is now steady at 70 bpm, and blood pressure is 120/80, within normal range.
Good. Now imagine there's a sudden change in the patient's condition. How would you alert the surgeon?
I'd need to be very direct and prompt. Dr. Harrison, please note a sudden drop in blood pressure to 90/50.
In such high-pressure environments, it's also important to confirm you've understood orders. How would you communicate this?
After receiving an instruction, I'd confirm by repeating it. Understood. Administering 10 milligrams of epinephrine now.
Well done. Now think about the debriefing after the surgery. How would you professionally discuss the surgery's outcomes and potential follow-up actions?
I'd be thorough and reflective. The surgery was successful, but the patient showed signs of unstable blood pressure. I recommend close monitoring in the ICU. Shall I prepare the transfer documentation?
Excellent, Sarah. Reflecting on this exercise, how do you feel about using business English in medical settings?
It's challenging but crucial. The precision and clarity required are much higher due to the stakes involved. I appreciate the practice in this context. It's very different from a boardroom or lab.
Absolutely, Sarah. The skills you're developing here are invaluable and will serve you well in any high-stakes professional communication situation. Sarah, this image moves us into a different realm, the fashion industry. Here we have two individuals discussing a dress design. What's important when communicating with clients in this context?
Building rapport and expressing ideas clearly seem essential. It's important to convey artistic vision while also catering to the client's tastes.
Exactly. Now, pretend you are the designer on the right. Your client is excited about a specific fabric, but you think another option would better suit the design. How would you convey this?
I'd start by acknowledging the client's preference. I love your enthusiasm for this fabric. It's truly beautiful. However, I might suggest another option that might enhance the overall silhouette even more. May I show you?
That's very tactful. Suppose the client is hesitant about your suggestion. How would you reassure him?
I'd provide specific reasons. This alternative fabric not only complements the design, but also offers better flow, which is perfect for the elegant style you're looking for. Let's compare them side by side to see which aligns best with your vision.
Good strategy. Now let's role-play a scenario where the client agrees with your suggestion. How would you finalize the details?
I'd confirm their choice and next steps. Great choice. I'll prepare a sample with this fabric so you can see the first draft. We'll ensure it meets all your expectations before finalizing the design.
Excellent. How would you handle a follow-up meeting to review the completed dress?
I'd start with positive reinforcement. I'm excited for you to see the dress. We've incorporated the fabric you loved with the adjustments we discussed. Let's review it together to ensure it's exactly as you envisioned.
And finally, how would you ask for feedback or additional adjustments?
I'd encourage open dialogue. Please let me know your thoughts. If there's anything you'd like to adjust or add, I'm here to make sure it's perfect for you.
Well done, Sarah. Communicating effectively with clients, especially when persuading them about design choices, requires diplomacy and clarity. You've managed that balance superbly today.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. These exercises are really helping me understand how to communicate effectively across different business contexts.
Sarah, this image captures a lively interaction in an office setting. What's crucial when participating in brainstorming sessions?
Enthusiasm and openness to others' ideas are key. It's also important to articulate your own thoughts clearly and persuasively.
Exactly. Imagine you are the woman in the image. You're presenting a new idea to your team. How would you introduce your concept?
I'd start with a hook to grab attention. I have an idea that might revolutionize how we approach our current project. It builds on what we discussed last week, but with a unique twist.
Engaging start. How would you ensure that your idea is understood and taken seriously by your colleagues?
I would lay out the idea in simple steps and use visuals if possible. Here's the concept broken down into 3 phases, and I've prepared some visuals to help illustrate the potential impact on our project timeline and outputs.
Good strategy. Suppose a colleague raises concerns about the feasibility of your idea. How would you address those concerns?
I'd acknowledge their concerns and offer to explore solutions together. That's a valid point, and I think it's something we can tackle with some creative problem solving. Maybe we can brainstorm potential hurdles and solutions right now?
Excellent. After discussing, how would you encourage your team to take the next steps with your idea?
I'd aim to build consensus and action. I believe this idea has great potential for us. Let's assign roles to research and develop each phase further. I'm keen to lead the pilot phase if everyone agrees.
And how would you follow up after the meeting?
I'd send a summary email. Thanks for the productive discussion today. I've summarized our brainstorming session and the next steps we agreed on. Please review and let me know if you have other suggestions or concerns.
That's a comprehensive approach to a brainstorming session, Sarah. You've effectively used business English to introduce, discuss, and propel an idea forward within a team setting.
It's exciting to think about how these skills apply in real-world settings. Thank you for the guidance, Mr. Davis.
Sarah, this image illustrates a contentious discussion between a young man and an older woman in an office. What are the key aspects of managing such a professional disagreement?
It's important to remain respectful and composed, focusing on facts rather than emotions. It's also vital to listen actively to the other person's concerns.
Exactly. Now suppose you are the young man in the image, trying to convince your senior colleague about a new development plan. How would you present your argument effectively?
I'd start by acknowledging her experience and perspective. I understand your concerns and deeply respect your insights. I've prepared some data that I believe might address these issues effectively.
Good approach. Now let's say she disagrees with your data interpretation. How would you respond?
I'd keep the tone collaborative. I see your point. Perhaps we could look at these figures together and explore different interpretations. Your expertise could help refine these projections.
What if she points out a potential flaw in your plan?
I'd express appreciation for her scrutiny. Thank you for catching that. Let's brainstorm how we can adjust the plan to avoid this issue. Maybe we can incorporate some of your suggestions to strengthen it.
Well thought out. Imagine you've reached a compromise. How would you summarize the agreement to ensure clarity and mutual understanding?
I would confirm the details and next steps. So, we agree to revise the plan incorporating both our inputs, focusing on the risk areas you highlighted. Shall we reconvene next week to review the updated proposal?
Excellent, Sarah. Lastly, how would you document this meeting for future reference?
I'd write a detailed email or meeting minutes. To confirm, today's discussion led to a tentative agreement to revise the development plan. I've listed the action items and will circulate a revised draft by Friday for further review.
Perfect, Sarah. Handling disagreements professionally is crucial in maintaining productive relationships and achieving constructive outcomes. You've managed to keep the discussion focused and forward-moving.
This was challenging, Mr. Davis, but really insightful. I feel better prepared to handle similar situations in the future.
Sarah, this image shows a celebratory moment in a tech environment. How important is it to communicate technical achievements in the workplace?
It's very important, Mr. Davis. Sharing achievements not only motivates the team, but also demonstrates the progress and capabilities of our projects to stakeholders.
Right. Imagine you are the man in the image. You and your colleague just made a breakthrough in your project. How would you describe this success in a team meeting?
I'd say, team, we've achieved a significant milestone with our AI model today. We successfully integrated advanced neural networks that have improved our system's prediction accuracy by over 25%.
Excellent detail. Now consider you have to explain this achievement to non-technical stakeholders. How would you simplify it?
I would make it relatable. We've enhanced our software to make smarter decisions, much like how a human learns from experience. This upgrade will make our services faster and more reliable for our users.
Good approach. Let's say you're asked to write a press release about this breakthrough. What key points would you include?
I'd highlight the significance and benefits. Our latest AI enhancement marks a pivotal advancement in how technologies learn and adapt. This breakthrough not only accelerates efficiency, but also sets new benchmarks for industry standards.
Well formulated. How about discussing the next steps for your project in a management meeting?
I'd outline future actions. With this development, we are now positioned to begin Phase 2 of the project, which involves larger scale testing and further refinements based on real-world feedback.
And how would you ensure ongoing communication about this project's progress?
I'd propose regular updates. I recommend we schedule monthly project updates, where we can discuss progress, address any challenges, and adapt our strategies as needed to ensure we meet our project goals efficiently.
Excellent planning, Sarah. Your ability to articulate complex technical achievements in both technical and non-technical terms is impressive.
These exercises are incredibly helpful, Mr. Davis. They're really refining my ability to communicate effectively in a professional setting.
Sarah, this image takes us into an astronomical observatory. What are some important communication elements when discussing scientific discoveries?
It's crucial to use precise language and be able to explain complex concepts in an understandable way, especially when collaborating across different expertise levels.
Exactly. Imagine you are the woman in the image, discovering something significant through the telescope. How would you communicate this discovery to your colleague?
I would express both the excitement and the specifics. Look at this! The data we're seeing suggests a new type of stellar formation. It's not aligned with our current models, which makes this an extraordinary find.
Great enthusiasm and detail. Now, suppose you need to present this discovery at a scientific conference. How would you prepare your presentation?
I would start with a strong introduction to grab attention. Today, I'm excited to share a groundbreaking discovery that challenges our understanding of stellar formations. Then, I'd outline the methodology, present the data, and discuss its implications.
Very thorough. What if you receive skeptical questions from your peers during the Q&A?
I'd remain open and scientific. I appreciate your skepticism, as it's crucial for scientific progress. Let me detail the controls we implemented to ensure the accuracy of our data and why these findings could indeed represent a new phenomenon.
Suppose you're asked to write an article about your discovery for a popular science magazine. How would you make it accessible to the general public?
I'd simplify the language while keeping the excitement. Imagine looking up at the night sky and spotting something that no one has ever seen before. That's exactly what we've done. Let me take you through our journey of this remarkable discovery.
Lastly, how would you update your team regularly about ongoing research related to this discovery?
I'd send out concise and informative updates. Team, here's the latest on our stellar formation research. We've conducted additional observations that further support our initial findings. I've attached the latest data charts for your review. Let's discuss our next steps.
Excellent, Sarah. Your ability to adapt your communication style to different audiences, peers, the public, and your team is a vital skill in any scientific field.
These scenarios really help build my confidence in handling real-world situations in scientific communication. Thank you.
Good morning, Sarah. Today we're going to practice business English by creating a story based on a flashcard. Are you ready?
Yes, Mr. Davis, I'm ready.
Great! This is our flashcard. Let's create a story around this. You can start by describing the setting and the characters.
All right. The scene is set in a sleek, modern conference room in the headquarters of a multinational corporation. Around the table, we have 5 professionals. Let's name them: Emily, the CEO, Tom, the CFO, Linda, the marketing director, Raj, the IT manager, and Alex, the operations manager.
Excellent. What's happening in this meeting?
They are discussing the launch of a new product, a high-tech smartwatch designed to compete in the international market. Emily, the CEO, is leading the meeting and emphasizing the importance of collaboration between departments.
Very good, Sarah. How does Tom, the CFO, contribute to the discussion?
Tom is analyzing the financial implications. He's explaining the budget allocations for the product launch and discussing potential financial risks and returns. He stresses the need for careful financial planning to ensure profitability.
That's insightful, Sarah. Now, what about Linda, the marketing director? What role does she play in this scenario?
Linda is presenting the marketing strategy. She talks about the target demographics, advertising channels, and promotional events. She's also coordinating with Raj to ensure the technology aspects are well represented in the marketing campaigns.
Great detail on interdepartmental collaboration. How about Raj, the IT manager?
Raj is sharing updates on the technical development of the smartwatch. He discusses the unique features that differentiate it from competitors and how these can be highlighted in marketing and sales strategies. He's also raising concerns about potential challenges in product development.
Perfect, Sarah. Lastly, what is Alex, the operations manager, saying?
Alex is focusing on the logistics of the product launch. He's detailing the timeline for manufacturing and distribution, ensuring that all logistical aspects are aligned with the marketing and financial plans to meet the launch date.
That's a well-rounded story, Sarah. You've successfully incorporated various elements of business operations and shown how they interact. How do you think such a meeting could impact their business?
This meeting is crucial because it ensures that all departments are aligned and moving forward together. A successful launch depends not only on the product itself, but also on effective financial management, innovative marketing, robust technology, and efficient operations. This kind of collaboration can lead to a successful market entry and long-term profitability.
Well done, Sarah. You've created a compelling and realistic business scenario using the flashcard. Excellent use of business English and integration of key business concepts. Keep up the great work.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I learned a lot about how different departments work together in a business setting.
Here's your next flashcard, Sarah. Let's dive into creating a story. Describe what you see and let's build a scenario around it.
This scene is set in a high-tech robotics laboratory. There are 3 individuals: Dr. Helen, who is monitoring data on a holographic interface, Dr. Liam, who is adjusting settings on a console, and Dr. Emily, who is analyzing readouts from the robotic systems.
Excellent start. What are they working on?
They are developing advanced humanoid robots. Dr. Helen is focusing on the robot's software integration, ensuring the AI performs tasks accurately. Dr. Liam is handling the hardware, adjusting components for optimal functionality. Dr. Emily is conducting diagnostics to test the robots under various simulated conditions.
Good detailing of their roles. How does their project impact the business they are in?
Their project is pivotal for the company, which aims to revolutionize the field of robotic assistance. Success in this project would not only boost the company's reputation, but also increase market share and attract significant investments.
That's a significant impact. What are some challenges they might face in this business scenario?
They face technical challenges in integrating complex AI with robust mechanical systems. There's also the challenge of securing continuous funding, navigating regulatory standards, and managing the public's expectations and ethical concerns about humanoid robots.
Great analysis. How do they plan to overcome these challenges?
They plan to collaborate with universities for advanced research and with industry partners for better components. They also aim to be transparent with their progress and engage with the public and regulators regularly to build trust and ensure compliance.
Well thought out, Sarah. You've effectively used the flashcard to create a comprehensive business scenario in the tech industry. How do you think their work could influence the future of technology?
Their work could lead to breakthroughs in AI and robotics, potentially introducing a new era where robotic assistants are common in homes and workplaces. This could improve efficiency and open new markets for tech products and services.
Very insightful, Sarah. You've developed a strong narrative and connected it effectively with business elements in the tech industry. Great job today.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. These exercises really help me understand the practical application of business concepts.
Here's the next flashcard, Sarah. Take a moment to observe and then start constructing the story. Who are these characters and what's happening?
This scenario takes place on a rooftop garden in a bustling city during sunset. We see 3 business professionals in a meeting. The man standing with a tablet is Jacob, a real estate developer. Sitting at the table are Laura, a landscape architect, and Michael, an investment banker.
Interesting setup. What's the focus of their meeting?
They're discussing a project to develop more green spaces in urban areas. Jacob is proposing building more rooftop gardens like the one they're in. He believes this will enhance city living and attract more residents and businesses.
How does Laura contribute to this discussion?
Laura is explaining the benefits of integrating natural landscapes into urban design. She's discussing how such projects can improve air quality, increase property values, and provide tranquil spaces for residents and workers. She's also showcasing her previous projects on her laptop to provide visual examples.
And what about Michael, the investment banker?
Michael is analyzing the financial aspects. He's discussing potential funding sources for the project, like green bonds and environmental grants. He's also calculating the long-term financial benefits these projects could offer to investors and stakeholders.
Well connected. What challenges might they face in this business scenario?
They might face challenges such as regulatory approvals, securing sufficient funding, and convincing other stakeholders of the long-term benefits over immediate costs. Additionally, they need to ensure that these projects are sustainable and don't just serve aesthetic purposes.
How do they plan to address these challenges?
They plan to collaborate with city planners and environmental groups to ensure the projects comply with urban development regulations. They also intend to run pilot projects to demonstrate the practical benefits of integrating green spaces in urban areas to attract more investors.
Excellent, Sarah. You've turned the flashcard into a dynamic and realistic business scenario that addresses real-world issues. How do you think such projects could impact the community?
These projects could significantly enhance urban environments, making cities more livable and appealing. They could lead to healthier lifestyles and create social spaces that foster community interaction. It could also set a precedent for future urban planning, prioritizing sustainability and well-being.
Brilliantly put, Sarah. You've managed to weave environmental sustainability with business practices seamlessly. Great work today.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. It's exciting to see how business concepts can apply to environmental initiatives.
Here's our new setting, Sarah. What story do you see unfolding here?
This scene is set in a serene, traditional Japanese garden. The characters are Naomi, a cultural heritage consultant, and Kenji, an architect. They are discussing the restoration of historical gardens and traditional buildings in the area.
Excellent setup. What are Naomi and Kenji focusing on in their project?
Naomi is advocating for the preservation of cultural heritage through sustainable practices. She's discussing the importance of maintaining the authenticity of the garden and using traditional techniques and materials. Kenji is considering how to integrate modern architectural elements without detracting from the historical significance.
That's a delicate balance. How do they plan to appeal to stakeholders?
They plan to create a proposal that highlights the economic benefits of cultural tourism, which can be boosted by such restoration projects. They also intend to showcase the environmental benefits of preserving green spaces in urban areas.
What challenges might they encounter?
They might face challenges from modern development pressures, budget constraints, and differing opinions on how much modern technology should be integrated into historic sites.
How do they propose to overcome these challenges?
Naomi and Kenji plan to engage with the local community and stakeholders through workshops and presentations to gather support. They aim to secure funding from both governmental and private sources that are interested in cultural preservation.
Very thoughtful, Sarah. How do you think this project could impact the community and business environment?
This project could strengthen community identity and pride, attract more visitors, and increase awareness of the region's cultural heritage. It could stimulate local businesses and create new opportunities in tourism and hospitality.
Sarah, you've crafted a beautiful narrative that combines cultural heritage with business strategy. Well done.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I really enjoy exploring how different fields can interact within a business context.
All right, Sarah, let's delve into this vibrant scene. Who are these characters and what is their business context?
This scene is in a bustling urban night market. The main characters are Mia, a young entrepreneur who owns a fashion brand, and James, a seasoned investor. They are accompanied by Leo, a business consultant.
What are Mia and James discussing?
Mia is pitching her fashion brand to James, hoping to secure an investment. She's explaining how her brand uniquely blends traditional designs with modern streetwear, which is quite popular among young consumers. Her brand also utilizes eco-friendly materials and practices.
How does James respond to her pitch?
James is intrigued but cautious. He's interested in the fusion of cultural heritage with modern fashion and appreciates the sustainability angle. However, he's asking tough questions about the scalability of the business and the longevity of the fashion trends Mia is tapping into.
What role does Leo play in this scenario?
Leo is acting as a mediator and advisor. He helps translate Mia's creative ideas into business terms that James can appreciate. He's also ensuring that Mia addresses potential risks and demonstrates a clear understanding of the market dynamics.
Excellent. What challenges might they face in this vibrant market?
The challenges include intense competition from other fashion brands, fluctuating market trends, and the need to constantly innovate. Additionally, maintaining sustainability in a cost-effective manner is crucial to their business model.
How do they plan to overcome these challenges?
Mia plans to leverage social media for marketing and to engage directly with her customers to build a loyal community. She also intends to collaborate with other young artists and designers to keep her collections fresh and innovative. James's investment could provide the necessary capital to expand her production and distribution.
You've crafted a lively and realistic business scenario, Sarah. How do you think this venture could impact the fashion industry?
If successful, Mia's brand could set a new standard for integrating cultural heritage with modern styles in a sustainable way. This could influence larger brands to adopt similar practices, leading to broader changes in the fashion industry towards sustainability and cultural diversity.
That's a comprehensive analysis, Sarah. Well done today. You've really grasped the essence of business storytelling in various contexts.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I'm really enjoying these exercises. They help me think creatively about business solutions.
For this new scene, tell me about the meeting and the individuals involved.
This image shows a corporate training session focused on business English, taking place in a bright, modern office. The characters are Ellen, the trainer, standing by the display, and 4 employees, Mark, Anna, Tom, and Lisa, who are participating in the training.
What's the purpose of this training session?
The training is designed to enhance the employees' communication skills in a global business environment. Ellen is using interactive modules and real-life business scenarios to teach essential vocabulary and communication strategies for negotiations, presentations, and meetings.
What are some key points Ellen is emphasizing?
Ellen emphasizes clarity and professionalism in communication. She's discussing how to structure emails effectively, the importance of cultural sensitivity when dealing with international partners, and techniques for persuasive speaking during presentations.
How do the participants respond to the training?
The participants are actively engaged. Mark is asking questions about tailoring communication styles to different cultural contexts. Anna is interested in strategies for virtual meetings. Tom and Lisa are taking notes and discussing how they can apply these tips to upcoming international projects.
What challenges might they face applying what they've learned?
They might face challenges like language barriers, understanding various business etiquettes, and adapting to different communication technologies. Keeping up with the fast pace of global business might also be challenging.
How do they plan to address these challenges?
The company plans to provide ongoing support through additional workshops, access to online learning resources, and regular feedback sessions. They also encourage networking with international colleagues to practice and improve their skills.
Well crafted, Sarah. How do you think this training will impact their business operations?
This training will likely enhance internal collaboration and improve negotiations and partnerships with international stakeholders. It could lead to better business outcomes, more efficient project management, and a stronger global presence.
You've done an excellent job today, Sarah, of weaving together the details of these business scenarios. It's crucial to understand how communication plays a fundamental role in business success.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I find it really fascinating to explore the practical applications of business English in different settings.
Let's explore this new scene, Sarah. Describe what's happening and who the participants are.
This is a modern, well-lit design studio where a team of 4 is collaborating on a new project. The characters are Claire, the project manager, Eric, the lead designer, Nina, a junior designer, and Alex, a software developer.
What is the focus of their project?
They are working on designing a user-friendly application for smart home devices. Claire is coordinating the project, ensuring that the team stays on schedule and meets their milestones. Eric and Nina are brainstorming the interface design, while Alex is discussing the technical requirements needed to support the design features.
How does each member contribute to the discussion?
Claire is using her expertise to guide the discussion, making sure every team member's ideas are aligned with the project goals. Eric is bringing his design experience to propose innovative, aesthetically pleasing, and practical user interfaces. Nina provides fresh ideas and assists in the visualization of concepts. Alex ensures that the proposed designs are feasible from a technical standpoint and integrates the latest software solutions.
What challenges might they encounter in this project?
They could face challenges such as integrating all the desired features without compromising the app's performance. Balancing user-friendliness with technical complexity and ensuring the app is compatible across multiple devices and platforms are other potential hurdles.
How do they plan to address these challenges?
They plan to conduct iterative testing phases, gathering user feedback early in the development process to refine the app accordingly. Collaborating closely with other tech teams and possibly partnering with other tech companies for specialized components could also help.
Excellent approach. How do you think their work will impact the company's position in the market?
Successfully launching this app could position their company as a leader in smart home technology, appealing to a growing market of tech-savvy homeowners. It could also open up opportunities for future partnerships and expansions into other areas of smart technology.
You've done a wonderful job today, Sarah, at crafting a detailed and realistic scenario based on the flashcard. You're really developing a strong sense of how different roles contribute to a successful business operation.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. These exercises help me understand the complexity of collaborative projects and the importance of each role within a team.
This new setting is quite unique, Sarah. Let's dive into this scenario. What's happening here?
We're looking at a state-of-the-art marine research laboratory. The individuals are Dr. Lisa, a marine biologist, Tom, a marine technician, and Rachel, a research assistant.
What are their roles and responsibilities in this lab?
Dr. Lisa is overseeing the research on marine ecosystems, focusing on the conservation of coral reefs. Tom is responsible for maintaining the lab equipment and ensuring all systems are functioning optimally for the experiments. Rachel is conducting tests and recording data on water samples and marine specimens.
What specific project are they working on?
They are working on a project to develop sustainable methods to rejuvenate damaged coral reefs. This involves genetic studies on corals that are resistant to bleaching and acidic conditions. Dr. Lisa coordinates the research efforts, guiding both Tom and Rachel through the process of collecting and analyzing data.
What challenges might they encounter?
Challenges include dealing with the delicate nature of coral ecosystems, ensuring the accuracy of their data under variable conditions, and securing ongoing funding for their long-term research needs.
How do they plan to overcome these challenges?
They plan to collaborate with global environmental agencies and seek grants from organizations focused on ocean conservation. They also aim to publish their findings to gain credibility and support within the scientific community.
Excellent. How could their work impact the broader field of marine biology?
Their research could lead to breakthroughs in coral conservation techniques, contributing to global efforts against coral reef degradation. This would not only help preserve marine biodiversity, but could also support fisheries and tourism industries that rely on healthy coral ecosystems.
You've outlined a comprehensive and insightful scenario based on the setting, Sarah. Your ability to integrate science and business perspectives continues to impress.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. It's fascinating to see how different fields intersect and how complex problems require interdisciplinary approaches.
This scene looks bustling. What's the setting here, and who are these professionals?
This is an international trade fair, bustling with professionals from various industries. The characters are Michael, a business development manager, Sophia, a trade consultant, and Ethan, a product engineer.
What are they discussing at the fair?
Michael is seeking potential international partners to expand his company's reach. He's discussing with Sophia strategies for navigating trade regulations and market entry barriers in different regions. Ethan is there to provide technical details about their products and innovations.
How does Sophia assist in their objectives?
Sophia is offering insights on international trade dynamics, advising on cultural nuances, and identifying promising markets for their products. She's also suggesting potential contacts and networking opportunities at the fair to help Michael forge beneficial partnerships.
What challenges might they face in this endeavor?
They face challenges such as competition from established global brands, complexities in complying with international trade laws, and logistical issues in shipping products across borders.
How do they plan to overcome these challenges?
They plan to leverage Sophia's expertise to understand and adapt to local market conditions and regulations. They also intend to use advanced logistics solutions to manage their supply chain efficiently. Networking at events like this trade fair is crucial for building relationships that could facilitate smoother market entry.
Excellent. How do you think this venture could impact their business?
Successful navigation of this trade fair could significantly boost their business, opening up new markets and increasing their global footprint. This could lead to increased sales, more brand visibility, and greater competitive advantage in the international arena.
You've done a wonderful job today, Sarah. Your understanding of the complexities of international business and trade is impressive.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Exploring these scenarios really helps me appreciate the intricacies of global markets and the strategies businesses use to succeed.
This is our final scenario for today, Sarah. Describe the setting and the interaction between these professionals.
This is a bustling corporate strategy room. The main characters include Laura, the CEO, Jake, the Chief Technology Officer, CTO, Emily, the Marketing Director, and a group of strategic planners and data analysts. They are in a mid-session strategy meeting.
What's the focus of their meeting?
They are reviewing the company's quarterly performance and planning future product developments. Laura is leading the discussion, emphasizing the need for innovation and market expansion. Jake is providing insights on the latest technology trends that could impact their product lines. Emily is outlining upcoming marketing campaigns and how they align with consumer data insights.
What challenges are they discussing?
They are addressing challenges such as increased competition, changing consumer preferences, and the need for rapid adaptation to technology advancements. They are also concerned about maintaining a strong brand identity in a crowded market.
How do they plan to address these challenges?
They plan to increase investment in research and development to stay ahead of technological curves and to explore new markets for expansion. They also intend to enhance their online presence and engage more directly with customers through social media to gain better consumer insights and loyalty.
Excellent. How do you think this strategy meeting will impact their company's direction?
This meeting is crucial for setting the tone for the next fiscal quarter. The decisions made here could lead to higher market penetration and stronger competitive positioning. It could also drive innovation within the company, fostering a culture of proactive growth and adaptability.
You've done an outstanding job today, Sarah. Your analyses have shown a deep understanding of business dynamics and strategic planning.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. These scenarios have been incredibly helpful in understanding the practical application of business English and strategic thinking in real-world contexts.
I'm glad to hear that, Sarah. Keep up the good work, and I look forward to our next session.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I'm looking forward to it as well.
Good afternoon, Sarah. Today we're going to use a flashcard as inspiration for a short story. This will help us practice business English, particularly focusing on professional interactions and corporate settings. Are you ready?
Yes, Mr. Davis, I'm ready.
Excellent. Let's look at the flashcard. It depicts a professional business meeting occurring on a private jet. There are two main characters actively engaged. A man is pointing at some data on a digital screen, while a woman, likely his colleague, is looking on and taking notes. How about we use this scenario as our setting?
That sounds interesting. I think I can frame a story around a strategic business meeting in the air.
Perfect. Let's start by setting the stage. Who are these characters and what's the purpose of their meeting?
The man, whom I'll call Mr. Kingston, is the CEO of a multinational corporation. The woman, Dr. Carter, is the Chief Financial Officer. They are flying to an important summit where they will discuss a major merger with another company. They're using this time to review their strategy and financial projections.
Very good, Sarah. Let's develop this a bit more. What specific business terms and concepts could they be discussing? Think about the language used in such high-level meetings.
They would likely discuss market penetration strategies, ROI for the merger, and synergy benefits. Mr. Kingston might say something like, "Dr. Carter, could you go over the projected ROI for this merger? We need to ensure our stakeholders see the value."
Excellent use of terminology, Sarah. Now, how might Dr. Carter respond to demonstrate her expertise and the preparatory work done?
Dr. Carter might reply, "Certainly, Mr. Kingston. Our initial analysis suggests a 15% ROI in the first year following the merger, with significant synergies in operations and technology integration. I've detailed these projections here on slide 15.
That's a solid response. Well done. To wrap up our story, let's decide how they conclude their meeting as they approach their destination.
As they start their descent, Mr. Kingston could summarize their strategy meeting by saying, "Thank you, Dr. Carter. This has been a productive review. Let's finalize our presentation based on this discussion to ensure we are fully aligned during the summit."
Perfect closing, Sarah. You've managed to incorporate realistic dialogue and business concepts effectively. How do you feel about today's exercise?
I really enjoyed it, Mr. Davis. It helped me think about how to use business English in a practical, professional context. Thank you for the guidance.
You're very welcome, Sarah. I'm glad to hear you found it beneficial. Keep up the great work. Let's move on to our next scenario, Sarah. This flashcard shows two professionals having a business lunch at a rooftop restaurant with a panoramic view of a bustling city skyline. It looks like a relaxed yet potentially strategic setting. Shall we build a story around this?
Yes, that sounds great. What roles should these characters have?
How about they are potential business partners? The man could be a venture capitalist, and the woman an entrepreneur looking to secure funding for her startup.
That fits perfectly with the setting. The man, Mr. Thompson, could be evaluating the potential of investing in the woman's company. Her name could be Miss Lee, the founder of a tech startup specializing in green energy solutions.
Excellent choice, Sarah. Now think about what kind of business jargon and negotiation terms they might use in their conversation.
Miss Lee might start the conversation by saying, "Thank you for meeting with me, Mr. Thompson. I'm excited to discuss how our innovative solutions can align with your investment portfolio. Our pilot projects have already shown a significant decrease in energy costs."
Very good, Sarah. And how might Mr. Thompson respond to her pitch?
Mr. Thompson could be quite analytical, asking, "Could you elaborate on the scalability of your projects? For an investment to be feasible, I need to understand the long-term growth potential and the projected return on investment."
That's a thoughtful question. How would Miss Lee reassure him about the scalability of her business?
She could answer, "Absolutely, Mr. Thompson. We've designed our technology to be easily adaptable to different markets. With the right funding, we can expand our reach tenfold within the next 5 years, ensuring a robust ROI."
Nicely detailed, Sarah. Let's conclude their lunch meeting. How do they wrap up their discussion?
As they finish their meal, Mr. Thompson might say, "Miss Lee, your presentation was compelling. I'd like to review your full business plan and discuss this further with my team. Could you send me the detailed projections by next week?"
And Miss Lee could finalize their meeting by saying, "I'll send everything over by Monday. I appreciate your interest and look forward to our potential partnership." Well done, Sarah. You managed to incorporate realistic dialogue and business negotiation skills effectively. How do you feel about this session?
I feel much more confident in using business English, Mr. Davis. These role-play exercises are really helpful.
I'm glad to hear that, Sarah. Your ability to apply business concepts in conversation is improving greatly. Keep practicing, and soon these scenarios will feel second nature. Let's look at this next scenario, Sarah. The flashcard depicts two professionals, a man and a woman, in a data center. It seems like a perfect setting to discuss technology and data management. What do you think their conversation could be about?
It looks like they are discussing something important on the laptop. Maybe they're analyzing data or troubleshooting a network issue.
Good observation. Let's say the man is a senior network engineer and the woman is a data analyst. They're collaborating on optimizing their company's data infrastructure. How might their conversation go in this context?
The man, Mr. Allen, might start by explaining the current status, saying, "We've been experiencing some irregular data traffic that could indicate a potential breach. I've pulled up the traffic logs here for us to analyze."
And how would the woman, Miss Wong, respond?
Miss Wong, looking concerned, might say, "Let's cross-reference the timestamps from these logs with our recent data entries. We need to pinpoint the source of this anomaly to mitigate any risk."
Very technical and fitting for the setting. What technical terms and solutions might they discuss next?
They could discuss implementing more robust firewall settings and perhaps data encryption to enhance security. Mr. Allen might suggest, "I think increasing our firewall security levels and updating our encryption protocols might prevent future vulnerabilities."
Excellent suggestion. How would Miss Wong contribute to solving the issue?
She might propose, "Along with your updates, I'll run a series of predictive analytics to forecast potential future breaches based on our historical data. This should give us a better defensive stance."
Perfect. To conclude their meeting, how might they summarize their action plan?
Mr. Allen might conclude with, "All right, let's implement these changes immediately and monitor the system closely for the next 48 hours. I'll schedule a follow-up meeting so we can review the impact and decide if further adjustments are needed."
And Miss Wong could affirm, "I'll prepare the analytical reports and have them ready for our review. It's crucial we stay ahead of any potential issues." Great work, Sarah. You've managed to create a realistic and engaging business dialogue centered around technology and teamwork. How did you find this exercise?
It was challenging but really fun, Mr. Davis. Discussing real-life technology issues in business English makes the scenarios much more relatable.
That's the spirit, Sarah. I'm glad to see you applying your language skills to such specific and professional contexts. Keep practicing, and you'll continue to excel. This new flashcard presents us with a scene in an architectural design office. We have an older, experienced architect and a younger female colleague discussing over a model of a building. It looks like an excellent opportunity to explore project management and client relations in architecture. How should we structure their interaction?
The senior architect, whom I'll name Mr. Foster, could be mentoring the young architect, Miss Reynolds, as they prepare for a client presentation.
That's a good start. What might Mr. Foster be explaining to Miss Reynolds at this moment?
Mr. Foster might be pointing to the model and saying, "Miss Reynolds, it's crucial that we highlight the sustainable features of our design during the client meeting. These aspects are not just architectural strengths, but also long-term investments for our clients."
Excellent point. What might Miss Reynolds' response be, indicating her understanding and readiness to engage with the client?
She could respond with, "I agree, Mr. Foster. I'll make sure to emphasize the energy-efficient materials and the green spaces that are integrated throughout the building. This will certainly align with our client's vision for environmental stewardship."
Good use of technical terms and client-focused language. Now, considering they are preparing for a presentation, how might they discuss handling potential questions or concerns from the client?
Mr. Foster might advise, when addressing the client's questions, be concise but detailed. For instance, if they inquire about the cost implications of the green technologies, explain the ROI in terms of energy savings and possible tax incentives.
That's a great way to handle client concerns. How might they conclude their preparation?
Miss Reynolds might conclude with, "Thank you for the guidance, Mr. Foster. I feel well prepared to discuss our project confidently and address any inquiries the client may have."
Well done, Sarah. This scenario helped us delve into specific professional language used in architecture and project presentations. How did you feel about incorporating these elements into our exercise?
It was really insightful, Mr. Davis. Discussing specific professional scenarios helps me understand the practical application of business English in real-world contexts.
I'm glad to hear that, Sarah. Your ability to adapt and apply business concepts through language is impressive. Let's continue to explore more scenarios in our next sessions to further enhance your skills. This flashcard presents us with a cozy and informal setting in a bookstore cafe. We see a young man and an older woman having a conversation over coffee. Let's assume they are discussing a business venture related to the bookstore. How might this dialogue unfold, Sarah?
I think the young man could be a new author discussing his first book launch with the woman, who might be the owner of the bookstore.
That's a great setup. What could the young author, let's call him Mr. Bennett, be saying to start the conversation?
Mr. Bennett might start with, "Thank you for meeting with me, Mrs. Wallace. I truly appreciate your interest in hosting the launch of my first novel here at your bookstore."
Nice introduction. How might Mrs. Wallace, the bookstore owner, respond?
She could say, "It's my pleasure, Mr. Bennett. We always strive to support new authors. Tell me, what is your book about, and who is your target audience?"
That's a good question. How would Mr. Bennett pitch his book?
He could respond enthusiastically, "My book explores the themes of adventure and self-discovery through the eyes of a young protagonist. It's aimed at young adults who enjoy fantasy and real-world challenges."
Perfect. And how might they discuss the logistics of the book launch?
Mr. Bennett might ask, What do you think would be the best way to attract the right audience here? I'm also interested in partnering with local schools to get students involved.
And Mrs. Wallace might offer some practical advice. We could organize a reading session and a Q&A during the launch. I can also help you connect with the local school's librarians to promote your book. To wrap up, how might they conclude their meeting?
Mr. Bennett could sum up. That sounds fantastic, Mrs. Wallace. I'm looking forward to collaborating with you and making the book launch a memorable event.
And Mrs. Wallace could end with a positive note. I'm excited as well, Mr. Bennett. Let's make this a great success. I'll start the preparations on my end. Well done, Sarah. You've created a very realistic and engaging dialogue that covers business planning and partnership. How did you find weaving the business elements into this bookstore setting?
It was interesting to think about the business side of literary events, Mr. Davis. This exercise helped me understand how to discuss and plan events in a professional yet personable manner.
Excellent. Your ability to adapt the language and concepts to different business contexts is improving remarkably. Let's keep exploring more scenarios to further enhance these skills. This flashcard offers a beautiful scene of an artist at work in her studio, surrounded by light and creativity. Let's assume she's planning a collaboration with a gallery owner to display her artwork. How should we frame their business discussion?
The artist, Miss Martinez, could be preparing for a meeting with a gallery owner interested in showcasing her latest collection. She's evaluating which pieces to include and the themes she wants to highlight.
Perfect setup. What might Miss Martinez consider important to discuss during their meeting?
Miss Martinez might start by saying, I believe my latest series, which explores the interplay of light and color, would be an excellent fit for your gallery's modern art theme this season.
Very specific, I like that. How might the gallery owner, Mr. Clark, respond to her proposal?
Mr. Clark could be quite enthusiastic and respond, Your use of vibrant colors and innovative techniques is exactly what our gallery wants to represent. How do you envision the layout and flow of the exhibition?
That's a thoughtful question. How would Miss Martinez outline her vision for the exhibition setup?
She might explain, I envision an immersive experience where each piece leads seamlessly to the next, allowing the viewer to journey through the variations of light as they move through the space.
And how might they discuss the business aspects like pricing and marketing?
Miss Martinez could bring up, in terms of pricing, each piece is a reflection of both the materials used and the time invested. For marketing, perhaps we could host an opening night event to generate buzz and attract art critics and collectors.
Excellent idea. What closing remarks could they exchange to cement their partnership?
Mr. Clark might conclude, I'm confident that your exhibition will be a standout event. Let's finalize the dates and start planning the opening night. I'll coordinate with our marketing team to ensure we create a memorable launch.
And Miss Martinez could end with, Thank you, Mr. Clark. I am excited about this opportunity and look forward to seeing how our collaboration will introduce my work to a wider audience. Great job, Sarah. This exercise helped us explore negotiations and planning in the context of arts and business. How did you feel about integrating artistic themes with business discussions?
It was fascinating, Mr. Davis. Discussing how to present and market art in a business context added a new layer to my understanding of professional English.
You're developing a strong ability to adapt business English to various professional settings, Sarah. This skill will be invaluable in your future career. Let's keep working on expanding your expertise in our next sessions. This new flashcard takes us into a futuristic laboratory setting. We see a young scientist, let's call him Dr. Nolan, using advanced technology to conduct research. How about we create a scenario where Dr. Nolan is presenting his research findings to a board of directors at a pharmaceutical company?
That sounds intriguing. Dr. Nolan could be discussing a breakthrough in medical technology.
Exactly. What might Dr. Nolan start with during his presentation?
Dr. Nolan might begin by saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, today I am excited to present our latest findings, which represent a significant leap forward in the treatment of chronic diseases."
Strong opening. What specific findings might he share to capture the board's interest?
He could explain, "Our team has developed a nano-based formula that targets diseased cells with unprecedented precision, reducing side effects significantly compared to traditional treatments."
Excellent detail. How might the board respond, or what questions might they have?
A board member might ask, "Can you elaborate on the scalability of this treatment? How soon can we move to clinical trials?"
Good question. How would Dr. Nolan address this?
He might reply, "We are prepared to begin phase 1 of clinical trials within the next 6 months. Our projections suggest scalability is feasible with an anticipated 20% increase in production capacity by next year."
That's very precise. And how might they discuss the commercial aspects?
Dr. Nolan could add, "In terms of market potential, our preliminary market analysis suggests a strong demand for this treatment in multiple regions, especially with the increasing rates of this chronic condition globally."
To wrap up, how might the meeting conclude with a forward-looking statement?
Dr. Nolan could conclude with your support, we can not only advance our research but also make a profound impact on public health worldwide. I look forward to your questions and the opportunity to discuss the next steps."
And a board member might say, "Thank you, Dr. Nolan. Your presentation is very promising. Let's schedule a detailed review session next week to discuss this further." Very well done, Sarah. You've managed to weave in technical details and business strategy effectively. How do you feel about today's session?
It was challenging but rewarding, Mr. Davis. I'm learning a lot about how to discuss complex scientific data in a business context. Thank you.
Excellent, Sarah. Your ability to adapt complex information into clear business discussions is impressive. Keep up the great work, and let's continue refining these skills in our future sessions. This flashcard shows an elegant scene in a wine cellar. We see an older gentleman, possibly a sommelier or the owner of a vineyard, examining a bottle of wine. Let's imagine he's preparing for an exclusive wine tasting event. How can we frame this business interaction, Sarah?
The gentleman, Mr. Beaumont, could be selecting wines for a high-profile tasting event aimed at attracting investors and connoisseurs to his vineyard.
That's a wonderful context. What might Mr. Beaumont be considering when selecting the wines?
He might be thinking aloud, "This vintage was an exceptional year for our Cabernet Sauvignon, which should definitely feature at our tasting event. Its robust flavor profile will showcase the quality of our vineyard."
Good choice. Now, how might he discuss the details of this event with his team or a colleague?
He could be advising a team member saying, "Make sure we have the tasting notes ready for each wine. It's crucial that our guests understand the uniqueness of each selection and the dedication that goes into our winemaking process."
Excellent. What logistical aspects might they need to coordinate for the event?
Mr. Beaumont might discuss, "We need to ensure that the ambiance matches the exclusivity of our wines, arrange for soft lighting, classical music, and ensure that our best glassware is used."
And what marketing strategies could they discuss to promote the event?
He might propose, "Let's utilize our mailing list to send out personalized invitations and consider a social media campaign highlighting sneak peeks of the wines to be featured."
To conclude, How might Mr. Beaumont express his aspirations for the event during a final review with his team?
He could say, "This event is more than just a tasting. It's a reflection of our vineyard's legacy. Let's ensure every detail is perfect. Our goal is to create an unforgettable experience that will translate into long-term relationships with our guests."
Perfect. Sarah, you've crafted a detailed and engaging business scenario around a wine tasting event. How do you feel about the language and concepts used here?
I found it very engaging, Mr. Davis. Using business English in such a specialized context, like a wine tasting event, really helps me think about how to adapt language for different industries.
You're doing a fantastic job, Sarah. Each of these scenarios helps build your versatility in using business English across various contexts. Keep up the great work, and we'll continue to explore more diverse settings. This flashcard showcases a young fashion designer working on a stunning evening gown in his studio. Let's imagine he's preparing for a major fashion show where he'll present his new collection. How can we develop a business dialogue around this setting, Sarah?
The designer, whom we'll call Mr. Valenti, might be discussing his final preparations with his assistant or a potential investor visiting his studio.
That's a vibrant setting. What might Mr. Valenti be explaining about his collection?
Mr. Valenti could be saying, "This gown is part of a series inspired by the night skies of Venice. Each piece in the collection combines traditional craftsmanship with modern aesthetics to appeal to our sophisticated clientele."
Excellent. How might the investor react to his presentation?
The investor, Miss Harrow, could be intrigued and ask, "The designs are exquisite, Mr. Valenti. What's your vision for the brand's expansion over the next few years?"
That's a critical question. What strategic response might Mr. Valenti have?
He might answer, "Thank you, Miss Harrow. We aim to expand our retail presence in Europe and North America, targeting luxury boutiques that cater to an exclusive clientele. Additionally, we're exploring online channels to extend our reach globally."
And how might they discuss marketing strategies for the upcoming fashion show?
Mr. Valenti could suggest, "For the fashion show, we're planning a live stream on multiple platforms to maximize our exposure. We'll also invite key influencers and fashion critics to create buzz around the collection."
Good approach. What logistical aspect might they need to finalize?
Mr. Valenti could mention, "We need to confirm the lineup and sequence for the show, ensuring that each piece gets the right amount of exposure. The lighting and music must complement the theme perfectly."
To conclude their meeting, how might they solidify their partnership?
Miss Harrow might say, "Your vision aligns well with our investment criteria. Let's finalize the investment details and prepare for a successful launch. I believe your collection will make a significant impact."
And Mr. Valenti could finish with, "That sounds excellent, Miss Harrow. I appreciate your confidence in my work. Let's make this event a turning point for our brand." Well done, Sarah. You've created a realistic scenario that beautifully intertwines creativity with business acumen. How did you find incorporating business elements into a creative industry like fashion?
It was inspiring, Mr. Davis. Discussing the business side of creative industries shows how art and commerce combine effectively. It's a great learning experience.
Absolutely, Sarah. Understanding the business implications behind creative pursuits is key to success in any field. You're doing wonderfully at blending these elements. Let's keep practicing these scenarios to further enhance your skills. This flashcard presents a classical pianist. Let's call him Mr. Langford, practicing in an elegant music room. Imagine he is preparing for a concert tour and discussing the logistics and promotion with his manager. How should we develop this business interaction, Sarah?
Mr. Langford could be discussing the selection of pieces for the tour and how they reflect the theme he wants to convey.
Excellent. What might Mr. Langford say about the theme of his concert tour?
He might say, "For this tour, I want to explore the evolution of classical music through time, from Baroque to contemporary. Each concert will highlight a different era, providing our audience with a rich auditory journey."
That's a captivating theme. How might his manager, Mrs. Elton, respond regarding the logistical aspects?
Mrs. Elton might discuss the venues by saying, "We've secured historically significant concert halls for each era's pieces. This will enhance the thematic depth of your performances and attract classical music aficionados."
Great detail. How might they approach the marketing of this tour?
Mr. Langford could suggest, "I believe a series of pre-concert lectures would be beneficial. We can discuss the significance of each era's compositions, which might also attract younger audiences and educational groups."
And what might Mrs. Elton say about promotional strategies?
She could propose, "Let's create an engaging social media campaign with snippets of your rehearsals and insights into the composers you will feature. We could also partner with local music schools to offer masterclasses as part of the tour."
To wrap up, how might they finalize their plans?
Mr. Langford might conclude, "That sounds like a comprehensive plan, Mrs. Elton. Let's ensure that the quality of the production matches the artistic value of the music. I'm looking forward to this tour."
And Mrs. Elton might affirm, "I'll coordinate with our team to execute these plans flawlessly. We're going to make this a memorable tour for you and your audiences." Well done, Sarah. You've managed to incorporate artistic content and business strategy seamlessly. How do you feel about today's session?
It was really engaging, Mr. Davis. I enjoyed thinking about how to promote classical music in innovative ways that resonate with both traditional and new audiences.
I'm glad to hear that, Sarah. You're doing an excellent job at integrating business concepts with creative industries. Let's continue to explore more diverse settings to further enhance your skills. Good morning, Sarah. Today we're going to practice creating a story in business English using a flashcard. I'll show you the flashcard, and then we'll create a story together. Ready?
Good morning, Mr. Davis. Yes, I'm ready.
Great. Here's the flashcard. Now let's begin. What do you see on the flashcard?
I see a modern office environment with 3 people. One man is dressed in a suit and appears to be the boss, while the other man and woman are dressed in business casual attire, working at their desks.
Excellent observation, Sarah. Let's create a story around this scene. Imagine the man in the suit is Mr. Anderson, the company's CEO. What do you think the other 2 employees, John and Emily, are discussing?
I think John and Emily are discussing a new project proposal. Maybe they have some innovative ideas they want to present to Mr. Anderson.
That's a good start. How about we make the story more detailed? Let's say John is a marketing manager and Emily is a graphic designer. They are preparing a presentation for a big client meeting. How do you think they should approach Mr. Anderson for approval?
They should prepare a comprehensive presentation, highlighting the benefits and potential success of their proposal. They can schedule a meeting with Mr. Anderson and present their ideas confidently and professionally.
Exactly. Now let's create some dialogue for the presentation. What would John say to introduce the project to Mr. Anderson?
John might say, "Good morning, Mr. Anderson. Emily and I have been working on a new marketing strategy that we believe will significantly increase our client engagement. We would like to present our ideas to you and get your feedback."
That's perfect, Sarah. And how would Emily contribute to the presentation?
Emily could add, "We've designed a series of visuals and interactive elements to make our campaign more appealing. These elements will help convey our message effectively and attract more clients."
Excellent, Sarah. Now let's wrap up the story. How do you think Mr. Anderson would respond to their proposal?
Mr. Anderson might say, "Thank you, John and Emily. Your proposal is impressive, and I appreciate the effort you've put into this project. Let's discuss the details further and see how we can implement your strategy."
Well done, Sarah. You've created a compelling story and used appropriate business English throughout our conversation. This exercise will help you in real-life business scenarios. Keep practicing, and you'll continue to improve.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I enjoyed this exercise and learned a lot. I'll keep practicing.
You're welcome, Sarah. Have a great day and see you in the next class. Now let's move on to the next flashcard. What do you see in this image, Sarah?
I see two men in a modern office. One is standing with a bag slung over his shoulder, and the other is sitting and holding a coffee cup. They both look relaxed and are having a conversation.
Good observation. Let's create another story around this scene. Let's say the man standing is Alex, a new employee, and the man sitting is Brian, his colleague. What do you think they are discussing?
I think Brian might be welcoming Alex to the company and giving him some advice on how to succeed in his new role.
That's a great idea. Let's develop this scenario further. Imagine Alex has just joined the marketing department and Brian is sharing some tips on handling client meetings. How should Brian start the conversation?
Brian might start by saying, "Hi, Alex, welcome to the team. How are you settling in so far?"
Perfect. And how should Alex respond?
Alex could say, "Thanks, Brian. I'm getting used to the new environment. Do you have any tips for succeeding here?"
Excellent. Now let's continue the dialogue. What advice do you think Brian should give Alex about handling client meetings?
Brian might say, "One important tip is to always be prepared. Make sure you know the client's needs and have all the necessary materials ready. Also, be confident and clear when presenting your ideas."
Very good advice. How do you think Alex would react to this?
Alex might respond, "That sounds very helpful, Brian. I'll definitely keep that in mind. Is there anything else I should know?"
Great question from Alex. What additional advice could Brian give?
Brian could add, "Also, remember to follow up with clients after the meeting. A quick email summarizing the discussion and next steps shows professionalism and keeps everyone on the same page."
That's excellent, Sarah. You've created another realistic and useful business scenario. Keep practicing dialogues like these to improve your business English skills.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I'm finding these exercises really beneficial.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep up the good work and I'll see you in our next class. Let's move on to the next flashcard, Sarah. What do you see in this image?
I see a woman sitting at a desk with two computer monitors and a man standing next to her, pointing at one of the screens. They seem to be working together on something important.
Very observant. Let's create a story around this scene. Imagine the woman is Lisa, a financial analyst, and the man is David, her supervisor. They are discussing a financial report. What do you think David is instructing Lisa about?
I think David might be explaining how to analyze a specific set of financial data or how to use a particular software tool to generate the report.
Good thinking. Let's develop this scenario further. What kind of advice or instruction might David give to Lisa regarding the financial report?
David might say, "Lisa, it's crucial to ensure that all the data is accurate before generating the report. Double-check the figures for any discrepancies."
That's an excellent point. How should Lisa respond to show she understands and will follow his instructions?
Lisa could respond, "Absolutely, David. I'll make sure to review all the data thoroughly before finalizing the report."
Perfect. Now let's add more detail to their conversation. What else might David advise Lisa about the presentation of the financial report?
David might add, also make sure to include visual aids like charts and graphs. They help to convey the financial trends more clearly to our stakeholders.
Excellent advice. How do you think Lisa would react to this?
Lisa might say, "That's a great idea, David. I'll include some detailed charts and graphs to highlight the key points."
Well done, Sarah. You've created another realistic and useful business scenario. Practicing dialogues like these will help you in professional settings.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I'm really enjoying these exercises and learning a lot from them.
You're doing a great job, Sarah. Keep practicing and I'll see you in our next session. Let's proceed with the next flashcard, Sarah. What do you see in this image?
I see two men in an office at night. One man is sitting at his desk, looking very tired and stressed, while the other man is standing and seems to be concerned or offering advice.
Good observation. Let's create a story around this scene. Imagine the man sitting at the desk is Michael, an overworked employee, and the man standing is his manager, Mr. Thompson. What do you think Michael might be dealing with?
I think Michael might be struggling with a heavy workload or a tight deadline. He looks exhausted, so he might have been working long hours.
That's a likely scenario. Let's develop this further. How do you think Mr. Thompson should approach Michael to address the situation?
Mr. Thompson might start by showing empathy and concern. He could say, "Michael, I've noticed you've been working very late these past few nights. Is everything okay?"
Excellent. How should Michael respond to express his feelings and concerns?
Michael might say, "I'm feeling overwhelmed, Mr. Thompson. There's just so much work to do, and I'm struggling to keep up with the deadlines."
Very honest response. How can Mr. Thompson offer support or a solution to help Michael manage his workload better?
Mr. Thompson could suggest, "I understand, Michael. Let's see if we can redistribute some of your tasks among the team or extend a few deadlines. Your well-being is important, and we need to ensure you have a manageable workload."
That's a supportive approach. How do you think Michael would react to this offer of help?
Michael might feel relieved and say, "Thank you, Mr. Thompson. That would really help. I appreciate your understanding and support."
Great job, Sarah. You've created a compassionate and practical business scenario. Practicing dialogues like these will help you handle similar situations in a professional environment.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I'm learning a lot from these exercises and feel more confident in handling workplace conversations.
You're doing fantastic, Sarah. Keep up the good work, and I'll see you in our next session. Let's move on to the next flashcard, Sarah. What do you see in this image?
I see two men in a modern office. One man is sitting at a desk with a cup in his hand, and the other man is sitting on the desk, also holding a cup. They both look relaxed and are having a casual conversation.
Great observation. Let's create a story around this scene. Imagine the man sitting at the desk is Mark, a software developer, and the man sitting on the desk is his friend and colleague, Tom. What do you think they might be discussing?
I think Mark and Tom might be taking a coffee break and discussing their upcoming projects, or maybe sharing some personal stories to unwind.
That's a good start. Let's develop this scenario further. Imagine Mark is talking about a challenging task he's working on. How should he begin the conversation?
Mark might say, "Hey Tom, I've been working on this new software feature, and it's proving to be quite a challenge. Do you have any suggestions?"
Perfect. How should Tom respond to offer some advice or support?
Tom could say, "I understand, Mark. I faced a similar issue on a project last month. Maybe you could try breaking down the task into smaller parts and tackle them one by one. It worked for me."
That's excellent advice. How do you think Mark would react to Tom's suggestion?
Mark might respond, "That's a great idea, Tom. I've been trying to solve everything at once, and it's been overwhelming. I'll give your approach a try."
Great job, Sarah. Now let's add more to their conversation. What personal story or lighthearted topic might Tom share to keep the mood relaxed?
Tom might say, "By the way, did I tell you about the time I accidentally deleted an entire project? It was a nightmare, but I learned a lot from that experience."
That's a funny and relatable story. How might Mark react to this?
Mark could laugh and say, "Oh no, that sounds awful. But it's good to know we all make mistakes and can learn from them."
Excellent, Sarah. You've created another realistic and engaging business scenario. Practicing dialogues like these will help you handle both professional and casual conversations in the workplace.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. These exercises are really helpful, and I'm learning a lot from them.
You're doing fantastic, Sarah. Keep practicing, and I'll see you in our next session. Let's move on to the next flashcard, Sarah. What do you see in this image?
I see a woman standing and talking to a young man who is sitting at a desk. The woman looks professional and confident, and the young man seems attentive and engaged in the conversation.
Excellent observation. Let's create a story around this scene. Imagine the woman is Miss Roberts, a senior manager, and the young man is James, a new intern. What do you think Miss Roberts might be discussing with James?
I think Miss Roberts might be giving James some guidance or feedback on a project he's working on.
Good thinking. Let's develop this scenario further. How should Miss Roberts begin the conversation to provide constructive feedback?
Miss Roberts might start by saying, "James, I've reviewed your recent project, and I wanted to share some feedback with you."
Perfect. How should James respond to show he's receptive to the feedback?
James could say, "Thank you, Miss Roberts. I appreciate your feedback and look forward to improving."
That's a positive and professional response. What specific feedback do you think Miss Roberts might give to help James improve his work?
Miss Roberts might say, "You did a great job with the research, but I noticed some areas where you can improve the presentation. For instance, make sure to use more visual aids to make your points clearer and more engaging."
Excellent advice. How do you think James would react to this feedback?
James might say, "Thank you for the advice, Miss Roberts. I'll work on incorporating more visuals into my presentations."
Great. Let's add more to their conversation. What additional guidance or support might Miss Roberts offer to help James succeed?
Miss Roberts could say, "If you need any help with finding or creating visual aids, feel free to ask. We also have some resources available in the office that you can use."
That's very supportive. How might James respond to this offer of help?
James might say, "That's very helpful, Miss Roberts. I'll definitely take advantage of the resources and ask for help if I need it."
Excellent, Sarah. You've created another realistic and useful business scenario. Practicing dialogues like these will help you handle professional feedback and guidance effectively.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. These exercises are really helping me build confidence in business communication.
You're doing a fantastic job, Sarah. Keep up the good work, and I'll see you in our next session. Let's continue with the next flashcard, Sarah. What do you see in this image?
I see a man and a woman in a small kitchen area. The man is making coffee, and the woman is leaning on the counter, looking interested in the conversation. They both seem relaxed and friendly.
Great observation. Let's create a story around this scene. Imagine the man is Daniel, a junior analyst, and the woman is Rachel, a senior consultant. What do you think they might be discussing during their coffee break?
I think Daniel might be asking Rachel for advice on a project he's working on, or they could be discussing their weekend plans.
Good thinking. Let's develop this scenario further. If Daniel is seeking advice, how should he start the conversation?
Daniel might say, "Hi Rachel, I'm working on a new project and I could use some of your expertise. Do you have a moment to chat?"
Perfect. How should Rachel respond to show she's willing to help?
Rachel could say, "Of course, Daniel, I'd be happy to help. What's the project about?"
Excellent. Now let's add more detail to their conversation. What specific advice or tips might Rachel offer to help Daniel with his project?
Rachel might say, "First, make sure you have a clear understanding of the client's needs. Also, don't hesitate to use data visualization tools to make your findings more accessible. If you need any resources, let me know."
Great advice. How do you think Daniel would react to this?
Daniel might respond, "Thank you so much, Rachel. That's really helpful. I'll make sure to focus on those areas. Do you have any recommended resources for data visualization?"
Good follow-up question. How might Rachel provide additional support?
Rachel could say, "Absolutely. I'll send you a list of my favorite tools and tutorials. Also, feel free to reach out if you run into any issues or need further guidance."
Excellent, Sarah. You've created another realistic and engaging business scenario. Practicing dialogues like these will help you in professional settings.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. These exercises are very helpful and enjoyable.
You're doing fantastic, Sarah. Keep up the great work, and I'll see you in our next session. Let's continue with the next flashcard, Sarah. What do you see in this image?
I see a woman and a man sitting at a desk in an office. The woman looks stressed and is holding her head in her hands, while the man seems concerned and is trying to comfort or advise her.
Excellent observation. Let's create a story around this scene. Imagine the woman is Anna, a project manager, and the man is Jason, her colleague. What do you think Anna might be struggling with?
I think Anna might be overwhelmed with the pressure of meeting project deadlines or handling a difficult client situation.
Good thinking. Let's develop this scenario further. How should Jason begin the conversation to show support and offer help?
Jason might start by saying, "Anna, I can see you're really stressed. Do you want to talk about what's going on?"
Perfect. How should Anna respond to express her feelings and concerns?
Anna could say, "Thanks, Jason. I'm just really overwhelmed with the project deadlines and the client's constant changes. It feels like too much to handle."
That's a very honest response. How can Jason offer practical support or a solution to help Anna manage her workload?
Jason might suggest, "Let's go over your tasks together and see if we can prioritize or delegate some of them. We can also speak to our manager about extending the deadlines if necessary."
Excellent advice. How do you think Anna would react to Jason's offer of help?
Anna might say, "That would be really helpful, Jason. I appreciate your support. Let's look at the tasks and see what we can do."
Great. Let's add more to their conversation. What additional encouragement or advice might Jason offer to help Anna feel more confident?
Jason could say, "Remember, Anna, you've done an amazing job leading this project so far. It's okay to ask for help when you need it. We're a team, and we'll get through this together."
That's very supportive. How might Anna respond to this encouragement?
Anna might say, "Thanks, Jason. That means a lot to me. With your help, I feel more confident about handling this situation."
Excellent, Sarah. You've created another realistic and empathetic business scenario. Practicing dialogues like these will help you handle stressful situations and offer support in the workplace.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. These exercises are really helping me improve my business communication skills.
You're doing fantastic, Sarah. Keep practicing, and I'll see you in our next session. Let's move on to the next flashcard, Sarah. What do you see in this image?
I see a man standing and pointing angrily at a woman who is sitting at her desk. The woman looks surprised and defensive. It seems like they are having a heated argument.
Excellent observation. Let's create a story around this scene. Imagine the man is Tom, a team leader, and the woman is Emily, one of his team members. What do you think the argument might be about?
I think Tom might be upset about a mistake in Emily's work or a missed deadline that has impacted the project.
Good thinking. Let's develop this scenario further. How should Tom start the conversation to express his concerns, even if he's upset?
Tom might say, "Emily, we need to talk about the report you submitted. There were several errors and it's causing major issues for our project."
Perfect. How should Emily respond to acknowledge the issue and calm the situation?
Emily could say, "I understand, Tom. I'm sorry for the mistakes. Can you point out the specific errors so I can fix them right away?"
That's a good approach. How can Tom provide constructive feedback without escalating the situation further?
Tom might say, "I appreciate your willingness to correct the errors, Emily. We need to ensure this doesn't happen again. Let's review the report together and discuss how to avoid similar mistakes in the future."
Excellent advice. How do you think Emily would react to this collaborative approach?
Emily might say, "Thank you, Tom. I'll make sure to be more careful next time. Let's go over the report so I can understand where I went wrong."
Great. Let's add more to their conversation. What additional steps could Tom and Emily take to prevent similar issues in the future?
Tom could suggest, "Moving forward, let's set up a review process where we double-check key documents before submission. We can also have regular check-ins to ensure everything is on track."
That's very proactive. How might Emily respond to this suggestion?
Emily might say, "That sounds like a good plan, Tom. I'll also work on improving my attention to detail. Thanks for your support."
Excellent, Sarah. You've created another realistic and constructive business scenario. Practicing dialogues like these will help you handle conflicts and provide feedback effectively in the workplace.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. These exercises are really helping me improve my business communication skills.
You're doing fantastic, Sarah. Keep up the great work, and I'll see you in our next session. Let's finish our conversation with the last flashcard, Sarah. What do you see in this image?
I see a man holding a piece of paper, looking excited, and a woman jumping up with joy. They both seem very happy and are celebrating something in the office.
Excellent observation. Let's create a story around this scene. Imagine the man is David, an account manager, and the woman is Lisa, a sales executive. What do you think they might be celebrating?
I think David and Lisa might be celebrating the success of a major sales deal they've been working on for a long time.
Good thinking. Let's develop this scenario further. How should David start the conversation to share the good news with Lisa?
David might say, "Lisa, I've got fantastic news. We just closed the big deal with the client."
Perfect. How should Lisa respond to express her excitement and gratitude?
Lisa could say, "That's amazing, David. I can't believe it. We worked so hard on this. Thank you for your support."
That's a great response. How can David and Lisa continue their conversation to reflect on their hard work and celebrate their achievement?
David might say, "We really did put in a lot of effort. It's a huge win for the team. How about we organize a small celebration with everyone?"
Excellent idea. How do you think Lisa would react to this suggestion?
Lisa might say, Absolutely, we should. Everyone contributed to this success. Let's plan a team lunch or an office party to celebrate.
Great. Let's add more to their conversation. What else might David and Lisa discuss regarding their future plans and goals?
David could say, "This success is just the beginning. Let's use this momentum to target even bigger clients and achieve more milestones together."
That's very forward-thinking. How might Lisa respond to this?
Lisa might say, "I agree, David. We've proven we can achieve great things. Let's set up a strategy meeting next week to plan our next steps."
Excellent, Sarah. You've created a very positive and motivational business scenario. Practicing dialogues like these will help you handle and celebrate successes in the workplace.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. These exercises have been really enjoyable and educational.
You're doing an excellent job, Sarah. Keep practicing, and I'm sure you'll continue to improve. See you in our next session.
Good morning, Sarah. Today, we'll be using a new flashcard to help you practice your business English. Let's create a story around this scene. It shows two people in an office, a man at his computer and a woman standing next to him. What do you think is happening here?
Good morning, Mr. Davis. It looks like they are discussing something important. Maybe the man is presenting his project on the computer, and the woman is his supervisor checking on his progress.
Excellent start. Let's develop that idea. First, can you tell me what could be the project about based on the business setting you see?
Since the office has a modern and tech-oriented look, the project might be related to software development. Maybe he's analyzing some data or outlining a new software feature.
That's a good observation. Now, using your business vocabulary, how would you frame the conversation they might be having about the software feature?
Okay, here it goes. The woman, Miss Thompson, might start by asking, "Could you update me on the current status of the software upgrade project?" Then, the man, Mr. Cole, could respond, "Certainly, Miss Thompson. We're on track with the new feature rollout. As you can see on the screen, we've successfully integrated the latest security protocols."
Well done, Sarah. How about incorporating some specific business terms like deadline, budget, and stakeholders?
Sure, Mr. Davis. Mr. Cole might add, "We are ahead of our deadline with a favorable budget variance. I've also scheduled a meeting with our key stakeholders next week to discuss the deployment phase."
Perfect. How do you think Miss Thompson would react to that news?
She might say, "Excellent work, Mr. Cole. It's crucial that we maintain this momentum and keep all stakeholders informed. Ensuring the project remains within budget and ahead of schedule reflects well on our department."
That's a fantastic use of business English, Sarah. You've managed to convey professionalism and attention to detail in your dialogue. How do you feel about writing a brief report on this scenario for our next session?
That sounds like a great idea, Mr. Davis. It would help me practice my business writing skills further.
Wonderful. Remember to include an executive summary, project objectives, and the expected impact of the project on our company. See you next session.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I'll have that ready. See you then.
All right, Sarah, let's look at this next flashcard. Describe the scene and let's imagine what's happening here.
It looks like a formal meeting, possibly a job interview. There are three people, a woman being interviewed by a man and another woman observing from behind.
Excellent observation. What do you think they are discussing?
They could be discussing her qualifications for a position. The man looks like he might be asking questions, and the woman in the background seems to be taking notes.
Good setup. Let's build a conversation. What could be the first question the interviewer asks?
The interviewer, Mr. Benson, might start with, "Miss Carter, can you tell us about your experience with project management tools?
Nice. Now, how would Miss Carter respond using business English?
Miss Carter might say, "Certainly, Mr. Benson. In my previous role, I was responsible for overseeing multiple projects. I utilized tools like Asana and Trello to manage deadlines and collaborate effectively with my team."
Very professional. What's another question Mr. Benson might ask related to business?
He might ask, "How do you handle pressure when a project is off track?"
Great choice. What's her reply?
Miss Carter might answer, "I prioritize open communication and proactive problem solving. For instance, when we encountered delays in a key project last quarter, I coordinated a series of strategic meetings to realign our resources and set realistic new targets, which were successfully met."
That's a well-crafted response showing her competence. Let's add a closing remark from Mr. Benson. How might he conclude the interview?
Mr. Benson could say, "Thank you, Miss Carter. Your experience with managing challenges and your familiarity with project management tools align well with what we're looking for. We will be in touch soon after we review all candidates."
Perfect, Sarah. You've successfully created a realistic business dialogue. How do you feel about turning this scenario into a presentation for our next class?
That would be a great challenge. I can prepare a PowerPoint presentation detailing each part of the interview process we discussed.
Looking forward to it, Sarah. Keep using the vocabulary and professionalism you've practiced today. Great job. Take a look at this next scenario, Sarah. Describe what you see and let's think about what might be happening.
It looks like a business presentation. The woman is leading the presentation, and the man seems to be her audience, possibly a colleague or a client.
Excellent. What kind of presentation could it be?
Given the setting, it could be a marketing strategy presentation. She might be presenting market analysis data and suggesting strategies for a new product launch.
Very plausible. Let's script this out. What might the woman, let's call her Miss Allen, say to introduce her presentation?
Miss Allen might start with, "Good morning, everyone. Today, I'm excited to share our comprehensive market analysis and the strategic marketing plan for our upcoming product launch."
Perfect start. How would she continue to engage her audience, especially the man taking notes?
She could say, "Let's begin with our market research findings. As you can see on the screen, our target demographics have shown a significant interest in features such as A and B, which our new product addresses directly."
Good detail. What kind of questions might the man, Mr. Lee, ask?
Mr. Lee might be curious about the competition. He could ask, "Could you elaborate on how our product compares with existing competitors in the market?"
And how would Miss Allen respond?
She might answer, "Certainly, Mr. Lee. Our product not only meets the standard features offered by competitors, but also introduces unique aspects such as C and D, which are not currently available elsewhere. This positions us strongly in the market."
That's a solid answer. To wrap up, what concluding statement could Miss Allen use?
Miss Allen might conclude with, "Thank you for your attention. I look forward to your feedback and support as we move forward with the product launch. Let's work together to make this a success."
Well done, Sarah. How do you feel about creating a slide deck based on this conversation for our next session?
That sounds like a great idea. I can include slides for market research, competitive analysis, and our marketing strategies. It will be a good exercise.
Excellent plan, Sarah. Your understanding of how to apply business English in real-world scenarios is improving tremendously. Keep up the good work. Let's consider this next flashcard, Sarah. What scenario do you imagine is happening here?
It looks like a friendly, informal meeting in an office break room. Maybe the woman, who seems like she might be a new employee, is introducing herself to a colleague.
Good interpretation. What might she say to start the conversation?
She might start with, "Hello, I'm Emily, the new marketing coordinator. I just wanted to introduce myself."
And how might the man respond?
He could say, "Hi, Emily, I'm Jack, one of the project managers. Welcome to the team. How are you finding everything so far?"
Excellent. How could Emily use this opportunity to learn more about the company culture or the team?
Emily might ask, "Thanks, Jack. Everyone has been really welcoming. I was wondering, what's one piece of advice you'd give to a new joiner like me?"
That's a thoughtful question. What insightful advice might Jack offer?
Jack might respond, "That's a great question, Emily. I'd say always be open to asking questions and seek feedback on your work. It's the best way to learn quickly and integrate into our team."
Perfect. And how might Emily wrap up this initial conversation?
She might conclude with, "I appreciate that advice, Jack. I'm looking forward to working with you and the rest of the team. Let's catch up over coffee again soon."
That's a friendly and professional interaction, Sarah. For our next session, could you create a role-play script based on this dialogue to practice with a classmate?
Sure, Mr. Davis. That sounds like a fun and useful exercise to practice informal yet professional conversations.
I think it will help you feel more comfortable with casual interactions in a business environment. Great job today. Look at this new scenario, Sarah. What's happening here and how might this conversation go?
It seems like a project planning meeting. The woman could be the project manager discussing project progress or updates with a team member.
That's a good setup. What might the project manager say to start the conversation?
She might begin with, "I've reviewed the latest project milestones, and I've noticed a few areas where we need to focus more. Let's discuss the upcoming tasks and adjust our timeline accordingly."
Well said. How might the man, possibly a project analyst, respond?
He could say, "Absolutely, I've brought up the current Gantt chart. We can go through each phase and identify where we're facing delays."
Excellent use of specific language. What specific details might they discuss next?
The project manager, Miss Harper, might point to the chart and say, "Here in Phase 2, we are 2 weeks behind. What solutions can we consider to accelerate the tasks without compromising quality?"
Great. And the response?
The analyst, Mr. Grant, might suggest, "We could reallocate resources from Phase 3, which is ahead of schedule, to Phase 2. Additionally, increasing our communication with the supply chain might help streamline the process."
Very practical. How might Miss Harper wrap up their meeting?
She might conclude with, "That sounds like a solid plan, Mr. Grant. Let's implement these changes immediately. I will update the stakeholders about our new approach by tomorrow."
Nicely done, Sarah. Your dialogue reflects a real understanding of project management and problem solving. For your assignment, can you write a brief report summarizing this meeting and the strategies discussed?
Sure, Mr. Davis. I can outline the discussion points and the proposed solutions. It will be good practice for writing official project updates.
Perfect. I look forward to reading it. You're developing a strong knack for business communication. Let's examine this new flashcard. What do you think is happening here, Sarah?
It seems like a busy office scene at night. Both the woman and the man look like they are under pressure to meet a deadline.
Good interpretation. What could be the reason for their late work?
They might be finalizing a report or preparing for a critical presentation due the next morning.
That's a likely scenario. What could the woman, let's call her Miss Foster, be saying to her colleague?
Miss Foster might be saying, "We need to ensure all the data in the report is accurate before we submit it. Have you cross-checked the figures in Section 3?
Excellent. And how might the man, Mr. Andrews, respond?
Mr. Andrews could reply, "I'm on it right now. I've noticed a few discrepancies that need correction. I'll update the figures and send you the revised version shortly."
Well done. How might they discuss managing their time effectively?
Miss Foster might suggest, "Let's prioritize the sections that are critical to the executive summary. We should allocate our remaining time to review those as a priority."
Good strategy. And how could Mr. Andrews agree but also emphasize teamwork?
He might say, "Agreed. Let's divide the sections between us. I'll take the financial overview, and you could handle the market analysis. This way, we can cover more ground efficiently."
That's a productive collaboration under pressure. To conclude their conversation, what might they say?
Miss Foster could conclude with, "Once we're done, let's review everything together one last time to ensure consistency. We make a great team when the pressure is on."
That's a strong finish. How about for your next assignment, you write an email from Miss Foster to her team summarizing their progress and outlining the next steps?
That sounds like a great way to practice formal email communication. I'll do that.
Great, Sarah. This exercise will help you understand how to communicate effectively under tight deadlines in a business setting. Sarah, what scenario do you think is unfolding in this flashcard?
It looks like a performance review or project feedback session. The man might be the supervisor explaining something important to the woman, who appears to be an employee.
Good start. What might the supervisor be saying to begin this discussion?
He might say, "I've reviewed your report on the recent project, and there are a few areas we need to address. Let's go through them together."
That's direct and constructive. How might the employee, let's call her Miss Bennett, respond to show she is engaged and open to feedback?
Miss Bennett might say, "Thank you for your feedback. I'm eager to see where we can make improvements. Which sections should we focus on first?"
Well phrased. Suppose the supervisor, Mr. Clark, points out a specific issue. How might he express this?
Mr. Clark could point to the document and say, "Here in the financial analysis section, the figures don't seem to align with our initial forecasts. Can you walk me through your calculations?"
And how should Miss Bennett address this concern?
She might explain, "Let me clarify the discrepancies. I noticed some anomalies in the data we received from accounting, which affected our projections. I should have highlighted this earlier. Here's what I found."
Excellent. What concluding advice might Mr. Clark offer to wrap up their meeting?
He could say, "It's crucial that we communicate these issues as soon as they arise in the future. For now, revise this section with the corrected data, and let's review it together tomorrow. I appreciate your diligence in catching the error."
That's a constructive wrap-up. For your next assignment, could you draft an email from Miss Bennett to Mr. Clark summarizing the corrections to be made to the report?
Absolutely, Mr. Davis. I'll include how I plan to address the discrepancies and confirm our meeting time for the review.
That sounds perfect, Sarah. You're really improving your ability to craft realistic business communications. Sarah, observe this setup. What kind of meeting do you think is about to take place?
It looks like a training session or a collaborative workshop. There's a man setting up the projector and a woman at a laptop, possibly preparing the presentation.
Exactly. What might the man, let's call him Mr. Thompson, be saying to his colleague at the laptop?
Mr. Thompson might be checking the technical setup, saying, "Are we all set with the presentation slides, Miss Lee? I want to make sure everything displays correctly on the screen.
Good. And how might Miss Lee respond?
She could reply, "Just a moment, I'm syncing the last updates now. We should be ready to go in a few minutes. Could you please test the remote clicker while I do this?"
Practical and collaborative. There's another person in the background. What role might he play in this setup?
He looks like he might be preparing notes or handouts. He could be saying to himself, "I need to make sure all the handouts are ready before everyone arrives."
Nice addition. Once everything is ready, how might Mr. Thompson confirm with the team?
Mr. Thompson could gather everyone briefly and say, "All right, we are about to start. Miss Lee and I have prepared a comprehensive walkthrough of our new software tool. Mr. Kim, are the handouts ready?"
And Mr. Kim's response?
He could answer, "Yes, all handouts are on the table. Let's ensure everyone gets a copy as they come in."
Perfect. How would you summarize this session if you were Miss Lee, wrapping up the meeting preparation?
Miss Lee might say, "Thank you both for helping set up. Let's make this session interactive and encourage questions. We've got this."
Excellent work, Sarah. For our next class, could you prepare a brief report on how to effectively organize and execute a business presentation like this?
Certainly, Mr. Davis. I'll outline the key steps and considerations for a successful presentation setup and execution.
Looking forward to it. You're learning to apply business English in various professional contexts very effectively. Sarah, observe this office scenario. What kind of conversation do you think is happening here?
It looks like a job interview or a performance review. The man might be the supervisor or interviewer, and the woman could be a candidate or an employee.
Let's assume it's a performance review. What might the supervisor, Mr. Anderson, start by saying?
Mr. Anderson might begin with, "Thank you for joining me today. Let's discuss your progress over the past year and explore areas for development."
That's a good opening. How might the employee, Miss Reynolds, respond to show she's prepared?
Miss Reynolds could reply, "I appreciate this opportunity to review my work. I've prepared some points on my major projects and the challenges I faced, which I'd like to discuss."
Excellent. Suppose Mr. Anderson brings up a specific project. How might he phrase it?
He could say, "Let's talk about the Thompson project. You led the team during the final stages. Can you walk me through your strategy for managing the project's challenges?"
Very specific. How should Miss Reynolds detail her approach?
She might explain, "Certainly. For the Thompson project, I implemented a weekly review system to track our progress against the timeline. This helped us identify risks early and adjust our strategies promptly, ensuring we met our deliverables on time."
That shows good leadership. What final feedback might Mr. Anderson offer?
Mr. Anderson might conclude with, "Your proactive approach on the Thompson project reflects your strong management skills. Going forward, let's focus on enhancing your team leadership techniques to prepare you for upcoming larger projects."
Well-rounded feedback. Sarah, how about you draft a reflective summary of this meeting from Miss Reynolds' perspective for our next class?
That would be a valuable exercise. I'll include her reflections on the feedback and her goals for the next review period.
Perfect. This task will enhance your understanding of constructive feedback and personal development planning in a professional setting. Let's conclude with this scenario, Sarah. What do you think is happening here in this office?
It looks like a team collaboration moment. Perhaps the man standing is giving feedback or explaining a point to the woman at the computer, while the other man is handling a separate task.
Exactly. What could the standing man, Mr. Richards, be saying to the woman, Miss Martin?
Mr. Richards might be pointing out something important on the screen, saying, "Here, you can see the error in the data entry that's affecting our output. Can you update these figures to ensure accuracy?"
Good start. How might Miss Martin respond to show her understanding and initiative?
Miss Martin could reply, "I see what you mean now. I'll correct these entries and run a new analysis to check if there are any further discrepancies."
That's proactive. Let's add a dimension where Mr. Richards offers some technical advice. What might he say?
He could add, "After you make those corrections, use the advanced filtering tools to verify the data integrity. It's a quick way to spot any unusual variations."
Excellent suggestion. Now, considering the man in the background, Mr. Jensen, how might he contribute to the scene even though he's occupied with a call?
He might wrap up his call and say, "I just confirmed the client received our preliminary report. They're expecting the finalized version by tomorrow afternoon. Let's make sure everything is perfect."
Well thought out. To close their interaction, how might Miss Martin demonstrate leadership?
She might conclude, "I'll have the corrected data ready by noon, and then we can review everything together to ensure our report meets the client's expectations."
Perfect closure, Sarah. For your final assignment on this series, could you prepare a presentation summarizing effective teamwork strategies based on our discussions?
That sounds like a great way to consolidate what I've learned. I'll include examples from our dialogues to illustrate key points about collaboration and communication.
I look forward to seeing your insights in action, Sarah. You've made excellent progress in applying business English in various professional scenarios. Good morning, Sarah. Today, we're going to focus on business English, particularly on professional communication and office language. Let's use this flashcard of a corporate office scene to start our lesson. Can you describe what you see?
Good morning, Mr. Davis. I see a young man and a young woman in a modern office setting. The man is typing on his computer, and the woman is looking at her laptop. It looks like a typical day at work.
Excellent description. Business English often includes phrases that make professional interactions smoother. For instance, the man might be composing an email. He could start with, "I am reaching out to discuss our next project." The phrase reaching out is commonly used for initiating communication. Can you try using a business phrase to describe what the woman might be doing?
Sure, Mr. Davis. She might be saying, "I will follow up with the team later." The phrase follow up means to continue or add to a previous action, especially to ensure the completion of a task.
Perfect, Sarah. Now, let's imagine they are discussing a deadline. What phrase could they use to refer to setting a final date for the project's submission?
They might use set a deadline, like, "We need to set a deadline for the end of next week to ensure timely completion."
Great. Set a deadline is precisely the kind of direct, clear communication needed in business settings. Now, if they encounter a problem with their project, which phrase could describe addressing this issue?
They could say, "Let's address this issue during our meeting." Address here means to deal with or discuss a particular problem.
Exactly. Now, suppose they need to brainstorm new ideas. What phrase could describe this creative process?
They might suggest, "Let's brainstorm some solutions in our workshop session." Brainstorm means to generate as many ideas as possible without judgment.
That's right, Sarah. Brainstorm is all about creativity and problem solving in a group setting. Now for our last exercise, can you think of a phrase they might use if they need to postpone a meeting?
They could use, "We need to postpone the meeting until everyone is available." Postpone means to delay or reschedule.
Well done, Sarah. You've effectively used various business English phrases that can be applied in a corporate setting. Your understanding of these phrases will make your professional communication much more effective. Keep practicing these and try to use them in your assignments and discussions.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I'll make sure to incorporate these phrases in my upcoming presentations and emails.
Today we have another interesting setting to explore, Sarah. This flashcard shows a business meeting in progress. Describe what you see and think about the type of communication that might be happening here.
In the flashcard, there's a man standing and presenting something on a screen that displays charts and data. 3 other people are listening to him, 2 men and a woman. It looks like a strategic or financial presentation.
Excellent observation. Meetings like these often involve specific vocabulary related to presentations and data analysis. Let's start with the presenter. He might be introducing his topic by saying, "Today, I'll walk you through the quarterly performance report." The phrase "walk through" is commonly used to describe a detailed guide or explanation. Can you use a phrase that might describe how the audience should interact during this presentation?
They might be encouraged to engage with the presentation by the phrase, "Feel free to chime in with your thoughts." This suggests that the audience's input is welcomed during the discussion.
That's right. Chime in is a great way to invite participation. Now, suppose the presenter wants to highlight a significant increase in sales. Which phrase could he use?
He could point to the chart and say, "This spike in our sales figures reflects our team's hard work." Here, spike refers to a sharp increase, which is often used in business to describe quick growth.
Perfect use of business terminology, Sarah. Now let's consider someone from the audience asking for clarification on a point. What phrase could they use?
They might ask, "Could you elaborate on the factors contributing to this trend?" Elaborate is used when asking for more detailed information.
Indeed, asking for elaboration helps clarify and deepen understanding. Now, if they are wrapping up the meeting, what phrase might be used to summarize and conclude?
The presenter might conclude by saying, "To sum up, our strategic initiatives have led to positive outcomes across the board." To sum up is a common way to begin concluding remarks.
Excellent, Sarah. You've effectively used and understood various phrases appropriate for a business meeting context. This will be very useful in your future professional interactions. Remember, mastering these expressions will enhance your communication skills in any business environment.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. These sessions are really helping me grasp the language used in real business scenarios. I'll practice these phrases with my study group too.
Today's flashcard shows a different aspect of office life, the break room. Sarah, can you describe the scene and think about the informal interactions that might occur here?
In this flashcard, there's a woman in a blue apron making coffee, and a man sitting at a table eating a snack and drinking coffee. There are other people too. One is taking something from the fridge. It looks like a relaxed environment for casual conversations.
That's a good observation. Break rooms are excellent places for informal yet important workplace interactions. For example, the woman making coffee might offer some to her colleague saying, "Would you like some coffee? I've just made a fresh pot." How might you phrase an invitation to join someone for a break?
She could say, "Why don't you join me for a coffee break? It's always nice to have company."
Yes, inviting someone for a break is a good way to build rapport. Now, imagine the man eating wants to discuss something work-related in an informal way. What could he say?
He might start by saying, "I was thinking about your suggestions in the meeting earlier. You had some great ideas. It's a way to bring up work topics in a casual manner.
Great. It's important to balance the tone when transitioning from casual to work-related topics. Now, suppose someone wants to compliment the coffee made by the woman. What could they say?
Someone might say, "This coffee is excellent. Did you try a new blend?" This is both a compliment and a casual conversation starter.
Nicely put, Sarah. Compliments can lighten the atmosphere and encourage more dialogue. What if someone wanted to express appreciation for the break or the chance to chat?
They could say, "Thanks for the coffee and chat. It's really nice to step away from the desk and relax for a moment."
Exactly. Expressing appreciation can strengthen workplace relationships and enhance morale. Lastly, if someone needs to get back to work, how could they phrase it politely?
They might check their watch and say, "Well, I'd better head back to work. Let's catch up again soon."
Perfect, Sarah. You've used very natural and polite phrases suitable for an informal office setting. Understanding how to communicate in various office situations will definitely serve you well in any professional environment.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. These role-play scenarios really help me feel more confident about interacting in English at work.
Let's analyze today's flashcard. It shows two colleagues discussing something on a computer screen. Sarah, can you describe the interaction and consider the type of communication that might be happening?
It looks like the man is pointing out something on the woman's computer screen. Perhaps he's offering some guidance or identifying a mistake.
Good observation. In professional settings, it's important to communicate feedback constructively. How might the man phrase his feedback to be helpful and not critical?
He might say, "Have you considered this approach here? It might streamline the process a bit more."
That's an excellent way to offer suggestions without sounding critical. Now, if the woman agrees with his suggestion, how might she respond?
She could say, "That's a great point. I'll incorporate that change right away. Thanks for the suggestion."
Perfect, Sarah. Acknowledging and appreciating input fosters a collaborative environment. Suppose now the man wants to make sure the woman understands why the change is beneficial. What could he add?
He might explain, "This adjustment could help us meet our project deadline sooner and reduce errors."
Indeed, explaining the reasoning behind suggestions helps in gaining acceptance. Let's say the woman has another question about the project. How might she phrase it?
She could ask, "Can you help me understand how this change affects our other data metrics?"
That's a thoughtful way to seek more information. Asking clear questions is key to effective communication. Finally, if they are concluding their discussion, how might the man offer further assistance?
He could say, "If there are any more adjustments needed, or if you have more questions later, don't hesitate to reach out."
Wonderful, Sarah. Offering ongoing support is crucial. You've shown great understanding of effective communication strategies in a workplace setting. Using these phrases will help maintain a positive and productive office atmosphere.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. These scenarios help me feel more prepared to handle real workplace discussions.
Let's explore this setting, Sarah. What do you see happening in this image, and how might these individuals be communicating in this relaxed business environment?
It appears that one man is reading from a notebook while the other, who looks contemplative, is listening. They seem to be engaged in a serious discussion, possibly planning or reviewing something.
Good analysis. Let's say the man with the notebook is presenting a proposal. How could he introduce his ideas in a way that invites feedback?
He might start by saying, I've outlined some initial thoughts here that I believe could benefit our next project phase. I'd appreciate your insights.
That's a good opening. It's inviting and open-ended. Now imagine the listening man wants to ask a clarifying question about the proposal. What could he say?
He might inquire, could you explain a bit more about the strategy behind this approach? This shows he's interested and seeking a deeper understanding.
Excellent. Seeking clarification is crucial for effective communication. Suppose he agrees with the proposal and wants to express his approval. How might he do that?
He could respond with enthusiasm. This sounds like a great approach. Let's proceed with this plan.
That's a positive affirmation. Now, if they decide to take the next step, what phrase might the presenter use to suggest scheduling a follow-up meeting?
He could suggest, let's set up a meeting next week to finalize the details and get everyone on board.
Good thinking. Scheduling a follow-up is important for maintaining momentum. Lastly, if the listener wants to add something to the discussion, how might he phrase his addition?
He might say, before we conclude, I'd like to add a few points regarding potential challenges and how we might overcome them.
That's a proactive approach, Sarah. Adding value to a discussion with foresight on challenges is a key skill in business. You've effectively used and understood various conversational strategies that are ideal for this informal yet professional setting.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. These scenarios are really enhancing my understanding of professional interactions and making me more confident in my communication skills.
Observing this scene, what can you tell about the interaction between the two colleagues, Sarah?
It looks like they are in the middle of a discussion, possibly about a project or a meeting they're heading to. The man is holding a tablet, which might suggest he's presenting an idea or going over details.
Good insight. If he's starting a conversation about a new project idea, how might he introduce his thoughts?
He could say, I've been working on the new project proposal, and I'd like to get your thoughts on these initial concepts. This opens up the floor for a collaborative discussion.
Indeed, and if the woman is interested in learning more about the specifics, what might she ask?
She might inquire, can you show me the main objectives you have in mind for this project?
That's a direct and clear way to request information. Let's say she wants to suggest an improvement or a new angle. What could she say?
She could suggest, perhaps we could consider adding a sustainability angle to align with our company's environmental goals.
Excellent. Offering suggestions aligned with company goals is always a strategic move. Now, suppose the man wants to acknowledge her input positively. What could he say?
He might respond, that's a fantastic suggestion. Integrating a sustainability focus could really differentiate our project.
Perfect. Acknowledging and building on ideas demonstrates effective teamwork. Lastly, if they want to schedule a meeting to discuss this further with the team, how could he phrase the invitation?
He could propose, let's schedule a meeting later this week to dive deeper into this with the whole team. What's your availability?
That's a practical approach to take the discussion forward. You've successfully navigated this conversation, showing how to effectively engage and propose future actions in a business context.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. These practice scenarios are really helping me understand the nuances of business communication.
Observing this scene, what are some key interactions taking place, Sarah?
It looks like the woman is handing a document to the man, who is reviewing papers at his desk. This could be a formal exchange of important information or documents.
Right. Let's imagine the woman is delivering a report. How might she introduce the document to her colleague?
She might say, "Here's the report you requested for the upcoming client meeting. I've included all the latest updates."
That's a clear and concise introduction. Now, if the man wants to acknowledge her work and ask a question about the report, what might he say?
He could respond, "Thank you for this. Could you highlight the key points that we should focus on during the discussion?"
Excellent. Asking for specific details shows he's engaged and values her input. Suppose he finds a section that needs clarification. How might he phrase his request for more information?
He might say, "I noticed the figures in Section 3 might need some revision. Can we go over these together?"
Very good, Sarah. This shows attention to detail and a collaborative attitude. If the woman agrees to review it together, how might she express her readiness?
She might reply, "Absolutely. Let's review it now to ensure everything is accurate before the meeting."
Perfect. Now, if they need to make further adjustments, what might the man suggest?
He could suggest, "After we make these revisions, let's double-check the final version to ensure we've covered everything."
That's a proactive approach, ensuring quality and completeness. To conclude their interaction, if the man wants to express his appreciation for her thoroughness, what could he say?
He might conclude with, "Thanks for your diligence. Having a complete and accurate report makes all the difference."
That's a great way to close the interaction positively. You've effectively demonstrated how to handle document exchanges and discussions with professionalism and attention to detail.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Practicing these scenarios helps me understand how to communicate effectively in professional settings.
Observing this scene, what interactions might be occurring here, Sarah?
It looks like the woman is presenting some information to her colleague. The man standing seems attentive, which might indicate they are discussing something important or reviewing a project.
Well noted. If the woman is starting her presentation, how might she introduce the topic?
She might say, "I've compiled the latest performance metrics we discussed, and I'd like to go over the key points with you to determine our next steps."
That's a strong opening. It sets the context and the purpose of the discussion. Now, if the man wants to ask a specific question about the data, how might he phrase it?
He could ask, "Could you clarify how these figures compare to our projections from last quarter?"
Good choice of words. Asking for comparisons is common in data reviews. Suppose the woman needs to point out a concern. What could she say?
She might mention, "While reviewing the data, I noticed a discrepancy in the expense reports that we need to address."
Very precise. Addressing discrepancies directly is crucial in business communications. Now, if the man agrees with her findings and wants to suggest a follow-up action, what might he propose?
He could say, "Let's schedule a meeting with the finance team to discuss these discrepancies in detail and find a solution."
That's proactive and solution-oriented. Lastly, if the woman wants to ensure they cover all necessary topics, how might she continue the conversation?
She could suggest, "I also recommend we review our upcoming project deadlines to ensure these issues don't impact our deliverables."
That shows foresight and comprehensive planning. You've effectively demonstrated how to manage a professional dialogue that involves presenting, questioning, and strategizing.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. These scenarios are invaluable for understanding how to communicate effectively in diverse professional settings.
This scene presents a formal and traditional office setting. What do you think is happening here, Sarah?
The woman appears to be writing or reviewing documents, and the man seems to be either providing guidance or preparing to discuss something important.
Given the setting, let's say the man is a senior executive who is about to discuss the documents she's working on. How might he start the conversation?
He could begin with, "I've reviewed your report, and I have some thoughts on how we might enhance our strategy. Shall we go through it together?"
That's an excellent way to initiate a constructive dialogue. If the woman wants to point out a specific section of the document that needs attention, what might she say?
She might say, "Certainly, I'd like your input on the financial projections I've outlined on page 3. I feel there might be room for optimization."
Insightful. Discussing specifics can lead to more focused and effective conversations. Suppose the man agrees with her suggestion and wants to expand on it. What could he add?
He might say, "You've made a good start here. Perhaps we could also consider adjusting our risk parameters to align better with our current objectives."
That shows a strategic mindset. Now, if they decide to implement changes based on their discussion, how might the woman propose to proceed?
She could suggest, "Let's draft a revised version incorporating these changes. I can have it ready for your review by the end of the week."
Very practical. Ensuring follow-up actions are clearly defined is crucial in business interactions. Finally, if the man wants to express his appreciation for her efforts, what could he say?
He might conclude with, "Thank you for your diligent work on this. Your thorough analysis is vital for our success."
Perfect, Sarah. Complimenting her efforts not only acknowledges her hard work but also motivates ongoing commitment to quality.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. These role plays help me understand how to communicate effectively in a professional environment, especially in formal settings.
This setting is quite modern and informal. What kind of interaction do you think is taking place here, Sarah?
It seems like they are in a relaxed yet creative environment, possibly discussing ideas or planning a project in a casual manner.
That's a good interpretation. If the man is initiating a discussion about a new project, how might he introduce the topic?
He might say, "I've got some fresh ideas for our next campaign that I think you'll be excited about. Let's talk about them."
That's an engaging way to start. Now, if the woman has suggestions or wants to add to his ideas, what might she say?
She could respond, "I'd love to hear them. I've also been thinking about some concepts that might complement your ideas."
Perfect. Encouraging a two-way exchange of ideas. Suppose the man wants to emphasize a particular aspect that needs creative input. How might he phrase it?
He might explain, "One area I'm particularly focused on is enhancing our visual content. What are your thoughts on that?"
Very specific and open-ended. Now, if the woman offers a creative solution, how might she present it?
She could say, "I believe incorporating user-generated content could give us a more authentic feel. We could start a contest to engage our audience."
Innovative and interactive. Great suggestion. Lastly, if they agree on the ideas and want to proceed, how might the man suggest they move forward?
He might propose, "These are great starting points. Let's draft a plan and outline the steps we need to take to launch this campaign."
That's a practical way to conclude the discussion. You've effectively shown how to maintain a dynamic and productive dialogue in an informal setting.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. These exercises help me understand how to keep professional discussions lively yet focused.
Good morning, Sarah. Today we're going to practice your business English skills by creating a story based on this image.
Good morning, Mr. Davis. That sounds great. What's the image about?
As you can see, it depicts a business meeting between two people. The man is holding a document and they both seem happy. Let's create a story around this scene. Who do you think they are, and what's the context of their meeting?
I think the woman is a hiring manager and the man is a job applicant. They are probably in the middle of a job interview.
Excellent start, Sarah. Now, let's add some details. Why do you think the woman is smiling? What's making the interview so positive?
I believe the woman is smiling because the applicant has impressive qualifications and experience. He has answered all her questions confidently and even brought some innovative ideas for the company.
Very good. Let's expand on that. What position is the applicant applying for, and what innovative idea did he present?
The applicant is applying for a marketing manager position. His innovative idea is to leverage social media influencers to promote the company's products, which could significantly boost their brand awareness and sales.
That's a brilliant idea. Now let's add a twist to the story. What challenge does the applicant face, and how does he overcome it during the interview?
The applicant faces a challenge when the hiring manager asks about a gap in his employment history. He overcomes it by explaining that he took a year off to learn new skills and work on personal development, which makes him even more suitable for the position.
Well done, Sarah. You've created a compelling story. Let's summarize it.
Sure. The woman in the image is a hiring manager, and the man is an applicant for a marketing manager position. The interview is going well because the applicant has impressive qualifications and innovative ideas, such as using social media influencers to boost brand awareness. When asked about a gap in his employment history, the applicant explains that he used the time for personal development, making him an even better fit for the role.
Perfect. You've done an excellent job using business English to create a detailed and engaging story. Keep practicing and you'll continue to improve.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I enjoyed this exercise.
Good morning, Sarah. Let's create another story using this new image. What do you think is happening here?
Good morning, Mr. Davis. This time, it looks like a more serious business meeting. The woman seems to be reviewing some documents, and the man looks worried.
Great observation. Let's develop a story around this scenario. Who do you think they are and what's the context of their meeting?
I think the woman is a manager, and the man is an employee. They are having a performance review meeting.
Excellent. Now let's add some details. Why do you think the man looks worried? What could be the issues discussed in this meeting?
The man looks worried because he might have missed some of his performance targets. The issues being discussed could include his recent work performance, project deadlines, and areas where he needs to improve.
That's a good start. Let's add more depth to the story. What specific project might he be struggling with, and how does the manager address this issue?
He might be struggling with a major marketing campaign project. The manager addresses the issue by providing constructive feedback, suggesting additional training, and offering support to help him meet the project's objectives.
Very good. Let's introduce a positive twist. How does the employee respond to the feedback, and what plan do they create to improve his performance?
The employee responds positively to the feedback, expressing his willingness to improve. Together, they create a plan that includes regular check-ins, setting smaller milestones, and enrolling him in a marketing course to enhance his skills.
Excellent, Sarah. Let's summarize the story.
Sure. The woman is a manager conducting a performance review meeting with an employee who looks worried about his recent performance. They discuss his struggles with a major marketing campaign project. The manager provides constructive feedback, suggests additional training, and offers support. The employee responds positively, and they create a plan that includes regular check-ins, setting smaller milestones, and enrolling in a marketing course to help him improve.
Perfect. You've created a detailed and engaging story using business English. Keep practicing and you'll continue to improve.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I enjoyed this exercise.
Let's create another story based on this new image. What do you think is happening here, Sarah?
It looks like a serious situation in an office. The woman standing is holding some documents, and the woman sitting seems stressed or worried.
Good observation. Let's build a story around this scenario. Who do you think these women are, and what's the context of their meeting?
The woman standing could be an intern or junior employee, and the woman sitting might be her supervisor. The intern is probably presenting a report or some important documents.
Excellent. Now let's add some details. Why do you think the supervisor looks stressed or worried?
The supervisor might be stressed because the report contains some bad news, like financial losses or a project not going as planned. The intern might be worried about the supervisor's reaction.
Great. Let's delve deeper into the story. What specific issue does the report highlight, and how does the supervisor plan to address it?
The report highlights a significant drop in sales for the past quarter. The supervisor plans to address it by organizing a meeting with the sales team to brainstorm solutions and come up with a new marketing strategy.
Good idea. Now let's introduce a positive twist. How does the intern contribute to resolving the issue, and what's the outcome?
The intern suggests using social media analytics to understand customer preferences better and adjusting their marketing campaigns accordingly. This fresh perspective helps the team develop a successful new strategy, and sales start to improve.
Excellent, Sarah. Let's summarize the story.
Sure. The woman standing is an intern presenting a report to her stressed supervisor. The report shows a significant drop in sales for the past quarter. The supervisor plans to address it by organizing a meeting with the sales team. The intern contributes by suggesting the use of social media analytics to adjust their marketing campaigns. This fresh perspective helps the team develop a successful new strategy, leading to improved sales.
Perfect. You've done a fantastic job using business English to create a detailed and engaging story. Keep practicing and you'll continue to improve.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. This exercise was really helpful for practicing my business vocabulary.
Good morning, Sarah. Today, we're going to practice business English by creating a story. Let's use this scenario on the flashcard as our setting. It shows two business professionals shaking hands in an office. Can you start by describing the scene?
Sure, Mr. Davis. In the image, there's a man and a woman in a bright, modern office. They are shaking hands across a desk. It looks like they are either finalizing a deal or meeting for the first time. There's a laptop and some papers on the desk, which suggests they were working on something important.
Excellent description, Sarah. Now let's build a story around this scenario. What do you think brings these two characters together?
I think they could be discussing a new partnership. The man could be a supplier, and the woman might be from a company looking for new products to enhance their range. They seem happy, so maybe they just agreed on the terms of a new contract.
That's a great start. Let's add some dialogue. What could the man say to the woman at this moment?
He might say, "We're thrilled to partner with your company, Ms. Thompson. We believe this agreement will be beneficial for both our organizations."
Perfect, Sarah. And how might Miss Thompson respond?
She could reply, Absolutely, Mr. Lee. We've been impressed with the quality of your products, and we're excited about introducing them to our customers. Let's work together closely to ensure everything goes smoothly.
Well done. Now let's discuss the use of formal language in business English. How is the language they're using reflective of a professional setting?
They use formal titles like Mr. and Miss and formal expressions, such as thrilled to partner with and impressed with. This shows respect and maintains professionalism in their conversation.
Exactly, Sarah. It's important to keep the tone professional and polite in business settings, especially during first meetings or contract discussions. Now, to wrap up our story, could you suggest how they might conclude their meeting?
After agreeing on the contract, Mr. Lee might conclude by saying, "Thank you for your time today, Ms. Thompson. I will send over the documents by end of day and look forward to our next steps."
And how would Miss Thompson wrap it up?
She could say, "Thank you, Mr. Lee. I appreciate your promptness. We'll review everything on our end and schedule a follow-up call next week. Have a great day."
Excellent, Sarah. You've done a fantastic job of using business English to create a realistic and professional dialogue. This practice will definitely help you in real-world business communications. Well done. Now, Sarah, let's move on to this next scenario. Look at the new flashcard. Describe what you see happening here.
In this scene, it looks like the man, maybe Mr. Lee, is giving a gift to the woman, Miss Thompson, in her office. He's holding a large, beautifully wrapped box with a bow on top. Miss Thompson seems surprised and pleased.
Great observation, Sarah. Why do you think Mr. Lee is presenting a gift to Miss Thompson? Let's incorporate this into our story.
Maybe they've successfully completed a significant project or deal, and this is Mr. Lee's way of showing appreciation for her hard work and collaboration. It could be a corporate gift, symbolizing gratitude and partnership.
Excellent idea. Let's create a dialogue for this scene. What might Mr. Lee say as he presents the gift?
He might start with, "Miss Thompson, as a token of our appreciation for your exceptional dedication to our recent project, I'd like to present you with this small gift. Your efforts were invaluable to its success."
Perfect. And how would Miss Thompson respond?
She could say, "Thank you, Mr. Lee. This is a wonderful surprise. I truly enjoyed working with your team, and I'm thrilled about our results. Your thoughtfulness is much appreciated."
Good use of polite and appreciative language. Now, what ethical considerations should they keep in mind in a professional setting when giving or receiving gifts?
They should ensure the gift adheres to the company's policy on gift giving to avoid any perception of impropriety or conflict of interest. The gift should be appropriate, not too extravagant and openly given.
Correct, Sarah. It's important to maintain transparency and adhere to corporate ethics. How about we conclude this scenario? How might they continue their professional relationship after this gesture?
They might agree to keep in touch more regularly to discuss future opportunities. Mr. Lee could say, "I look forward to more successful collaborations in the future. Let's keep the lines of communication open."
And Miss Thompson could wrap up by saying, "Definitely, Mr. Lee. I'll be sure to reach out with any new projects where we could use your expertise. Thanks again for this thoughtful gift." Well done, Sarah. You're really getting the hang of crafting realistic professional dialogues that respect business etiquette. Keep up the great work. Now let's develop the next part of your story using this flashcard. Describe what's happening in this scene, Sarah.
In this scene, the man, possibly Mr. Lee, looks shocked as he stares at his computer screen. Behind him, Miss Thompson appears concerned and curious about what has surprised Mr. Lee. It's a dramatic moment in the office.
Excellent setup, Sarah. What could have caused Mr. Lee's reaction? Let's build on that.
Maybe Mr. Lee has just received unexpected news via email about a significant business opportunity or a sudden issue that could impact their project. It looks like it could be something urgent or potentially beneficial.
Interesting. Let's create some dialogue to reflect that. What might Mr. Lee say in this situation?
He might exclaim, "Wow, I can't believe it! We've just been offered a chance to expand our project internationally. This could be a huge step for us."
Great. How would Miss Thompson respond to that news?
She could step closer and say, "That's incredible news, Mr. Lee. Let's review the details together and see how we can best approach this opportunity."
That's a constructive response. In business English, it's important to show collaborative spirit, especially in unexpected situations. How can Mr. Lee show his appreciation for Miss Thompson's support?
He could say, "I'm really glad you're here, Miss Thompson. Your insight will be invaluable as we assess this opportunity. Let's start by outlining the potential benefits and challenges."
Very good. And how might they proceed in their conversation about this new opportunity?
They could start brainstorming and using the computer to research more about the international market, discussing possible strategies and what this means for their team.
Excellent. Now, what language or phrases would they use to keep their discussion structured and professional?
They might use phrases like, "First, let's consider the market demographics," or "It's crucial to evaluate the logistical aspects." This keeps their conversation focused and goal-oriented.
That's perfect, Sarah. You've done a fantastic job using business English to handle a sudden business development while maintaining professionalism. Your story shows a good grasp of handling professional surprises and opportunities. Sarah, looking at this new flashcard, can you describe the scene and what's happening here?
Yes, Mr. Davis. In this scene, a woman, perhaps Miss Thompson, is holding an award with a big smile, and it seems she's just received recognition for her achievements. The man, maybe Mr. Lee, is clapping and looks very pleased. They're in an office, and it feels like a celebration of success.
Very good. What kind of award do you think Miss Thompson might have received?
It could be an Employee of the Month award, or maybe she's being recognized for her leadership in a successful project. The plaque looks prestigious.
Excellent idea. Let's develop some dialogue around this scenario. How might Mr. Lee congratulate Miss Thompson?
Mr. Lee might say, "Congratulations, Miss Thompson. Your hard work and dedication have truly paid off. You've set a high standard for excellence in our team."
Well phrased, Sarah. How should Miss Thompson respond to show her appreciation and share her success?
She could respond, "Thank you so much, Mr. Lee. This award is not just mine. It represents our team's effort. I couldn't have achieved this without everyone's support."
Great. That's a very humble and inclusive response. How can this event be used to motivate the rest of the team?
Maybe Miss Thompson can make a short speech to inspire her colleagues. She might say, "I hope this award serves as a reminder to all of us that dedication and teamwork can lead to great achievements. Let's keep pushing towards our goals."
Perfect, Sarah. Now let's discuss the language used here. What key elements make the dialogue appropriate for a business setting?
The use of formal titles and phrases like "truly paid off" and "set a high standard" add a level of professionalism. Also, acknowledging the team's effort helps maintain a positive work environment and encourages collaboration.
Exactly. You've managed to capture the essence of a professional and motivational business interaction. Ending with a call to action is also a powerful way to conclude such a ceremony. Well done. Sarah, this is an intriguing flashcard. Describe the scene and introduce new characters.
In the office, there's a man named Mr. Carter who is holding a colorful parrot on his arm, surprising his colleague, Miss Allen, who looks amazed. They seem to be in the middle of a workday given the office setting and their business attire.
That's an excellent setup, Sarah. What's the story behind Mr. Carter having a parrot in the office?
Let's say Mr. Carter works at a company that promotes environmental and wildlife conservation. Today, he brought the parrot, a rescue, to educate the staff about their latest project on wildlife protection. Miss Allen, who is new to the team, is pleasantly surprised by this unusual yet educational interruption.
Interesting. What could Mr. Carter say to explain this to Miss Allen?
Mr. Carter might start with, "Meet Jasper, our feathered friend from the Amazon. He's here to help us understand the importance of our new conservation project. Jasper is a living example of the wildlife we're striving to protect."
Very informative, Sarah. And how might Miss Allen respond to this introduction?
She could say, "This is absolutely fascinating, Mr. Carter. I've read about these projects, but seeing Jasper up close truly makes the mission personal. How can I help contribute?"
That's a proactive response. How would Mr. Carter encourage her involvement?
He could respond, "We're thrilled to have your enthusiasm, Miss Allen. There are many ways to contribute, starting with spreading awareness. Maybe you could help us organize an awareness campaign about the project."
Excellent idea, Sarah. And what professional language could they use to wrap up this unexpected meeting?
Mr. Carter might conclude, "Thank you for your interest, Miss Allen. Let's schedule a meeting next week to brainstorm your ideas. It's great to have a team member as dedicated as you."
And Miss Allen?
She could finish with, "I look forward to it, Mr. Carter. Thanks for introducing me to Jasper and the important work our team does. It's inspiring."
Well done, Sarah. You've managed to weave an engaging and educational dialogue that incorporates business English, workplace norms, and environmental advocacy. Sarah, let's take a look at this vibrant office scene. Can you describe what's happening and introduce our new characters?
"Sure, Mr. Davis. Here, a man named Mr. Evans is standing on a desk, holding up a trophy excitedly, while his colleague, Miss Grant, watches with a mix of surprise and amusement. It seems like a spontaneous celebration in their office."
Interesting setup. What might be the reason behind Mr. Evans celebrating with a trophy?
Mr. Evans could have just won a company-wide competition, perhaps a sales target challenge, and he's celebrating his victory enthusiastically. The trophy signifies his achievement.
That sounds like a fun moment. How might Mr. Evans announce his victory to Miss Grant?
He might exclaim, "Can you believe it, Miss Grant? We hit the top numbers this quarter. This trophy is not just for me, it's for our whole team's hard work."
And how would Miss Grant respond to his excitement?
She could say, "That's fantastic, Mr. Evans. You really went above and beyond. How about you get down from there and we can celebrate properly with the team?"
Good thinking. Keeping the dialogue both enthusiastic and mindful of office decorum. What professional language would Mr. Evans use to reply?
Mr. Evans could respond, "Absolutely, Miss Grant. Let's gather everyone for a quick team meeting to share the success. I think some celebration is in order."
And how might Miss Grant wrap up this conversation?
She could suggest, "I'll send out an email and have everyone meet us in the conference room in 5 minutes. Also, great job again, Mr. Evans. Your dedication really sets a high bar for us all."
Very well done, Sarah. You've managed to capture a lively yet professional exchange that reflects workplace achievements and team spirit. Sarah, for this last scenario, describe what's happening in the scene and introduce our new characters.
In this scene, A woman named Miss Harper is holding a plate with a large stack of pancakes, approaching her colleague, Mr. Nolan, who seems surprised and intrigued by this unexpected treat. They are in an office, and it looks like a special occasion.
Nicely described. What do you think is the occasion here?
It could be Mr. Nolan's birthday, or maybe a celebration of a personal milestone, like his work anniversary. Miss Harper seems to be bringing the pancakes as a fun and thoughtful gesture.
Great backstory. What might Miss Harper say as she presents the pancakes?
She could say, "Happy birthday, Mr. Nolan. I remembered you mentioning that nothing beats pancakes for breakfast, so I thought we'd start your special day with a surprise."
That's very thoughtful. How would Mr. Nolan respond to her gesture?
Mr. Nolan might say, "Wow, this is fantastic, Miss Harper. Thank you so much for remembering. This really made my day start off right."
And how could Miss Harper propose they celebrate this little occasion?
Miss Harper could suggest, "Why don't we take a short break? I've got some fresh coffee brewing as well. Let's enjoy a little celebration with the team."
That's a good way to include the team. What business English could Mr. Nolan use to express his appreciation more formally?
Mr. Nolan could reply, "I really appreciate this, Miss Harper. It's gestures like these that make our team feel more like a family. Thank you for making the effort."
Perfect, Sarah. Finally, how might Miss Harper conclude this pleasant exchange?
She could finish with, "It's my pleasure, Mr. Nolan. Here's to many more successful years with us. Let's enjoy this time together."
Excellent work, Sarah. You've successfully created a series of dialogues that blend professionalism with personal touches, showing how to maintain positive relationships in a business environment. Good morning, Sarah. Today, we are going to practice business English by creating a lesson based on this flashcard. Let's start by looking at the image closely.
Good morning, Mr. Davis. I see two characters in the flashcard. One is a woman holding a tablet, and the other is a man in a suit with his arms crossed. They seem to be in a serious discussion in an office hallway.
Excellent observation, Sarah. Now let's create a lesson. Imagine you are preparing a presentation on effective communication in the workplace. How would you describe the scenario depicted in the flashcard?
I would describe it as a situation where the woman might be presenting some information or a report to her boss, and the boss appears to be listening intently, but critically. It's a common scenario in business settings where clear and confident communication is essential.
Very good. Now, let's practice some key vocabulary. What are some business English terms that come to mind when you see this image?
Words like presentation, report, feedback, critical thinking, and professional demeanor come to mind.
Those are great terms. Let's use them in sentences. Can you form a sentence describing what the woman might be doing?
Sure. The woman is presenting a detailed report on the company's quarterly performance to her manager.
Perfect. Now, how about a sentence that describes the manager's reaction?
The manager is critically evaluating the report, ready to give constructive feedback.
Excellent use of vocabulary, Sarah. Now let's move on to role-playing. You will play the role of the woman and I will be the manager. Let's practice a conversation they might have.
Okay, I'm ready.
Sarah, I've reviewed your report on the quarterly performance. Can you summarize the key findings for me?
Yes, Mr. Davis. Our sales increased by 15% compared to the last quarter, primarily due to the successful launch of our new product line. However, we noticed a slight decline in customer satisfaction ratings, which we attribute to shipping delays.
That's a good summary. What steps do you recommend to address the customer satisfaction issue?
I suggest we improve our logistics by partnering with a more reliable shipping service and implementing a more efficient tracking system to keep our customers updated on their orders.
Those are solid recommendations. Please prepare a detailed action plan and present it at our next meeting.
I will, Mr. Davis. Thank you for your feedback.
Great job, Sarah. This conversation demonstrates the importance of clear communication and proactive problem solving in a business setting. Keep practicing, and you'll continue to improve your business English skills.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I'll keep working on it.
You're welcome, Sarah. See you in the next class. Hello again, Sarah. Let's take a closer look at this new flashcard. Observe the expressions and body language of the characters. What do you see?
Hi, Mr. Davis. In this image, I see a woman using a coffee machine, and she looks quite sad or worried. There's a man standing next to her, and he seems concerned as well. They appear to be having a serious conversation in the office break room.
Good observation, Sarah. This scenario seems to depict a more sensitive or difficult conversation between colleagues. Let's create a lesson around handling sensitive topics in the workplace. How would you describe this scene?
I would describe it as a moment where two colleagues are discussing something serious or personal in the break room. It highlights the importance of empathy and support in professional relationships.
Exactly. Now let's identify some business English terms related to this scenario.
Some terms that come to mind are empathy, support, confidentiality, sensitive topics, and active listening.
Excellent. Let's use these terms in sentences. Can you create a sentence about the woman's situation?
The woman appears to be sharing a sensitive topic with her colleague, who is showing empathy and support.
That's perfect. Now how about a sentence describing the man's response?
The man is actively listening and providing a supportive presence during their conversation.
Very good, Sarah. Now, let's move on to a role-playing exercise. You will play the role of the woman, and I will be the man. Let's practice a conversation they might have.
Okay, I'm ready.
Sarah, you seem a bit down today. Is everything all right?
Oh, hi, Mr. Davis. I'm just a bit overwhelmed with the workload lately. It's been hard to keep up with all the deadlines.
I understand. It sounds really tough. Is there anything I can do to help or any specific task you're struggling with?
Thank you for asking. I think I'm just having a hard time managing my time effectively. Maybe we could go over my schedule together?
Of course, I'd be happy to help with that. Sometimes it's easier to manage things when you have a second pair of eyes looking at the plan. Let's find a time to sit down and go through it.
That would be great. I really appreciate your support. It's just been a bit overwhelming lately.
I understand completely. Remember, it's important to take breaks and not be too hard on yourself. We all have those days.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I'll try to keep that in mind. Your support means a lot.
Anytime, Sarah. Let's meet after lunch to work on your schedule. Hang in there.
I will. Thanks again, Mr. Davis.
You're welcome, Sarah. See you after lunch. Well done, Sarah. This conversation demonstrates the importance of empathy and support in the workplace. Handling sensitive topics with care is crucial for maintaining a positive work environment. Keep practicing, and you'll continue to improve your business English skills.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I'll keep working on it.
You're welcome, Sarah. See you in the next class. Hello, Sarah. Let's examine this new flashcard closely. Pay attention to the facial expressions and body language of the characters. What do you see?
Hi, Mr. Davis. In this image, I see a woman standing and looking quite nervous or anxious while speaking in a meeting room. There's a man sitting at the head of the table, and he looks attentive. The other people in the room also seem to be paying close attention to her.
Good observation, Sarah. This scenario seems to depict a formal presentation in a business setting, and the woman might be feeling nervous about speaking in front of a group. Let's create a lesson around handling presentation anxiety in the workplace. How would you describe this scene?
I would describe it as a woman presenting to her colleagues during a meeting. She seems nervous, possibly because it's an important presentation, or she's not used to public speaking. The rest of the team appears engaged and attentive.
Excellent. Now let's identify some business English terms related to this scenario.
Some terms that come to mind are presentation, public speaking, anxiety, engagement, and feedback.
Very good. Let's use these terms in sentences. Can you create a sentence about the woman's situation?
The woman is presenting her project to the team, and she appears anxious about public speaking.
That's perfect. Now, how about a sentence describing the audience's reaction?
The team is engaged and listening attentively, ready to provide feedback on her presentation.
Excellent, Sarah. Now let's move on to a role-playing exercise. You will play the role of the woman, and I will be one of the team members. Let's practice a conversation they might have after the presentation.
Okay, I'm ready.
Sarah, you did a great job with your presentation. I know it can be nerve-wracking to speak in front of a group. How are you feeling now?
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I was really nervous, but I'm glad it's over. I hope I was able to convey my points clearly.
You did very well. Your points were clear and you handled the questions excellently. Do you have any strategies that help you manage your presentation anxiety?
I try to practice a lot before the presentation, and I also take deep breaths to calm myself, but I still get very nervous.
Those are good strategies. Another tip is to focus on the message you want to convey rather than on yourself. It can also help to make eye contact with friendly faces in the audience.
That's a great idea. I'll try to focus more on the message next time and look for friendly faces. Thank you for the advice.
You're welcome, Sarah. Remember, everyone gets nervous. The more you practice, the more confident you'll become. Great job today.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I'll keep practicing and try to improve my public speaking skills.
Excellent attitude, Sarah. Keep up the good work and you'll continue to improve your business English and presentation skills.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I appreciate your support.
You're welcome, Sarah. See you in the next class. Hello again, Sarah. Let's examine this new flashcard closely. Pay special attention to the facial expressions and body language of the characters. What do you see?
Hi, Mr. Davis. In this image, I see a younger woman sitting at a desk, looking very stressed and upset. She has her hands clasped near her face and seems deep in thought or worry. An older woman is standing next to her, gently placing a hand on her shoulder, appearing to offer comfort and support. Both are wearing lab coats, indicating a medical or scientific setting.
Excellent observation, Sarah. This scenario seems to depict a moment of support and empathy between colleagues, likely in a stressful situation. Let's create a lesson around offering and receiving support in the workplace. How would you describe this scene?
I would describe it as a moment where a senior colleague is offering support and comfort to a younger colleague who is feeling overwhelmed or distressed. This highlights the importance of empathy and mentorship in a professional setting.
Exactly. Now let's identify some business English terms related to this scenario.
Some terms that come to mind are empathy, support, mentorship, stress management, and emotional intelligence.
Very good. Let's use these terms in sentences. Can you create a sentence about the senior colleague's actions?
The senior colleague is offering empathy and support to her younger colleague, demonstrating strong mentorship skills.
That's perfect. Now, how about a sentence describing the younger colleague's situation?
The younger colleague is experiencing a high level of stress and is seeking guidance and reassurance from her mentor.
Excellent, Sarah. Now, let's move on to a role-playing exercise. You will play the role of the younger colleague, and I will be the senior colleague. Let's practice a conversation they might have.
Okay, I'm ready.
Sarah, I noticed you've been looking a bit stressed lately. Is everything all right?
Hi, Mr. Davis. I've been feeling really overwhelmed with all the work and responsibilities. I'm not sure if I can handle it all.
I understand. It's completely normal to feel this way, especially with the workload you have. Is there anything specific that's causing you the most stress?
I think it's the upcoming project deadline. I'm worried that I won't be able to complete it on time, and it's affecting my performance on other tasks as well.
Deadlines can be very stressful. How about we go through your tasks together and see if we can prioritize and delegate some of them? It's important to manage your workload effectively.
That would be really helpful. I appreciate your support. I've just been feeling so overwhelmed that I didn't know where to start.
Let's take it one step at a time. Remember, it's okay to ask for help when you need it. We're a team, and we're here to support each other.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I already feel a bit better knowing that I have your support.
You're very welcome, Sarah. Let's set up a time to go over your tasks and create a manageable plan. You're doing a great job, and we'll get through this together.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Anytime, Sarah. You're not alone in this. Let's get started on that plan. Well done, Sarah. This conversation demonstrates the importance of offering and receiving support in the workplace. Handling stressful situations with empathy and effective communication is crucial for maintaining a positive work environment. Keep practicing, and you'll continue to improve your business English skills.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I'll keep working on it.
You're welcome, Sarah. See you in the next class. Hello, Sarah. Let's take a look at this new flashcard and focus on the facial expressions and body language of the characters. What do you see?
Hi, Mr. Davis. In this image, I see a young woman sitting at a desk, looking stressed or tired. She has her head resting on her hand and seems deep in thought. An older man is standing next to her, looking concerned and possibly offering advice or support. They appear to be in an office setting, possibly a law office given the bookshelves and documents.
Great observation, Sarah. This scenario seems to depict a moment where a mentor or senior colleague is offering guidance and support to a junior colleague who is feeling overwhelmed. Let's create a lesson around providing and receiving professional advice. How would you describe this scene?
I would describe it as a mentor supporting a junior colleague who is struggling with her workload or a difficult task. This highlights the importance of guidance and mentorship in the workplace.
Exactly. Now let's identify some business English terms related to this scenario.
Some terms that come to mind are mentorship, guidance, support, workload, and professional advice.
Very good. Let's use these terms in sentences. Can you create a sentence about the mentor's actions?
The mentor is offering guidance and support to his junior colleague, helping her navigate a challenging task.
That's perfect. Now how about a sentence describing the junior colleague's situation?
The junior colleague is feeling overwhelmed by her workload and is seeking professional advice from her mentor.
Excellent, Sarah. Now, let's move on to a role-playing exercise. You will play the role of the junior colleague and I will be the mentor. Let's practice a conversation they might have.
Okay, I'm ready.
Sarah, you seem a bit stressed. Is everything all right?
Hi, Mr. Davis. I'm feeling overwhelmed with all the work I have to do. I'm not sure how to manage everything.
I understand. It can be really challenging to balance a heavy workload. Let's go through your tasks and see if we can prioritize them. What are you working on right now?
I have several reports to finish, a meeting to prepare for, and I'm also working on a new project proposal. It feels like too much.
That's a lot to handle. Let's break it down. What is the most urgent task?
The meeting preparation is the most urgent. It's scheduled for tomorrow morning.
All right, let's focus on that first. After the meeting, we can tackle the reports and then work on the project proposal. It's important to take one step at a time and not get overwhelmed by looking at everything at once.
That makes sense. I always feel better after organizing my tasks. Thank you for your help.
You're welcome, Sarah. Remember, it's okay to ask for help when you need it. You're doing a great job, and I'm here to support you.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I really appreciate your guidance.
Anytime, Sarah. Let's get started on that meeting preparation. Well done, Sarah. This conversation demonstrates the importance of mentorship and offering professional advice in the workplace. Handling overwhelming situations with clear communication and support is crucial for maintaining a positive work environment. Keep practicing and you'll continue to improve your business English skills.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I'll keep working on it.
You're welcome, Sarah. See you in the next class. Hello, Sarah. Let's examine this new flashcard closely, paying special attention to the facial expressions and body language of the characters. What do you see?
Hi, Mr. Davis. In this image, I see a young woman sitting at a desk, looking very frustrated or stressed. She has her hands on her cheeks, and she looks quite overwhelmed. A man is kneeling next to her, looking concerned and possibly offering help or advice. They appear to be in a modern office setting.
Great observation, Sarah. This scenario seems to depict a moment where a colleague is offering assistance to another colleague who is feeling frustrated with her work. Let's create a lesson around problem solving and offering help in the workplace. How would you describe this scene?
I would describe it as a colleague trying to support another colleague who is feeling overwhelmed with her tasks. This highlights the importance of teamwork and problem solving in a professional environment.
Exactly. Now let's identify some business English terms related to this scenario.
Some terms that come to mind are problem solving, teamwork, support, frustration, and collaboration.
Very good. Let's use these terms in sentences. Can you create a sentence about the man's actions?
The colleague is offering support and problem-solving assistance to his frustrated coworker.
That's perfect. Now how about a sentence describing the woman's situation?
The woman is feeling overwhelmed and frustrated with her workload, seeking help from her colleague.
Excellent, Sarah. Now let's move on to a role-playing exercise. You will play the role of the woman and I will be the man. Let's practice a conversation they might have.
Okay, I'm ready.
Sarah, you seem really stressed. Is everything all right?
Hi, Mr. Davis. I'm feeling overwhelmed with all the tasks I have to complete. I'm not sure how to manage everything.
I understand. It can be really tough when the workload piles up. Let's take a look at what you have and see how we can tackle it together. What's the most urgent task?
The report for the client meeting tomorrow is the most urgent. I'm worried I won't be able to finish it on time.
All right, let's focus on that first. How far along are you with the report?
I've done the initial research, but I still need to compile the data and write the summary.
That's a good start. How about we divide the tasks? I can help you compile the data while you work on the summary. That way, we can get it done more efficiently.
That sounds really helpful. Thank you, Mr. Davis. I appreciate your support.
You're welcome, Sarah. Remember, we're a team and we're here to help each other. Let's get started on the report.
Thanks again. I feel more confident about finishing it on time now.
Great to hear. Let's get to work. Well done, Sarah. This conversation demonstrates the importance of teamwork and problem solving in the workplace. Handling stressful situations with collaboration and support is crucial for maintaining a positive work environment. Keep practicing and you'll continue to improve your business English skills.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I'll keep working on it.
You're welcome, Sarah. See you in the next class. Hello, Sarah. Let's examine this new flashcard closely, paying special attention to the facial expressions and body language of the characters. What do you see?
Hi, Mr. Davis. In this image, I see a young woman sitting at a desk, looking very sad or stressed. She has her hand on her chin and seems deep in thought. An older man is standing next to her, gently placing a hand on her shoulder and looking concerned. They appear to be in a busy office setting with other people working in the background.
Excellent observation, Sarah. This scenario seems to depict a moment where a senior colleague or manager is offering support to a junior colleague who is feeling overwhelmed or distressed. Let's create a lesson around providing emotional support and handling workplace stress. How would you describe this scene?
I would describe it as a manager offering emotional support to an employee who is feeling overwhelmed with her work. This highlights the importance of empathy and support in managing workplace stress.
Exactly. Now let's identify some business English terms related to this scenario.
Some terms that come to mind are empathy, emotional support, workplace stress, managerial support, and employee well-being.
Very good. Let's use these terms in sentences. Can you create a sentence about the manager's actions?
The manager is offering emotional support to his employee, showing empathy towards her stress.
That's perfect. Now, how about a sentence describing the employee's situation?
The employee is feeling overwhelmed by her workload and is seeking reassurance and guidance from her manager.
Excellent, Sarah. Now let's move on to a role-playing exercise. You will play the role of the employee and I will be the manager. Let's practice a conversation they might have.
Okay, I'm ready.
Sarah, I've noticed you've been looking quite stressed lately. Is everything okay?
Hi, Mr. Davis. I've been feeling really overwhelmed with all the tasks I need to complete. I'm not sure how to handle it all.
I understand. It can be really tough when the workload gets heavy. Let's take a moment to go over your tasks and see if we can prioritize them. What's the most urgent task on your list?
The report for the upcoming meeting is the most urgent. I'm worried that I won't be able to finish it in time.
Let's focus on that first. Do you have all the information you need for the report?
I have most of the information, but I'm struggling to organize it and make sense of all the data.
How about we sit down together and go through the data? We can organize it step by step and make sure everything is clear. It's important to take one task at a time and not get overwhelmed by the whole picture.
That would be really helpful. I appreciate your support.
You're welcome, Sarah. Remember, It's okay to ask for help when you need it. We're a team, and we're here to support each other. Let's get started on the report.
Thanks again, Mr. Davis. I feel more confident about getting it done now.
Great to hear. Let's get to work. Well done, Sarah. This conversation demonstrates the importance of providing emotional support and managing workplace stress. Handling stressful situations with empathy and effective communication is crucial for maintaining a positive work environment. Keep practicing, and you'll continue to improve your business English skills.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I'll keep working on it.
You're welcome, Sarah. See you in the next class. Hello, Sarah. Let's take a look at this new flashcard and focus on the facial expressions and body language of the characters. What do you see?
Hi, Mr. Davis. In this image, I see a young man sitting at a desk, looking very stressed or exhausted. He has his hand on his forehead and seems deep in thought. A woman is standing next to him, gently placing her hands on his shoulders, appearing to offer comfort and encouragement. They seem to be in a modern office setting.
Excellent observation, Sarah. This scenario seems to depict a moment where a colleague is offering support to another colleague who is feeling overwhelmed. Let's create a lesson around providing encouragement and handling workplace stress. How would you describe this scene?
I would describe it as a colleague providing emotional support to another colleague who is feeling overwhelmed with his work. This highlights the importance of empathy and encouragement in managing workplace stress.
Exactly. Now let's identify some business English terms related to this scenario.
Some terms that come to mind are empathy, encouragement, workplace stress, supportive environment, and employee well-being.
Very good. Let's use these terms in sentences. Can you create a sentence about the woman's actions?
The colleague is offering encouragement to her coworker, showing empathy towards his stress.
That's perfect. Now how about a sentence describing the man's situation?
The man is feeling overwhelmed by his workload and is receiving support from his colleague.
Excellent, Sarah. Now, let's move on to a role-playing exercise. You will play the role of the man, and I will be the woman. Let's practice a conversation they might have.
Okay, I'm ready.
John, I've noticed you seem really stressed. Is there something I can help with?
Hi, Mr. Davis. I'm feeling overwhelmed with all the tasks I need to complete. It feels like there's too much to handle at once.
I understand. It can be tough when everything piles up. Let's take a step back and see how we can break down your tasks. What's the most pressing issue right now?
The report for the client meeting tomorrow is the most urgent. I'm worried I won't be able to finish it in time.
Let's prioritize that then. Have you made any progress on it so far?
I've started gathering data, but organizing it and writing the report feels overwhelming.
How about this? Let's focus on outlining the main points first. Once we have a clear structure, it will be easier to fill in the details. I can help you with the data analysis part.
That sounds like a good plan. Thank you for your help.
You're welcome, John. Remember, you don't have to do everything alone. We're a team and we're here to support each other. Let's get started on that outline.
Thanks again, Mr. Davis. I feel a bit more hopeful now.
Great to hear. Let's tackle this together. Well done, Sarah. This conversation highlights the importance of providing encouragement and breaking down tasks to manage workplace stress. It's crucial to foster a supportive environment for effective teamwork. Keep practicing, and you'll continue to improve your business English skills.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I'll keep working on it.
You're welcome, Sarah. See you in the next class. Hi, Sarah. Let's take a look at this new flashcard and focus on the details of the character's expressions and body language. What do you see?
Hi, Mr. Davis. In this image, I see a woman sitting in a break room holding a coffee cup, looking a bit concerned. There's a man standing next to her, also holding a coffee cup, and he seems to be engaging in a conversation with her. They appear to be in an informal setting, likely having a break.
Good observation, Sarah. This scenario seems to depict a casual conversation in the break room where one colleague might be expressing a concern or problem, and the other is providing feedback or support. Let's create a lesson around informal communication and peer support. How would you describe this scene?
I would describe it as two colleagues having an informal discussion during a coffee break. The woman looks concerned, and the man seems to be listening and possibly offering advice or support. This highlights the importance of peer support and open communication in the workplace.
Exactly. Now let's identify some business English terms related to this scenario.
Some terms that come to mind are informal communication, peer support, active listening, concern, and advice.
Very good. Let's use these terms in sentences. Can you create a sentence about the woman's situation?
The woman is expressing her concerns to a colleague during their coffee break.
That's perfect. Now how about a sentence describing the man's role?
The man is actively listening and offering advice to his colleague.
Excellent, Sarah. Now let's move on to a role-playing exercise. You will play the role of the woman and I will be the man. Let's practice a conversation they might have.
Okay, I'm ready.
Hi, Sarah. You look a bit worried. Is everything all right?
Hi, Mr. Davis. I've been feeling a bit stressed about the upcoming project deadline. I'm not sure if I can get everything done on time.
I understand. Deadlines can be really stressful. Have you thought about breaking down the project into smaller tasks to make it more manageable?
That's a good idea. I've been trying to tackle everything at once, and it's been overwhelming.
Breaking it down can help a lot. Also, don't hesitate to ask for help if you need it. We're all here to support each other. Maybe we can brainstorm some ideas together after this break?
I'd really appreciate that. Thanks for the suggestion and for being so supportive.
Anytime, Sarah. Let's finish our coffee and then we can get started on those ideas.
Sounds good. Thanks again, Mr. Davis.
You're welcome, Sarah. Remember, you're not alone in this. Well done, Sarah. This conversation highlights the importance of informal communication and peer support in the workplace. Casual interactions can provide valuable opportunities for addressing concerns and offering assistance. Keep practicing, and you'll continue to improve your business English skills.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I'll keep working on it.
You're welcome, Sarah. See you in the next class. Hi, Sarah. Let's examine this new flashcard closely and focus on the facial expressions and body language of the characters. What do you see?
Hi, Mr. Davis. In this image, I see a young woman standing with a serious expression, facing an older man who is speaking to her. They are in a formal office setting, likely a law office given the bookshelves filled with legal texts. The older man looks authoritative and appears to be giving important advice or instructions.
Excellent observation, Sarah. This scenario seems to depict a formal conversation where a senior colleague or mentor is giving guidance to a junior colleague. Let's create a lesson around formal communication and receiving feedback. How would you describe this scene?
I would describe it as a senior colleague providing important feedback or instructions to a junior colleague in a formal setting. This highlights the importance of listening and understanding in a professional environment.
Exactly. Now let's identify some business English terms related to this scenario.
Some terms that come to mind are formal communication, feedback, guidance, instructions, and professionalism.
Very good. Let's use these terms in sentences. Can you create a sentence about the senior colleague's actions?
The senior colleague is providing formal guidance and feedback to his junior colleague.
That's perfect. Now how about a sentence describing the junior colleague's situation?
The junior colleague is attentively listening and taking note of the instructions given by her mentor.
Excellent, Sarah. Now, let's move on to a role-playing exercise. You will play the role of the junior colleague and I will be the senior colleague. Let's practice a conversation they might have.
Okay, I'm ready.
Jane, I've reviewed your latest report. While it's quite thorough, there are a few areas that need improvement. Let's go over them.
Of course, Mr. Davis. I'm eager to hear your feedback and make the necessary improvements.
First, your analysis is detailed, but the conclusion section needs to be more concise and focused. Make sure to clearly highlight the key findings and their implications.
I understand. I'll work on making the conclusions more concise and focused.
Secondly, while your data presentation is good, it would be more effective if you included some visual aids like charts or graphs to illustrate the points better. This will make the report more engaging and easier to understand.
That's a great idea. I'll add some charts and graphs to enhance the data presentation.
Finally, pay attention to the formatting. Ensure that the document is consistent in terms of font, headings, and spacing. A well-formatted document looks more professional.
I'll make sure to review the formatting and ensure consistency throughout the report.
Good. Overall, you're doing a great job, Jane. Keep up the hard work and feel free to reach out if you need any further assistance.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I appreciate your feedback and guidance. I'll make the necessary adjustments and resubmit the report.
You're welcome, Jane. I look forward to seeing the revised version. Keep up the excellent work. Well done, Sarah. This conversation highlights the importance of formal communication and receiving feedback in the workplace. It's crucial to listen attentively and act on the guidance provided to improve your work. Keep practicing, and you'll continue to enhance your business English skills.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I'll keep working on it.
You're welcome, Sarah. See you in the next class. Sarah, for today's exercises, I will show you a flashcard and we will create questions and answers based on the flashcard to practice business English. Do you understand the exercise?
Yes, Mr. Davis. This way, we can be better prepared to talk with our colleagues in the workplace.
That's right, Sarah. Now let's get started. Are you ready for the client meeting?
Almost. I just need to finalize the presentation slides.
Did you get a chance to review the quarterly report?
Yes, there are a few sections we need to revise.
How's the new project coming along?
It's going well. We're currently in the planning phase.
Can you send me the latest version of the document?
Sure, I'll email it to you right away.
What's your opinion on the proposed budget cuts?
I think we need to carefully consider the potential impact.
Are you attending the team lunch today?
Yes, I'll be there. It's a great opportunity to catch up.
Did you hear about the new software update?
Yes, I've installed it. It seems more efficient.
How do you think the presentation went?
It went well. The client seemed impressed with our proposal.
Can we schedule a meeting to discuss the project timeline?
Yes, how about tomorrow at 10 a.m.?
Have you completed the training modules?
Not yet, but I plan to finish them by the end of the week.
What's your feedback on the marketing strategy?
It's a solid plan, but we might need to adjust our target audience.
Are you available for a quick chat later?
Yes, I have some free time after 2 p.m.
How was your business trip?
It was productive. I met with several potential clients.
Did you get the memo about the policy changes?
Yes, I've read it. There are some significant updates.
How do you handle tight deadlines?
I prioritize tasks and focus on time management.
Can you help me with this Excel spreadsheet?
Of course, let's go over it together.
What do you think about working remotely?
I find it convenient, but I miss the office environment.
Are you working on any new projects?
Yes, I'm starting a new marketing campaign next week.
Did you see the sales figures for last month?
Yes, they were higher than expected. Great job.
What's your plan for the upcoming presentation?
I'm focusing on highlighting our key achievements and future goals.
How do you like the new coffee machine?
It's great. The coffee tastes much better.
Did you catch the latest company newsletter?
Yes, it had some interesting updates.
How was your morning meeting?
Productive, we discussed the upcoming project milestones.
Do you have any plans for lunch?
Not yet. Do you want to grab something together?
Have you seen the latest marketing report?
Yes, the results are very promising.
What's your favorite way to take a break during work?
I usually go for a short walk or grab a coffee.
Are you working late today?
No, I plan to leave on time. How about you?
How do you stay organized with your tasks?
I use a planner and set reminders on my phone.
Have you tried the new cafeteria menu?
Yes, I had the new sandwich. It was delicious.
How do you find working in this new office?
It's quite nice. The environment is very conducive to work.
Are you going to the company picnic this weekend?
Yes, it sounds like it will be a lot of fun.
What do you usually do to unwind after work?
I like to read a book or watch a movie.
Do you have any tips for managing stress at work?
I find that taking regular breaks and staying organized helps a lot.
How's your new project going?
It's going well. I'm excited about the progress we're making.
Did you finish the presentation for tomorrow?
Yes, it's all set and ready to go.
How do you feel about the new team structure?
I think it will improve our efficiency and collaboration.
What's the best part of your job?
I enjoy working with my team and tackling challenging projects.
Have you met the new intern?
Yes, I introduced myself yesterday. They seem very eager to learn.
What do you think of the new HR policies?
They seem fair and aimed at improving employee satisfaction.
Are you planning to attend the training session next week?
Yes, I think it will be very beneficial for my development.
How did the presentation go?
It went really well. The client seemed very interested.
Are you ready for the next meeting?
Almost. Just finishing up some last-minute details.
What do you think about the new office location?
I love it. The view is amazing and it's closer to home.
Have you updated the project status?
Yes, I sent the latest update this morning.
How do you feel about the new marketing strategy?
I think it's a strong plan and should yield great results.
Are you free to discuss the quarterly goals?
Yes, let's go over them now.
Did you get a chance to review the sales report?
Yes, I noticed a few areas where we can improve.
How are we handling the client feedback?
We're addressing their concerns and making the necessary adjustments.
Can you join me for a brief on the new project?
Sure, when do you want to meet?
Have you planned the agenda for tomorrow's meeting?
Yes, it's all set and I've emailed it to the team.
How do you manage your work-life balance?
I make sure to prioritize my tasks and take breaks when needed.
Did you complete the market analysis?
Yes, I finished it yesterday and shared it with the team.
How do you find working with the new team members?
They are quite competent and have adapted quickly.
Are you working on any new initiatives?
Yes, I'm leading a project to streamline our workflow.
How was your vacation?
It was refreshing. I feel recharged and ready to work.
Can you help me prepare for the client meeting?
Absolutely. What do you need help with?
Have you seen the latest industry trends report?
Yes, it's fascinating. We should consider some of the recommendations.
How do you stay motivated during busy periods?
I set small goals and celebrate achieving them.
What's your strategy for handling difficult clients?
I listen to their concerns and try to find a mutually beneficial solution.
Are you participating in the upcoming workshop?
Yes, I think it will be very informative and helpful.
How's your workload this week?
It's quite heavy, but I'm managing. How about yours?
Did you get the chance to read the latest project brief?
Yes, I went through it last night. It looks promising.
How do you feel about the new client request?
It's challenging, but I think we can handle it.
Are you joining the meeting with the design team?
Yes, I have some ideas I want to share with them.
What do you think of the new office policy?
It's a bit strict, but I understand the necessity.
Have you completed the market research report?
Not yet, but I'm almost done. I'll send it by end of the day.
Do you need help with the client presentation?
That would be great, thank you. I could use a second pair of eyes.
How do you plan to address the feedback from the last meeting?
I'll incorporate their suggestions and revise the proposal accordingly.
Are you comfortable with the new software?
I'm still getting used to it, but it's becoming easier.
Did you hear about the upcoming company event?
Yes, it sounds exciting. Are you planning to go?
How do you manage to stay productive during busy times?
I prioritize my tasks and take short breaks to stay focused.
What's your strategy for meeting tight deadlines?
I break down tasks into smaller steps and tackle them one by one.
Are you happy with the current team performance?
Yes, everyone is doing a great job and we're meeting our targets.
Did you review the draft for the new campaign?
Yes, I have a few suggestions to improve it.
How was your experience working with the new client?
It was positive. They are very cooperative and open to ideas.
Do you have any tips for improving our workflow?
I think better communication and regular updates would help.
Are you planning to take any professional development courses?
Yes, I'm looking into a few that could enhance my skills.
How do you handle stress at work?
I try to stay organized and take time to relax when possible.
What's your opinion on the new project manager?
They seem competent and have a lot of experience.
Are you available to discuss the budget proposal?
Yes, let's find a time that works for both of us.
What's the status of the urgent project?
We're behind schedule, but I'm putting in extra hours to catch up.
Why didn't you inform me about the issue earlier?
I was trying to resolve it first, but I should have communicated sooner.
How are we going to meet the deadline?
We might need to allocate more resources or work overtime.
What caused the delay in the project?
There were some unexpected technical difficulties.
Can you provide an update on the client's feedback?
They were not satisfied with the initial proposal and requested revisions.
How do you plan to address the client's concerns?
I'll set up a meeting with them to discuss and resolve their issues.
Why is the budget report incomplete?
There were some discrepancies that needed clarification before finalizing.
What steps are you taking to ensure this doesn't happen again?
I'm implementing a more thorough review process.
Did you verify the data before submission?
I did, but it seems I missed a few errors. I'll recheck it.
How can we improve our communication within the team?
Regular updates and clear guidelines would help.
Why is there a drop in our performance metrics?
It might be due to the recent changes in our processes.
What do you need to get this back on track?
Additional support and clear priorities would be helpful.
How will you handle the increased workload?
I'll delegate some tasks and prioritize the most critical ones.
Can you explain the discrepancies in the report?
Some data was incorrectly entered. I'll correct and update it.
What's your plan for the next steps?
I'll outline a detailed action plan and share it with the team.
Why didn't you escalate this problem sooner?
I underestimated its impact and thought I could resolve it myself.
How can we avoid such issues in the future?
Better risk assessment and early communication can help.
Did you follow the correct procedure?
I did, but it seems there were some unforeseen complications.
What support do you need to complete this task?
Access to more resources and some additional time.
How do you propose we handle the client's dissatisfaction?
We should apologize, offer a solution, and ensure better service moving forward.
How was your weekend?
It was great. I went hiking. How about yours?
Have you tried the new coffee shop nearby?
Yes, their lattes are amazing.
What do you think about the latest market trends?
They seem promising, especially for our industry.
Are you excited about the upcoming company retreat?
Definitely, it's a great opportunity to relax and bond with the team.
How do you balance work and personal life?
I make sure to set boundaries and take time for myself.
What's your favorite part of your job?
I love collaborating with my team and coming up with creative solutions.
Have you read any good books lately?
Yes, I just finished a fascinating business novel. How about you?
How do you stay motivated during long projects?
I set small goals and reward myself when I achieve them.
Do you have any vacation plans coming up?
Yes, I'm planning a trip to the mountains next month.
What's your go-to strategy for problem solving?
I like to brainstorm with colleagues and get different perspectives.
How do you handle work-related stress?
I practice mindfulness and take short breaks throughout the day.
What are your thoughts on remote work?
I enjoy the flexibility, but I also miss the office environment.
How do you keep up with industry news?
I subscribe to several newsletters and follow key influencers on social media.
What's your favorite way to unwind after a busy day?
I like to read a book or watch a good movie.
How do you prioritize your tasks?
I use a to-do list and focus on the most important tasks first.
What do you enjoy most about working here?
The supportive team culture and opportunities for growth.
Have you attended any interesting workshops recently?
Yes, I went to a digital marketing seminar last week.
How do you handle feedback from colleagues?
I appreciate constructive criticism and use it to improve my work.
What skills are you looking to develop this year?
I want to improve my leadership and project management abilities.
How do you stay organized with your work?
I use digital tools and apps to keep track of my tasks and deadlines.
Have you reviewed the latest sales report?
Yes, I'm looking at it right now. The numbers are quite interesting.
What do you think about the recent market trends?
They indicate a potential growth opportunity for us.
Can you explain the decline in our revenue last quarter?
It was due to unexpected market fluctuations and increased competition.
How do you plan to address the issues raised in the report?
We need to adjust our strategy and focus on key areas of improvement.
Did you finalize the budget for next year?
Not yet, I'm still working on the projections.
What's your opinion on the new marketing campaign?
I think it has a lot of potential to boost our brand visibility.
Can you help me understand these financial figures?
Sure, let's go through them together.
How do you feel about the upcoming product launch?
I'm excited but also a bit anxious about the reception.
What steps are we taking to improve customer satisfaction?
We're implementing a new feedback system and enhancing our support services.
Have you set the meeting with the stakeholders?
Yes, it's scheduled for next Monday.
What's the status of the new project proposal?
It's almost ready. I'll send it for review by the end of the day.
How do you manage the workload during peak seasons?
I prioritize tasks and delegate when necessary to ensure efficiency.
Can you give me an update on the client negotiations?
The discussions are progressing well, but we need to finalize a few details.
What's your strategy for increasing our market share?
We should focus on innovative marketing and improving our product offerings.
How do you stay updated with industry news?
I follow relevant publications and attend industry webinars.
Are you confident about meeting our quarterly targets?
Yes, if we maintain our current performance and address any issues promptly.
How do you approach problem solving in your role?
I analyze the situation, brainstorm solutions, and implement the most effective one.
Have you received feedback from the team about the new process?
Yes, they have some concerns, but overall they are adapting well.
What's your plan for handling the increased competition?
We need to innovate and enhance our customer engagement strategies.
Can you assist me with the performance review preparations?
Of course, let's schedule some time to go over them.
What do you think of our brainstorming session so far?
It's productive. We've generated a lot of good ideas.
How should we prioritize these tasks?
Let's focus on the high-impact items first.
Can you explain this concept on the whiteboard?
Sure, it's a new strategy to improve our customer engagement.
How do you feel about implementing this plan?
I think it's feasible, but we need to consider the resources required.
What do you suggest for the next steps?
We should assign responsibilities and set deadlines.
Do you have any concerns about the proposed timeline?
Yes, it seems a bit tight. We might need more time for testing.
Can you update the team on our progress?
Absolutely. I'll send out a detailed email after this meeting.
How do we measure the success of this project?
We can use key performance indicators and track our metrics.
What are your thoughts on the feedback from the last meeting?
It's valuable. We should incorporate their suggestions.
How do you propose we tackle the potential risks?
Let's conduct a risk assessment and develop a mitigation plan.
Are there any tools we need to facilitate this project?
We might need project management software to keep track of everything.
Can you summarize the main points from today's discussion?
Yes, we've decided on the key objectives and action items.
How should we communicate our progress to stakeholders?
Regular updates and status reports should keep them informed.
What's your take on the team's current workload?
We might need to redistribute some tasks to balance it out.
How can we ensure everyone stays on the same page?
Frequent check-ins and clear communication will help.
Do you think we need additional resources for this project?
Possibly. Let's evaluate our current capacity first.
How do we handle any unexpected challenges that arise?
We should be flexible and have contingency plans in place.
What are the potential benefits of this new approach?
Increased efficiency, better customer satisfaction, and higher revenue.
How should we document our process and results?
We can use a shared online platform for easy access and updates.
Are there any training sessions needed for the team?
Yes, we might need to schedule some workshops on new tools and techniques.
How was your weekend?
It was quite relaxing. How about yours?
Have you prepared the documents for our meeting?
Yes, they're all ready and organized.
What do you think about the recent policy changes?
I believe they will streamline our processes and improve efficiency.
Can you walk me through your proposal?
Sure, I'd be happy to explain the main points.
How do you feel about your current workload?
It's manageable, but I could use some help with a few tasks.
Have you set your goals for this quarter?
Yes, I'm focusing on improving client relationships and increasing sales.
What challenges are you facing with your project?
Coordinating with different departments has been a bit difficult.
How do you plan to overcome these challenges?
By improving communication and setting clear deadlines.
Can you provide an update on the project status?
We're on track, but we need to speed up a few tasks to meet the deadline.
What skills are you looking to develop this year?
I'd like to enhance my project management and leadership skills.
How do you handle tight deadlines?
I prioritize tasks and delegate when necessary.
Are you satisfied with your team's performance?
Yes, but there's always room for improvement.
What's your strategy for improving team collaboration?
Regular meetings and clear communication channels.
How do you stay motivated at work?
Setting personal goals and celebrating small achievements helps.
What do you think about the new software we implemented?
It's user-friendly and has significantly improved our efficiency.
How do you approach problem solving in your role?
I analyze the issue, brainstorm solutions, and choose the best course of action.
Are you planning to attend the upcoming conference?
Yes, I think it will be a great opportunity for networking and learning.
How do you manage work-life balance?
By setting boundaries and making time for personal activities.
Can you share some feedback on my recent performance?
Sure, you've been doing well, but I think you could improve on meeting deadlines.
What are your long-term career goals?
I aim to take on more leadership roles and eventually move into upper management.
What are your thoughts on the recent performance review?
I believe it highlighted some areas where we can improve.
Can you provide an update on the project deadlines?
Yes, we are currently on track, but need to watch a few critical tasks.
How do you plan to address the client's concerns?
We should arrange a follow-up meeting and clarify their doubts.
What are your priorities for this quarter?
My main focus is on improving efficiency and meeting our sales targets.
How do you handle high-pressure situations?
I stay calm, prioritize tasks, and focus on solutions.
Can you explain the budget variances in your report?
The variances were due to unforeseen expenses, which I've detailed in the report.
What steps are you taking to ensure project success?
Regular monitoring, clear communication, and contingency planning.
How do you approach setting team goals?
I align them with our overall objectives and ensure they are achievable.
What are the key challenges facing your department?
Managing workload and ensuring timely completion of tasks.
Can you summarize the key points from the last meeting?
We discussed project timelines, client feedback, and budget adjustments.
How do you ensure effective team collaboration?
Regular meetings, open communication, and clearly defined roles.
What strategies do you use to improve productivity?
Implementing efficient processes and leveraging technology.
How do you stay updated with industry trends?
I attend webinars, read industry publications, and network with peers.
What are your expectations for the upcoming quarter?
To meet our targets and enhance our service offerings.
Can you give me an overview of your team's performance?
Overall, the team has performed well, but there are areas for improvement.
How do you handle feedback from your colleagues?
I view it as an opportunity for growth and try to incorporate their suggestions.
What measures are you taking to improve client satisfaction?
Enhancing our services, quick response to queries, and personalized support.
How do you balance multiple projects at once?
By prioritizing tasks, effective time management, and delegation.
Can you discuss your long-term vision for the department?
To innovate, grow our client base, and improve our operational efficiency.
What support do you need to achieve your goals?
Additional resources, better tools, and ongoing training for the team.
Good morning, Sarah. Today, we're going to create a story based on the business scenario depicted in this flashcard. Take a moment to observe the image I'm showing you.
All right, Mr. Davis. I see 3 people in an office setting, and they all look quite stressed. There's a clock showing it's just after 11 in the morning.
Perfect observation. Let's construct a narrative around these elements. What do you think might be happening here in a business context?
It seems like they are facing a critical situation. Maybe they are on a tight deadline to finish a project, or resolve a major issue.
Exactly, that's a realistic scenario in many businesses. Let's name the characters and assign roles. The man on the phone could be the team leader. What shall we call him?
How about calling him Mr. Thompson? He seems to be urgently communicating with someone, possibly a client or a higher up in the company.
Great choice. And the woman at the computer?
We can name her Emily. She looks like she might be analyzing data or checking information to report to Mr. Thompson.
And finally, the man in the background?
Let's call him Alex. He looks like he's trying to get Mr. Thompson's attention. Maybe he has some important news or a solution.
Wonderful. Now let's weave these details into a short story. How does the story start?
The team is working on a financial report that needs to be submitted to the board by noon. Mr. Thompson, the team leader, is currently on the phone with the CEO, discussing the last-minute adjustments needed in the report.
Good setup. What role does Emily play in this crisis?
Emily is quickly sifting through the latest market data to update the report's statistics. She's feeling the pressure because the data she needs is taking a while to compile.
And what about Alex? What's his pivotal moment?
Alex has just received an email confirming a critical piece of information that could change their report's conclusion. He's trying to get Mr. Thompson's attention to share this news, knowing it could significantly impact their presentation.
Excellent. Now how does it all resolve?
Mr. Thompson finally notices Alex's urgency and puts the CEO on hold to hear him out. Alex explains the new information, and Emily quickly incorporates this into the report. Together, they finalize the changes and submit the report just in time.
Well done, Sarah. You've managed to create a compelling business scenario with realistic dialogue and actions. How do you think this exercise will help you with business English?
It helps me think about how to construct professional conversations and handle stress in a business environment. It also improves my vocabulary related to business operations and teamwork.
Exactly the skills you need in the business world. Great job today, Sarah. Good morning, Sarah. Today, let's create a story from another business scenario. Look at the image I have for you. Describe what you see.
Hello, Mr. Davis. I see a man and a woman in an office. The man appears to be an executive or manager, sitting at a desk. The woman, who might be his colleague or assistant, is standing next to him with a folder, possibly presenting something important.
Excellent observation. What do you think their roles are and what's the context of their interaction?
The man could be a senior manager. Let's call him Mr. Carter. The woman could be a project manager named Lisa. She might be presenting the progress of a project or discussing the details of a new client proposal.
Good setup. What specific business situation could they be discussing?
They could be reviewing the final details of a proposal they plan to submit to a potential client. Lisa has brought the completed proposal document to Mr. Carter for his final approval before the submission deadline.
That's a plausible scenario. Let's dive deeper. How would you frame their dialogue in this meeting?
Lisa might start by summarizing the main points of the proposal. She could say, Mr. Carter, I've incorporated the changes you suggested last week. Here's the revised budget and project timeline, aligned with the client's expectations.
Great. And how does Mr. Carter respond?
He would review the document briefly and say, Everything looks in order, Lisa. The budget aligns well with our forecast. Did we get the final sign-off from the legal team on these terms?
Very professional. What's Lisa's reply?
Lisa responds, Yes, I had a meeting with legal this morning, and they've approved all the terms. They will send over the final document by the end of the day.
Now, how does the scenario conclude?
Mr. Carter would then say, "Excellent work, Lisa. Let's proceed with this. Ensure the proposal is sent to the client first thing tomorrow morning. Also, schedule a follow-up call next week to discuss any feedback they might have."
Well done, Sarah. You've effectively used business English to create a realistic and professional dialogue based on our flashcard scenario. What do you think you learned from this exercise?
It helped me understand how to structure a professional dialogue, focusing on clarity and precision. It also gave me a sense of how to handle document approvals and client interactions in a business setting.
Perfect, Sarah. That's exactly the kind of skills you need to develop for effective communication in business. Great job! Today, we have a scenario involving a business dinner. Take a good look at this image, Sarah. Can you describe what's happening?
Yes, Mr. Davis. It shows a man and a woman having dinner in a fancy restaurant. They both look professional, possibly discussing something important related to their work.
Excellent. Let's name them and define their roles. Who do you think they are?
The man could be Michael, a sales director, and the woman could be Anna, a client from a potential partner firm. They are meeting to discuss a future collaboration.
Great backstory. What do you think they're discussing?
They might be at the final stage of negotiating a deal. Michael is explaining the benefits of their partnership, trying to convince Anna to sign the contract.
How would Michael start this conversation?
Michael might say, "Anna, I believe this partnership will be mutually beneficial. We've tailored our services to meet your company's specific needs, ensuring maximum efficiency."
And how does Anna respond?
She's interested but cautious, so she might say, "I see the potential benefits, Michael. However, I'm concerned about the implementation phase. How will your team ensure a smooth transition?"
Good point. What's Michael's reassurance?
Michael could explain, "Our team is committed to a seamless integration. We have a dedicated project manager who will oversee the entire process and ensure everything aligns with your expectations."
Very professional. Suppose they touch on some lighter topics as well. How would that part of the conversation go?
To lighten the mood, Michael might comment on the setting. "By the way, I chose this restaurant because it's known for its excellent cuisine. I hope you enjoy the meal."
And Anna's reply?
She appreciates the gesture and responds, "Thank you, Michael. It's a lovely place indeed. A good meal certainly makes business discussions more enjoyable."
Now, how does their business dinner conclude?
As they finish their meal, Anna says, "Thank you for the detailed explanations, Michael. I feel much more confident about this partnership. Let's proceed with the paperwork."
Well done, Sarah. You've effectively used business English to create a realistic dialogue for a business dinner. What do you think was the most important part of this exercise?
It helped me practice how to mix formal business discussions with casual conversation, making the interaction feel more natural and engaging.
Exactly, Sarah. Mixing business with a bit of casual dialogue is key in such settings. Great job today. Today, we have a networking event scenario. What can you tell me about the setting and the characters from the image, Sarah?
It looks like a professional networking event, Mr. Davis. There is a man and a woman having a conversation, possibly exchanging information or discussing potential business opportunities. There are other attendees in the background.
Excellent observation. Let's name these characters and imagine their professional backgrounds. Who are they?
The man could be named Alex, a business development manager, and the woman could be named Sophia, a marketing director. They might be discussing collaboration possibilities between their companies.
Good setup. Let's start their conversation. How does Alex initiate the dialogue?
Alex might start by saying, Sophia, I've heard great things about your recent marketing campaigns. My company is looking to expand our reach, and I believe there's a lot we can learn from each other.
That's a strong opening. How does Sophia respond?
Sophia could reply, "Thank you, Alex. I've also been impressed by your company's innovations in product development. What specific areas are you looking to enhance in your business?"
Now let's deepen their business conversation. What could Alex propose?
Alex might suggest, "We're particularly interested in exploring joint ventures that leverage both our strengths. Perhaps there's potential for a co-branded initiative that could benefit both our customer bases."
And how does Sophia react to this proposal?
Interested, Sophia might say, "That sounds intriguing. We've been looking to explore new partnership models. Do you think we could set up a formal meeting to discuss this in detail?"
Excellent. Now imagine they are about to exchange business cards. What would that interaction look like?
As they exchange cards, Alex might say, "Here's my card. Let's definitely schedule that meeting soon. I'll send you an email with some initial ideas early next week."
And Sophia's final remark?
She would respond, "I look forward to it, Alex. I'll share this with my team and see how we can align our strategies. Thanks for reaching out."
Well done, Sarah. You've crafted a realistic and engaging conversation for a networking event. What key aspects of business English do you think were important here?
The focus was on being concise, polite, and direct, which is crucial for making a good impression and opening doors for potential collaborations in such settings.
Absolutely, Sarah. Networking is all about building relationships and presenting opportunities clearly and effectively. Great work today. Today, we're looking at a more casual business scenario. What's going on in this image, Sarah?
It appears to be an outdoor corporate event, maybe a company retreat or team building session. There's a man and a woman having a conversation, likely about work, but in a more informal setting.
Good description. Let's give them names and roles. Who are they?
The man can be Tom, a product manager, and the woman can be Clara, a human resources manager. They might be discussing team dynamics and upcoming projects.
Interesting choice. How would Tom initiate the conversation?
Tom might start with, "Clara, I've been meaning to talk to you about the new project team. I think we need to align on the team's composition to ensure the project's success."
How does Clara respond in this informal setting?
Clara, being more relaxed, might say, "Absolutely, Tom. I was actually reviewing the team feedback from last quarter. It seems like we need to consider some fresh talent for this project. What are your thoughts?"
That's a great start. What specific suggestion might Tom have?
Tom might reply, "I agree. I've noticed that Emily has shown a lot of potential in the junior developer role. Perhaps we could give her a chance to shine on this project?"
And Clara's reaction?
Clara nods and says, "Emily is a great choice. I'll talk to her manager and see how we can transition her smoothly into this role. Thanks for pointing that out, Tom."
Now, since they are at a team-building event, how would they conclude their conversation on a lighter note?
Tom might lighten the mood by saying, "Since we're here, let's try some of these team activities. I heard the tug of war is starting soon. Are you in?"
And Clara's enthusiastic response?
She laughs and responds, "Count me in. It'll be good to show the team we're not always buried in paperwork and strategy meetings."
Perfect, Sarah. You've managed to create a dialogue that balances professional discussion with a casual tone, suitable for an outdoor event. How do you think this setting affects their communication style?
It allows for more open and relaxed dialogue, which can lead to more creative ideas and stronger relationships among colleagues.
Exactly right. Informal settings can indeed foster better teamwork and more comfortable communication. Well done today. Today's scene is set in a coffee shop. It looks like a professional meeting. Sarah, what do you think they might be discussing?
It seems like a mentorship meeting, or maybe a job interview. The man appears to be older, perhaps sharing advice or discussing a job role with the younger woman.
Excellent guess. Let's name them. The man can be Mr. Anderson and the young woman can be Julia. What role do you think Mr. Anderson has?
Mr. Anderson might be a senior executive or a consultant. He could be giving career advice to Julia, who might be a recent graduate or someone looking to advance her career.
Perfect. Let's start their conversation. How does Mr. Anderson begin?
Mr. Anderson might start with, "Julia, I've reviewed your resume, and I'm impressed with your initiatives during your university years. What drives your interest in our field?"
And Julia's response?
Julia could reply, "Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I've always been passionate about technology and its potential to solve real-world problems. I believe your company's innovative projects align perfectly with my career goals."
Great. How does Mr. Anderson steer the conversation towards a potential job opportunity?
Mr. Anderson might say, "That's exactly the kind of passion we need. We're currently looking for someone to lead a new project in sustainable tech. Could you tell me more about your experience with environmental initiatives?"
And how does Julia showcase her skills?
She explains, "In my final year, I led a project on energy-efficient computing, which reduced our campus data center's energy use by 20%. I'm excited about the opportunity to apply similar strategies at a larger scale."
Mr. Anderson's reaction?
He might respond, "That's quite impressive, Julia. Your hands-on experience could be very valuable to our team. Let's discuss how you might fit into the role and what you're looking for in terms of career development."
Finally, how does their meeting wrap up?
Julia might conclude, "I appreciate your guidance, Mr. Anderson. I'm very interested in the role and eager to bring my skills to your team."
And Mr. Anderson could wrap up with, "Great to hear, Julia. I'll arrange for you to meet with our project team next week. Let's take this discussion forward." Well done, Sarah. How do you think this practice will help you in real-world business situations?
It helps me understand how to articulate my experiences and goals clearly and professionally, which is crucial for interviews and meetings.
Absolutely. Knowing how to present yourself effectively is key. Excellent work today. Look at our new scenario, a park meeting. What do you think is happening here, Sarah?
It seems like a casual business discussion, possibly a performance review or an informal interview. The setting is much more relaxed than a typical office.
Good insight. Let's name these characters and assign them roles. Who are they?
The man could be named James, a department head, and the woman could be Eliza, one of his team members. Maybe they're discussing her progress or future projects.
What might James be asking Eliza to start their discussion?
James might begin with, "Eliza, you've been doing excellent work this quarter. How do you feel about your current projects, and is there anything you'd like to explore further?"
And Eliza's response?
She might say, "Thank you, James. I'm really enjoying the challenges, and I'm particularly interested in taking on more responsibility with the upcoming international project."
What follow-up question might James have?
James could ask, "That's a great initiative. What specific areas within the international project do you think you could contribute to most effectively?"
How does Eliza articulate her skills and interests?
Eliza responds, I believe my background in digital marketing and multilingual skills can help bridge the communication gap in our overseas operations. I'd love to lead the outreach efforts.
Impressive. How does James encourage her or offer support?
James might say, "That's exactly the kind of initiative we need. I'll arrange for you to meet with the international team next week to discuss this further. We'll ensure you have the resources to succeed."
How do they wrap up their park bench meeting?
Eliza could conclude, "I appreciate your support, James. I'm looking forward to the opportunity." James would likely add, "Let's keep this dialogue open. I'm here to support your growth every step of the way."
Wonderful, Sarah. This setting allowed for a very open and personal discussion. What benefits do you see in conducting meetings like this outside a traditional office?
It seems to allow for more honest and relaxed communication, which can lead to better understanding and stronger relationships between colleagues.
Exactly, Sarah. Such environments can indeed foster a different kind of dialogue that is beneficial for team dynamics. Excellent job today. Today's scenario is at a train station. What do you think is happening between these two professionals?
It looks like they're either preparing for a business trip together, or perhaps they've just concluded a business meeting and are heading back. The setting suggests they might be discussing last-minute details or next steps.
Good observation. Let's give them names and professional contexts. Who are they?
The man can be Daniel, a financial analyst, and the woman can be Laura, a project manager. They might be colleagues from different departments discussing a joint venture.
What might Daniel be saying to start their conversation?
Daniel might begin with, "Laura, before we board, let's finalize the action items we discussed. I want to make sure we're aligned on the financial projections."
And Laura's response?
Laura could reply, "Absolutely, Daniel. I've noted some discrepancies in the budget allocation for the marketing department. Could you go over these figures once more?"
How would Daniel handle this?
Daniel might pull up a document on his tablet and say, "Let me show you the updated figures. We increased the marketing budget by 15% to cover the additional advertising channels we discussed."
What's Laura's reaction to the clarification?
She looks at the tablet and says, "That makes sense now. Thanks for clarifying. I'll make sure our team adjusts the project timeline accordingly."
Suppose they have a few minutes before their train arrives. What else might they discuss?
Daniel might take the opportunity to ask, "How's the new software implementation going on your end? Any major challenges?"
And Laura's update?
She might explain, "It's going smoother than expected, but we'll need more training sessions to get everyone up to speed. Maybe your team could help organize these?"
Daniel's response?
"Absolutely. I'll coordinate with UT to set up training sessions next week. Let's get everyone comfortable with the new system as soon as possible."
As they get ready to board, how do they conclude their meeting?
Laura might say, "Perfect. I appreciate the quick responses, Daniel. Let's catch up over a call next week to monitor progress."
And Daniel could add, "Agreed. I'll send you a meeting invite. Safe travels, Laura." Well done, Sarah. How do you think handling such discussions in a transient setting affects their communication?
It seems to require more focus and efficiency. They have to be clear and concise due to the limited time and the distractions around them.
Exactly. Being concise and focused is crucial in such settings. Great job today. This scenario is quite intense. What do you think is happening here, Sarah?
It looks like a disagreement between two colleagues at a company event. Maybe a heated discussion that escalated in front of others.
That's a plausible interpretation. Let's name these characters and their roles. Who are they?
The man pointing his finger could be named Richard, perhaps a senior manager. The other man, looking defensive, could be Tom, a team leader.
What might have sparked the confrontation?
They could be disagreeing about a decision that was made regarding a project they are both involved in. Richard might feel that Tom made a decision without consulting him.
Good backstory. How would Richard express his frustration?
Richard might say, "Tom, I can't believe you proceeded with that strategy without discussing it with me first. We're supposed to be on the same team here."
How does Tom respond to keep things professional?
Tom could reply, "Richard, I understand your concerns. It was a time-sensitive decision, and I had to act quickly. Let's discuss how we can align better in the future instead of focusing on what's already done."
How could Richard redirect the conversation towards a constructive resolution?
Richard might take a moment, then say, "You're right about moving forward. Let's schedule a meeting tomorrow morning to discuss this in detail. We need to synchronize our strategies."
And how might Tom agree to this proposal?
Tom could respond, "That sounds like a plan. I'm all for improving our communication and ensuring we're aligned. Let's talk in a more private setting."
Suppose a colleague nearby wants to diffuse the tension immediately. What could they say?
A colleague might interject, "Let's remember to keep the spirit of teamwork alive, even when we disagree. We all aim for the company's success."
How does the scene conclude?
Richard could nod, recognizing the wisdom in those words, and say, "Thank you for the reminder. Tom, let's resolve this tomorrow." Tom might reply, "Agreed, Richard. Let's work on this together."
Well done, Sarah. How do you think handling such conflicts professionally can impact a work environment?
It's crucial for maintaining respect and productivity. Addressing conflicts openly and constructively prevents them from escalating and helps build a stronger team.
Exactly, Sarah. Learning to navigate disagreements respectfully is key in any professional setting. Excellent job today. This scene is set at a train station. What kind of professional interaction could be happening here?
It looks like they're business colleagues, perhaps preparing for a trip related to a conference or a client meeting. They might be discussing their itinerary or objectives for the trip.
Great setting for a scenario. Let's give them names and their professional roles.
The man could be Ethan, an operations manager, and the woman could be Nicole, a sales director. They could be traveling to meet a major client.
What might Ethan be saying to start their conversation?
Ethan might begin with, "Nicole, before we board, let's go over our agenda for the client meeting tomorrow. I want to make sure we cover all strategic points."
And Nicole's response?
Nicole might reply, "Absolutely, Ethan. I've updated our presentation with the latest sales figures and project timelines. I think it's crucial we emphasize our recent successes in the sector."
How would Ethan address any concerns?
Ethan could say, "I agree. Highlighting our successes will be key. Also, let's not forget to address the client's concerns about the integration process. We need to assure them of our support."
What logistical aspects might Nicole bring up?
She might mention, "I've arranged for us to have a tour of their facilities. Seeing their operations firsthand will give us better insights into how we can tailor our services."
Suppose they have a few minutes before the train departs. How might they discuss their travel logistics?
Ethan might check, "Do we have all our documents ready? Passes, IDs, and the presentation materials? It's going to be a tight schedule once we arrive."
And Nicole's reassurance?
She could respond, "Everything's packed and double-checked. I've also downloaded all our documents onto my tablet as a backup."
As they get ready to board, how do they conclude their conversation?
Nicole might say, "Let's make this trip successful, Ethan. We have everything we need to make a strong impression." Ethan would likely add, "Agreed, let's do this. We'll debrief on the train and fine-tune our approach."
Nicely done, Sarah. How do you think preparing and discussing these details beforehand impacts their professional relationship?
It builds trust and ensures they are both on the same page. Preparation like this can significantly increase their chances of a successful meeting.
Exactly. Being well prepared and coordinated is crucial, especially when traveling for business. Great work today. Good morning, Sarah. Today we're going to do something a bit different. I'll show you a flashcard, and I want you to create a story based on the scene it depicts. It's a business setting, so try to use the vocabulary and phrases we've learned in our business English lessons. Are you ready?
Yes, Mr. Davis, I'm excited to try this.
All right, here's the flashcard. It shows two professionals in an office. One is a woman holding a tablet, and the other is a man seated at a desk. They appear to be discussing something important. Let's build a story around this. What do you think their names and roles might be?
Okay, the woman could be named Miss Allen. She's a project manager, and the man is Mr. Carter, a data analyst. They work in a tech company, and Miss Allen is discussing the progress of a new software they are developing.
Excellent start. Now, let's incorporate some dialogue. How would Miss Allen update Mr. Carter on the project's status?
Miss Allen might say, "Mr. Carter, based on the latest metrics, our project timeline is on track. However, there are a couple of performance issues I think you should look at."
Good. You've used the term metrics appropriately here. How might Mr. Carter respond to that?
Mr. Carter would probably want more specifics to understand the issues better. He might reply, "Thank you for the update, Miss Allen. Could you show me where the performance bottlenecks are occurring according to the data?"
Well done, Sarah. Now imagine they need to decide on the next steps. How would Miss Allen propose to proceed?
She would suggest a strategic approach. "I recommend we schedule a review session with the development team tomorrow. We need to prioritize resolving these bottlenecks to maintain our deployment schedule."
Excellent suggestion, Sarah. You're doing a fantastic job incorporating project management terminology. To wrap up their meeting, what closing remarks could Mr. Carter make?
Mr. Carter could conclude with, "That sounds like a plan, Miss Allen. Let's arrange that meeting for first thing tomorrow morning. I'll prepare an analysis of the current data trends for our discussion."
Perfect, Sarah. You've created a very professional and realistic business interaction. Well done. How do you feel about the exercise?
It was challenging but really useful, Mr. Davis. I feel like I'm getting better at expressing business concepts in English.
You certainly are. Keep up the great work, Sarah. Next time, we'll add more complexity to the scenarios to push your skills even further. Let's look at the new flashcard, Sarah. Here we see a job interview scenario. The man seems to be the interviewer and the woman, the interviewee. How do you think the conversation should start in such a professional setting?
The interviewer, Mr. Thompson, might start by welcoming the interviewee, who will call Miss Rodriguez. He could say, "Good morning, Miss Rodriguez. Thank you for coming today. I've looked over your resume, and I'm impressed with your background. Let's start by discussing your experience at your last position."
That's a very polite and professional opening. How would Miss Rodriguez respond?
She would want to appear confident and prepared, so she might respond, "Thank you, Mr. Thompson. I appreciate the opportunity to interview for the position. At my last job, I led several projects that involved coordinating with both internal and external teams to meet our strategic objectives."
Good use of business terminology, Sarah. Mr. Thompson might want to explore her skills further. What question could he ask next?
He might be interested in her team management skills, so he could ask, "Can you describe a challenge you faced while managing these projects and how you overcame it?"
Excellent question. What would be Miss Rodriguez's response?
She could say, "Certainly. One of the major challenges was aligning the project timelines with the expectations of our stakeholders. I facilitated a series of workshops to identify the bottlenecks and realigned our goals with the stakeholders' expectations, which enhanced project delivery and stakeholder satisfaction."
Well constructed, Sarah. You're effectively using the language of negotiation and stakeholder management. Now, how might Mr. Thompson conclude the interview?
He might want to end on a positive note, so he could say, "Thank you for sharing those insights, Ms. Rodriguez. It's clear you have a strong handle on effective project management. We will be in touch soon after we finalize our decision. Have a great day."
Perfect conclusion. You've really captured the essence of a formal interview in a corporate environment. How did you feel about creating this dialogue?
It felt more real this time, Mr. Davis. I think understanding the context and the roles helps me use the right language and terminology.
That's exactly right. Understanding context is key in business English. Great job today, Sarah. Here's your next flashcard, Sarah. It looks like we have a situation that might occur often in a business environment, an intense discussion between colleagues. What do you think they could be talking about?
This could be about a disagreement on how to proceed with a project. Let's say the woman is the team leader, Miss Grant, and the man is a senior developer, Mr. Lee. She might be expressing concerns about the project timeline.
Good setup. How would Miss Grant start the conversation?
She might begin assertively, since it looks serious. She could say, "Mr. Lee, we need to address the recent delays in the project. It's critical we meet our milestones on time to align with the client's expectations."
Strong opening. How should Mr. Lee respond to convey his perspective?
He might look concerned and respond, "I understand the urgency, Miss Grant, but we've encountered some technical challenges that are taking longer to resolve than expected. I'm working with my team to accelerate our progress."
That's very realistic. Now Miss Grant needs to guide the conversation towards a solution. What could she say?
She might suggest a collaborative approach. "I appreciate your hard work, Mr. Lee. Let's brainstorm some potential solutions. Perhaps we can bring in additional resources or adjust our strategy to overcome these challenges."
Well done. And how would Mr. Lee react to this proposal?
He would likely appreciate her supportive approach and respond positively. "That sounds like a constructive plan, Miss Grant. I'll prepare a few options, and we can review them together first thing tomorrow morning."
Excellent dialogue, Sarah. You've managed to turn a challenging situation into a cooperative resolution. What have you learned from this exercise?
It helped me understand how to handle workplace conflicts more diplomatically and propose solutions effectively. The language we use can really influence the direction of a business conversation.
Exactly. Your choice of words and tone can change the outcome of professional interaction significantly. Well done today, Sarah. You're getting quite adept at this. For this flashcard, Sarah, we see a senior executive presenting to a younger colleague. Let's assume the executive is explaining company performance. How would you start this conversation?
The executive, whom we'll call Mr. Bradford, might start by explaining the chart. He could say, "As you can see, Ms. Thompson, our third quarter earnings have exceeded our projections, particularly in the sectors you've been managing."
That's an excellent way to engage the listener. How would Miss Thompson, the younger colleague, respond to this?
She might respond with a question to dive deeper into the discussion. "Thank you, Mr. Bradford. Could you elaborate on the factors that led to such a robust performance in these sectors?"
Great use of a probing question. What would Mr. Bradford explain next?
He could point to specific data on the chart and say, "Certainly, Ms. Thompson. One of the key factors was the strategic shift towards digital marketing, which you spearheaded. This graph here shows the surge in customer engagement metrics since implementing your strategies."
Nicely detailed, Sarah. It shows how well you're grasping business concepts. Now, suppose Miss Thompson wants to discuss future strategies. What might she say?
She could propose further action. "That's encouraging to hear. Based on these trends, I believe we should consider expanding our digital initiatives into other regional markets. What are your thoughts on this approach?"
Very strategic. How would Mr. Bradford respond to her suggestion?
He would likely support her initiative, affirming her ideas. "I think that's a sound proposal, Ms. Thompson. Let's draft a preliminary plan and present it to the board next week. I believe they'll be quite impressed with your insights."
Excellent, Sarah. You've effectively simulated a realistic business discussion focusing on performance review and strategic planning. How do you feel about this scenario?
It felt really engaging, Mr. Davis. Creating dialogue based on visual data made me think more critically about how to interpret business results and discuss strategies.
You're developing a strong knack for business communication, Sarah. Well done today. Here's another engaging scenario, Sarah. It looks like a high-level business review. Let's say the woman is presenting a quarterly report. What might she start with in such a meeting?
She could be an analyst, so let's call her Miss Benson. She might begin with, "Good morning, Mr. Collins. I've prepared the quarterly performance overview you requested. There are several key areas where we've seen significant movements."
Very professional. How would Mr. Collins, perhaps the CEO, respond?
He might want to get straight to the details. "Thank you, Miss Benson. Let's start with the revenue trends. What insights can you offer from the latest data?"
Good. Focusing on specifics. How would Miss Benson handle that?
She might use the visuals to guide her explanation. "As shown in the graphs behind me, our revenue has grown by 14% compared to the previous quarter. This growth is primarily driven by our expanded online operations and the new marketing strategies we implemented in March."
Excellent description and use of precise figures. What if Mr. Collins has concerns about another area, like expenses?
Miss Benson would then address that. "Regarding expenses, we have seen a moderate increase, which correlates with our expansion efforts. However, the ROI is favorable when we consider the increased market share and customer base resulting from these investments."
Very analytical. Suppose Mr. Collins wants to discuss future strategies based on these insights. What could he say?
He might suggest, "Based on these results, Miss Benson, I believe we should explore further investment in our digital platforms. What are your thoughts on reallocating resources to bolster this segment?"
And how would Miss Benson respond to align with his strategic direction?
She could propose, "I agree, Mr. Collins. I recommend conducting a detailed cost-benefit analysis to identify the most profitable areas for reallocation. I can prepare a proposal based on our current data trends."
Perfect, Sarah. You've successfully created a dialogue that not only discusses data, but also transitions into strategic planning. How did you feel about this exercise?
It's getting easier to think through these scenarios, Mr. Davis. Discussing real business situations in English is really helping me feel more confident about using the language in a professional context.
You're making excellent progress, Sarah. Your ability to integrate business concepts with English fluency is impressive. This flashcard appears to show a more formal and evaluative setting, perhaps a performance review. How would you start this conversation, Sarah?
The older woman, let's call her Mrs. Walker, might be the supervisor. She could start the meeting by setting a constructive tone. "Thank you for meeting with me today, Mr. Hayes. I would like to discuss your performance over the past year, highlighting your successes and areas for improvement."
That's a great opening. It's clear and respectful. How might Mr. Hayes, the younger man, respond?
Mr. Hayes should acknowledge her statement positively. "Thank you, Mrs. Walker. I appreciate the opportunity to review my work. I'm eager to learn how I can continue to contribute to the team's goals and grow professionally."
Excellent response. What specific points might Mrs. Walker address regarding his performance?
Mrs. Walker might begin with the positives. "To start, you've made significant contributions to our project management process, particularly with your innovative approach to streamlining communications. Your efforts have enhanced team productivity noticeably."
Good use of specific feedback. How would she approach areas for improvement?
She might continue with, "Looking ahead, I would like to see more leadership from you in handling client relationships. While your project management is superb, taking more initiative in client interactions could further your growth and our company's success."
That's a constructive way to suggest improvements. How should Mr. Hayes react to this feedback?
He could show openness to her feedback. "I understand, Mrs. Walker. I will focus more on developing my client engagement skills. Could we possibly arrange for me to shadow one of our senior client managers to gain more direct experience?"
That's a proactive response. And how might Mrs. Walker conclude the review?
She could affirm his proactive stance. "That's an excellent suggestion, Mr. Hayes. I will arrange that for you. Let's regroup in a few months to discuss your progress. Keep up the good work and keep challenging yourself."
Well done, Sarah. You've managed to create a very realistic and professional performance review dialogue. How did you feel about this exercise?
It felt very relevant, Mr. Davis. Practicing these scenarios helps me understand the dynamics of workplace communication better.
You're grasping the nuances excellently. It's important to balance feedback and encouragement in professional settings, and you did just that. This flashcard shows a dynamic interaction in a workplace, possibly a heated discussion over a project design. How would you begin this conversation, Sarah?
Let's say the man is Mr. Johnson, a senior architect, and the woman is Miss Carter, a junior architect. Mr. Johnson might start with a concern. "Miss Carter, I've noticed a potential issue with the current design that could affect the project's feasibility. Could you come here and take a look at this section?"
A good start. It's important to be direct yet respectful. How would Miss Carter respond?
She seems surprised and possibly defensive, so she might say, "Oh, I wasn't aware there was a problem. What exactly are we looking at here?"
That feels natural. Now, how would Mr. Johnson explain the problem?
He might point to the plans and say, "Here, the load-bearing calculations don't seem to align with the structural requirements. It could lead to serious safety issues if not corrected."
Very clear. How would Miss Carter react to this specific feedback?
Miss Carter, wanting to solve the problem, might respond, "I see what you mean, Mr. Johnson. Let's review the calculations together and ensure everything is up to standard. I might have overlooked this aspect."
Good. She acknowledges the issue and suggests collaboration. What would be Mr. Johnson's response to her initiative?
He might appreciate her approach and respond, "Thank you, Miss Carter, for your quick response. Let's sit down and go through these figures in detail. I'm sure we can resolve this efficiently."
Excellent. How would you have them conclude this interaction?
They could end on a cooperative note. "Absolutely, Mr. Johnson. I'll get the latest data, and let's tackle this first thing tomorrow morning."
Well done, Sarah. You've crafted a realistic scenario that addresses problem solving and teamwork in a professional setting. How did you feel about this dialogue?
It felt intense but very educational. Learning to communicate effectively in challenging situations is crucial, and I think I'm getting better at it.
You certainly are, Sarah. You're learning to handle workplace challenges with professionalism and poise. Keep up the great work. In this scene, we have a business presentation. The presenter, whom we'll call Miss Howard, is likely discussing company performance or new initiatives. How would you start this presentation, Sarah?
Miss Howard could begin with a clear introduction to her topic. Good morning, everyone. Today, I'm excited to present our new strategic initiatives that aim to enhance our market position and drive sustainable growth.
That's a strong opening. It sets the stage for what's to come. How would she engage her audience early in the presentation?
She might bring up recent achievements to grab their attention. As you can see on slide 3, our efforts in the last quarter have resulted in a 20% increase in efficiency, significantly cutting costs across several departments.
Excellent. She uses specific data to highlight success. How would she transition to discussing future plans?
Miss Howard could then say, building on this success, we plan to implement further innovative solutions. Our next steps involve enhancing our digital infrastructure to support these initiatives, which I will outline in the next slides.
Great transition. Suppose she encounters a question from an audience member about the feasibility of these plans. How would she handle it?
She might respond confidently, "That's a valid concern. We've conducted a comprehensive risk assessment and have contingency plans in place to mitigate potential challenges. I'm happy to go into more details if you'd like."
Very professional. How would she conclude her presentation to leave a lasting impact?
Miss Howard could wrap up with, "In conclusion, these initiatives are not just about growth, but about setting a new standard in our industry. We invite all of you to contribute your ideas and energy as we move forward together."
That's a compelling close. It encourages participation and creates a sense of collective effort. How did you feel about crafting this dialogue?
It was challenging but rewarding, Mr. Davis. It really helped me think about structuring presentations and addressing audience questions effectively.
You've done an exceptional job, Sarah. Your ability to convey strategic content in a compelling way is improving tremendously. This flashcard shifts our setting to a more personal interaction in a workplace, Sarah. It seems like one professional is offering support to another. How would you initiate this conversation?
The woman, Dr. Ellis, might begin with a compassionate approach. "I noticed you've seemed quite overwhelmed today, Dr. Bennett. It's been a tough week for all of us. Do you want to talk about what's on your mind?"
That's very empathetic. How might Dr. Bennett, the man, respond?
Dr. Bennett might be a bit hesitant, but open up due to the trust environment. "Thanks, Dr. Ellis. It's just everything all at once. The long hours, difficult cases, and the pressure. It's hard to not take it home."
That's a realistic response. How would Dr. Ellis offer support?
She could say, "I completely understand, Dr. Bennett. It's important to find a way to decompress. Have you considered speaking with a counselor or joining the support group we have for staff? It could be beneficial."
That's helpful advice. What might Dr. Bennett say to that suggestion?
Dr. Bennett might appreciate her guidance. "I've thought about it, but haven't taken any steps yet. Maybe it's time I did. Thanks for suggesting it, Dr. Ellis. I'll look into it tomorrow."
Great way to show openness to support. How should Dr. Ellis conclude their interaction?
She might conclude with further encouragement. "Anytime, Dr. Bennett. Remember, it's okay to seek help. We're all here to support each other. Let me know if you need anything else."
Well done, Sarah. You've effectively used empathetic and supportive language suitable for a sensitive workplace conversation. How did you feel about this dialogue?
It was challenging but important, Mr. Davis. Understanding how to communicate supportively in stressful situations is crucial, especially in such professions.
Exactly, Sarah. Developing emotional intelligence is key in any professional setting. Great job today. This flashcard shows a late-night office discussion, possibly about an urgent work matter. How would you start this conversation, Sarah?
Let's assume the woman, Miss Johnson, is a project manager, and the man, Mr. Taylor, is a key team member. Miss Johnson might start with, "Mr. Taylor, I appreciate you staying late. We need to address the issues with the client deliverables that were flagged today. It's crucial we resolve this before tomorrow's deadline."
That sets a serious and urgent tone. How would Mr. Taylor respond?
He would likely be aware of the situation's gravity and respond, "Of course, Miss Johnson. I understand the urgency. Can you clarify what specific issues were identified and how we can best address them?"
That's a responsible and solution-focused response. How might Miss Johnson explain the issues?
She might detail the problems. The main concerns are the inaccuracies in the data analysis section and some inconsistencies in the final report. We need to recheck the data sources and ensure all figures are correct. Can you coordinate with the data team to get this sorted?
Clear and actionable instructions. How would Mr. Taylor proceed?
He would take initiative. "I'll get on that immediately. I'll have a meeting with the data team and ensure we re-verify everything. Is there anything else we need to address?"
Great follow-through. What might Miss Johnson say to ensure comprehensive coverage?
She could ensure all bases are covered. In addition to the data, please review the report formatting and alignment with the client's requirements. Let's aim to have a revised version ready for review in the next few hours.
Perfect. How might Mr. Taylor conclude to show his commitment?
He might conclude with a commitment to resolve the issue. "Understood, Miss Johnson. I'll ensure everything is double-checked and meet the deadline. We'll have this ready for your review shortly."
Excellent, Sarah. You've crafted a very professional and focused dialogue that addresses urgent work issues efficiently. How did you feel about this scenario?
It was intense, but very practical, Mr. Davis. It helped me think about how to manage and communicate effectively during high-pressure situations.
You're doing a fantastic job understanding the nuances of professional communication. Keep it up. Good morning, Sarah. Today, we're going to create a story based on this flashcard. It's a great way to practice your business English. Take a look at the image. What do you see happening here?
Good morning, Mr. Davis. In the image, I see a man, who seems to be a manager or a supervisor, talking to a woman who might be his employee. The man looks serious and is pointing at something, while the woman looks like she's listening carefully and holding some documents.
Excellent observation, Sarah. Now, let's create a story. Imagine this is a typical day in a business office. Who are these people and what are their roles in the company?
I think the man is Mr. Johnson, the head of the marketing department, and the woman is Emily, a junior marketing executive. Mr. Johnson is giving Emily feedback on her recent project.
Great start. What kind of project might Emily be working on and why is it important?
Emily has been working on a new marketing campaign for one of the company's major clients. It's important because the client is considering renewing their contract, which could bring in significant revenue for the company.
That's a good angle. Let's delve deeper. What specific feedback might Mr. Johnson be giving Emily? Use some business vocabulary in your response.
Mr. Johnson might be saying, "Emily, I reviewed your campaign proposal. Overall, it's a solid start, but we need to focus more on our target demographic. The current plan lacks detailed analysis of our market segmentation. Additionally, we need to enhance our digital marketing strategies to increase our online presence.
Excellent use of business terms, Sarah. How do you think Emily might respond to this feedback?
Emily might respond, "Thank you for the feedback, Mr. Johnson. I'll revise the proposal to include a more thorough market analysis and integrate stronger digital marketing tactics. I appreciate your guidance."
Very professional. Now, imagine this conversation is part of a larger storyline. What challenges might Emily face in revising her project, and how could she overcome them?
Emily might struggle with gathering detailed market data and coming up with innovative digital strategies. She could overcome these challenges by collaborating with her colleagues in the data analytics team and attending a workshop on the latest digital marketing trends.
That's a well-rounded story, Sarah. You've incorporated key elements of business communication and project management. Do you have any final thoughts or additions to the story?
Perhaps Emily's hard work pays off, and the revised campaign impresses the client, leading to a renewed contract and even a promotion for Emily. It would highlight the importance of constructive feedback and teamwork in achieving business success.
Perfect conclusion. You've done an excellent job creating a cohesive and professional business story. Keep practicing, and you'll continue to improve your business English skills.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I really enjoyed this exercise.
Good afternoon, Sarah. Let's continue practicing your business English with a new flashcard. Take a look at this image and tell me what you see.
Good afternoon, Mr. Davis. In this image, I see a man sitting at a desk looking at a laptop and a woman standing next to him, pointing at the screen. They both seem to be having a positive conversation.
Great observation, Sarah. Let's build a story around this scene. Who are these people, and what are their roles in the company?
I think the man is Mr. Thompson, the CEO of the company, and the woman is Laura, his executive assistant. Laura is showing Mr. Thompson some important information on the laptop.
Excellent choice. What kind of information might Laura be presenting to Mr. Thompson, and why is it significant?
Laura might be presenting the quarterly financial report. It's significant because it shows the company's performance over the last 3 months and helps Mr. Thompson make informed decisions about future business strategies.
Very insightful. Now let's add some dialogue. What might Laura be saying to Mr. Thompson? Use some business vocabulary in your response.
Laura might be saying, "Mr. Thompson, I've compiled the quarterly financial report. As you can see, our revenue has increased by 15% compared to the last quarter. Additionally, our expenses have decreased by 10%, which has improved our overall profit margin."
Excellent use of business terms, Sarah. How do you think Mr. Thompson might respond to this information?
Mr. Thompson might respond, "That's great news, Laura. The increase in revenue and decrease in expenses are positive indicators. Let's discuss the key factors contributing to this performance and how we can sustain this growth."
Very professional. Now, imagine this conversation is part of a larger storyline. What challenges might Mr. Thompson and Laura face in sustaining this growth, and how could they address them?
They might face challenges such as market competition, economic fluctuations, and maintaining customer satisfaction. To address these challenges, they could invest in market research, diversify their product line, and enhance their customer service.
That's a well-rounded story, Sarah. You've incorporated key elements of business strategy and communication. Do you have any final thoughts or additions to the story?
Perhaps Laura suggests organizing a team meeting to brainstorm new ideas for sustaining growth, and Mr. Thompson agrees. It would show the importance of teamwork and collective effort in achieving business success.
Perfect conclusion. You've done an excellent job creating a cohesive and professional business story. Keep practicing, and you'll continue to improve your business English skills.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I really enjoyed this exercise.
Good afternoon, Sarah. Let's continue practicing your business English with a new flashcard. Take a look at this image and tell me what you see.
Good afternoon, Davis. In this image, I see a man standing and pointing at a whiteboard filled with notes and charts. A woman is sitting at a table, listening attentively with documents and a laptop in front of her. It looks like they are in a modern office.
Great observation, Sarah. Let's build a story around this scene. Who are these people and what are their roles in the company?
I think the man is Thompson, the project manager, and the woman is Laura, a team member. Thompson is presenting their project plan and key points on the whiteboard.
Excellent choice. What kind of project might they be working on, and why is it important?
They might be working on a new product launch. It's important because this product could be a major revenue driver for the company and position them as a market leader.
Very insightful. Now let's add some dialogue. What might Thompson be saying to Laura? Use some business vocabulary in your response.
Thompson might be saying, Laura, our focus for this quarter is the successful launch of our new product. We need to ensure that our marketing strategy is robust and that all departments are aligned. Our key performance indicators, KPIs, will be customer acquisition, market penetration, and sales growth.
Excellent use of business terms, Sarah. How do you think Laura might respond to this information?
Laura might respond, I agree, Thompson. To achieve these goals, we should conduct a thorough market analysis and identify our target audience. Additionally, we should leverage social media and digital marketing to increase our reach. I'll prepare a detailed plan and coordinate with the marketing team.
Very professional. Now imagine this conversation is part of a larger storyline. What challenges might Thompson and Laura face in launching the new product, and how could they address them?
They might face challenges such as tight deadlines, budget constraints, and unforeseen market changes. To address these challenges, they could implement a detailed project timeline, secure additional funding if necessary, and conduct regular market assessments to adapt their strategy accordingly.
That's a well-rounded story, Sarah. You've incorporated key elements of project management and business strategy. Do you have any final thoughts or additions to the story?
Perhaps Laura suggests setting up a regular meeting schedule to track progress and address any issues promptly. Thompson agrees, emphasizing the importance of communication and collaboration in ensuring the project's success.
Perfect conclusion. You've done an excellent job creating a cohesive and professional business story. Keep practicing and you'll continue to improve your business English skills.
Thank you, Davis. I really enjoyed this exercise.
Good afternoon, Sarah. Let's continue practicing your business English with a new flashcard. Take a look at this image and tell me what you see.
Good afternoon, Mr. Davis. In this image, I see a woman sitting at a desk looking upset, and a man standing beside her with his hand on her shoulder. He seems to be comforting her. They are in a modern office.
Excellent observation, Sarah. Let's build a story around this scene. Who are these people and what are their roles in the company?
I think the woman is Emily, a project coordinator, and the man is Thompson, her team leader. Emily seems to be facing a difficult situation, and Thompson is trying to support her.
Great choice. What kind of difficult situation might Emily be facing, and why is it significant?
Emily might have made an error in a critical project report that could affect the project's outcome. It's significant because it could lead to delays or additional costs for the company.
Very insightful. Now, let's add some dialogue. What might Thompson be saying to Emily? Use some business vocabulary in your response.
Thompson might be saying, "Emily, I understand that you're upset about the mistake in the report. Let's focus on finding a solution. We need to identify the error's impact on the project timeline and costs, and then we'll inform the stakeholders with a revised plan."
Excellent use of business terms, Sarah. How do you think Emily might respond to this support?
Emily might respond, "Thank you, Thompson. I really appreciate your understanding. I'll start reviewing the report immediately to pinpoint the mistake. I'll also prepare a summary of the potential impacts and propose corrective actions."
Very professional. Now imagine this conversation is part of a larger storyline. What steps might Thompson and Emily take to resolve the issue and prevent similar mistakes in the future?
They might conduct a thorough review of the report to correct the error, update the project plan, and communicate the changes to all stakeholders. To prevent similar mistakes, they could implement a peer review process for all critical documents and provide additional training for the team.
That's a well-rounded story, Sarah. You've incorporated key elements of problem-solving and proactive measures in a business setting. Do you have any final thoughts or additions to the story?
Perhaps Thompson suggests holding a team meeting to discuss the error and lessons learned. Emily agrees, emphasizing the importance of transparency and continuous improvement in their work processes.
Perfect conclusion. You've done an excellent job creating a cohesive and professional business story. Keep practicing, and you'll continue to improve your business English skills.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I really enjoyed this exercise.
Good afternoon, Sarah. Let's continue practicing your business English with a new flashcard. Take a look at this image and tell me what you see.
Good afternoon, Mr. Davis. In this image, I see a man sitting at a desk looking defensive and a woman standing in front of him, appearing angry and holding a document. The atmosphere is tense, and they are in a modern office.
Excellent observation, Sarah. Let's build a story around this scene. Who are these people and what are their roles in the company?
I think the woman is Laura, the project manager, and the man is Mark, a junior analyst. Laura seems to be confronting Mark about an issue in his work.
Great choice. What kind of issue might Mark be facing and why is it significant?
Mark might have made a mistake in the data analysis report, which could affect the project's decisions and outcomes. It's significant because inaccurate data can lead to poor business decisions and financial losses.
Very insightful. Now let's add some dialogue. What might Laura be saying to Mark? Use some business vocabulary in your response.
Laura might be saying, "Mark, I reviewed your data analysis report, and there are several discrepancies. These errors could have serious implications for our project's decisions. We need to ensure that our data is accurate and reliable."
Excellent use of business terms, Sarah. How do you think Mark might respond to this situation?
Mark might respond, "I'm sorry, Laura. I understand the gravity of the situation. I'll recheck the data and correct the errors immediately. I'll also implement a more thorough review process to prevent this from happening again."
Very professional. Now imagine this conversation is part of a larger storyline. What steps might Laura and Mark take to resolve the issue and prevent similar mistakes in the future?
They might conduct a comprehensive review of the data to identify and correct all errors, update the report, and communicate the revised findings to the relevant stakeholders. To prevent similar mistakes, they could establish a quality control process for data analysis and provide additional training for the team.
That's a well-rounded story, Sarah. You've incorporated key elements of problem-solving and preventive measures in a business setting. Do you have any final thoughts or additions to the story?
Perhaps Laura suggests having regular check-in meetings to monitor progress and ensure data accuracy. Mark agrees, emphasizing the importance of collaboration and accountability in maintaining high standards.
Perfect conclusion. You've done an excellent job creating a cohesive and professional business story. Keep practicing, and you'll continue to improve your business English skills.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I really enjoyed this exercise.
Let's continue with our next flashcard, Sarah. Take a look at this image and tell me what you see.
In this image, I see a man sitting at a desk looking very stressed, holding his head in his hand. A woman is standing behind him with a concerned expression, gently placing a hand on his shoulder. They are in a modern office.
Excellent observation, Sarah. Let's build a story around this scene. Who are these people, and what are their roles in the company?
I think the man is Mark, a senior analyst, and the woman is Emily, a colleague. Mark seems to be overwhelmed by a work-related issue, and Emily is trying to offer support.
Great choice. What kind of issue might Mark be facing, and why is it significant?
Mark might be facing a tight deadline for an important project. The pressure to deliver high-quality work on time is significant because it can affect the company's performance and reputation.
Very insightful. Now let's add some dialogue. What might Emily be saying to Mark? Use some business vocabulary in your response.
Emily might be saying, "Mark, I can see you're under a lot of stress. Is there anything I can do to help with the project? Maybe we can delegate some tasks to the team to ease the workload and meet the deadline."
Excellent use of business terms, Sarah. How do you think Mark might respond to this support?
Mark might respond, "Thanks, Emily. I appreciate your offer. I've been struggling to keep up with the workload. If you could take on some of the data analysis, it would really help. I'll coordinate with the rest of the team to distribute the remaining tasks."
Very professional. Now imagine this conversation is part of a larger storyline. What steps might Mark and Emily take to manage the workload and ensure the project is completed on time?
They might organize a team meeting to discuss the project status and delegate specific tasks to each member. Additionally, they could set up regular check-ins to monitor progress and address any issues promptly. This way, they can ensure that the project stays on track and everyone is aligned.
That's a well-rounded story, Sarah. You've incorporated key elements of teamwork and effective project management. Do you have any final thoughts or additions to the story?
Perhaps Emily suggests implementing a project management tool to keep track of tasks and deadlines more efficiently. Mark agrees, highlighting the importance of using technology to enhance productivity and collaboration.
Perfect conclusion. You've done an excellent job creating a cohesive and professional business story. Keep practicing, and you'll continue to improve your business English skills.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I really enjoyed this exercise.
Let's continue with our next flashcard, Sarah. Take a look at this image and tell me what you see.
In this image, I see a man with his hand on his head, looking worried, and a woman reading a document intently. They both seem concerned, and they are in a modern office with charts and graphs on the walls.
Excellent observation, Sarah. Let's build a story around this scene. Who are these people and what are their roles in the company?
I think the man is Mark, a financial analyst, and the woman is Emily, the head of the finance department. They seem to be dealing with a serious issue related to the company's financial data.
Great choice. What kind of issue might they be facing and why is it significant?
They might have discovered a discrepancy in the financial reports, which could indicate potential financial mismanagement or errors. This is significant because it can affect the company's financial health and credibility.
Very insightful. Now let's add some dialogue. What might Emily be saying to Mark? Use some business vocabulary in your response.
Emily might be saying, "Mark, I've noticed several discrepancies in our financial reports. These errors could have severe implications for our financial stability. We need to conduct a thorough audit to identify the root cause and rectify it immediately.
Excellent use of business terms, Sarah. How do you think Mark might respond to this situation?
Mark might respond, I'm really worried about this, Emily. I'll start reviewing the reports right away and cross-check all the data. We should also inform the senior management about this issue and prepare a plan to address any potential fallout.
Very professional. Now imagine this conversation is part of a larger storyline. What steps might Emily and Mark take to resolve the issue and prevent similar mistakes in the future?
They might initiate a comprehensive audit of the financial reports, correct any errors, and implement stricter financial controls. Additionally, they could schedule regular financial reviews and provide additional training for the finance team to ensure accuracy.
That's a well-rounded story, Sarah. You've incorporated key elements of financial management and problem solving. Do you have any final thoughts or additions to the story?
Perhaps Emily suggests creating a contingency plan to mitigate any negative impact on the company's financial stability. Mark agrees, emphasizing the importance of being prepared for any financial challenges.
Perfect conclusion. You've done an excellent job creating a cohesive and professional business story. Keep practicing, and you'll continue to improve your business English skills.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I really enjoyed this exercise.
Let's continue with our next flashcard, Sarah. Take a look at this image and tell me what you see.
In this image, I see a woman holding a framed certificate and looking pleased. A man is standing beside her with his arms crossed, smiling approvingly. They are in a modern office.
Excellent observation, Sarah. Let's build a story around this scene. Who are these people, and what are their roles in the company?
I think the woman is Emily, an employee who has just received a certification, and the man is Mark, her supervisor. They both seem happy about Emily's achievement.
Great choice. What kind of certification might Emily have received, and why is it significant?
Emily might have received a certification in project management. It's significant because it demonstrates her expertise and commitment to professional development, which can lead to career advancement and improved project outcomes for the company.
Very insightful. Now let's add some dialogue. What might Mark be saying to Emily? Use some business vocabulary in your response.
Mark might be saying, Emily, congratulations on earning your project management certification. This is a significant achievement and a testament to your hard work and dedication. We're confident that your new skills will greatly benefit our team.
Excellent use of business terms, Sarah. How do you think Emily might respond to this recognition?
Emily might respond, Thank you, Mark. I'm really proud of this accomplishment and excited to apply my new skills to our projects. I appreciate the support and opportunities the company has provided for my professional growth.
Very professional. Now imagine this conversation is part of a larger storyline. How might Emily's certification impact her career and the company?
Emily's certification could lead to her taking on more leadership roles within the company, managing larger and more complex projects. For the company, having certified professionals can enhance project efficiency, improve client satisfaction, and contribute to the company's reputation for excellence.
That's a well-rounded story, Sarah. You've incorporated key elements of professional development and its impact on both the individual and the organization. Do you have any final thoughts or additions to the story?
Perhaps Mark suggests that Emily share her knowledge with the team by leading a workshop on project management best practices. Emily agrees, highlighting the importance of continuous learning and knowledge sharing within the company.
Perfect conclusion. You've done an excellent job creating a cohesive and professional business story. Keep practicing, and you'll continue to improve your business English skills.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I really enjoyed this exercise.
Let's shake things up a bit, Sarah. Imagine you walked into your office and saw this scene. What's happening, and how would you react?
I think the man, Mark, has just received some unexpected news and is sharing it with Emily, who is equally surprised. I would be curious to know what the news is and how it affects both of them.
Great start. Let's dig deeper. What kind of unexpected news might Mark have received, and why is it significant?
Mark might have received a promotion letter or an important project assignment that neither of them expected. It's significant because it can change their roles and responsibilities within the company.
Excellent insight. Let's add some dialogue. What might Mark be saying to Emily? Use some business vocabulary in your response.
Mark might be saying, "Emily, I can't believe it. I've just been promoted to senior project manager. This means I'll be leading the new international expansion project. It's a huge opportunity for both of us."
Perfect use of business terms, Sarah. How do you think Emily might respond to this surprising news?
Emily might respond, "That's incredible, Mark. Congratulations. This is a fantastic opportunity. I'm sure you'll do an amazing job. Let's discuss how we can prepare for this new role and the upcoming project."
Very professional. Now imagine this conversation is part of a larger storyline. How might Mark's promotion impact their team and the company?
Mark's promotion could bring new energy and ideas to the team, inspiring everyone to work harder. For the company, it means having a dedicated leader for a critical project, which can lead to successful international expansion and increased market share.
That's a well-rounded story, Sarah. You've incorporated key elements of career advancement and its impact on the team and the company. Do you have any final thoughts or additions to the story?
Perhaps Emily suggests organizing a team meeting to announce Mark's promotion and discuss the new project. Mark agrees, emphasizing the importance of teamwork and communication in achieving their goals.
Perfect conclusion. You've done an excellent job creating a cohesive and professional business story. Keep practicing, and you'll continue to improve your business English skills.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I really enjoyed this exercise.
Let's wrap up our session with this final flashcard, Sarah. Take a look at this image and tell me what you see.
In this image, I see a woman holding a trophy and looking very happy. A man is standing beside her, clapping and smiling. They are in a modern office.
Excellent observation, Sarah. Let's build a story around this scene. Who are these people and what are their roles in the company?
I think the woman is Emily, an outstanding employee who has just received an award for her exceptional performance. The man is Mark, her manager, congratulating her.
Great choice. What kind of award might Emily have received, and why is it significant?
Emily might have received the Employee of the Year award. It's significant because it recognizes her hard work, dedication, and contributions to the company's success. It also serves as a motivation for other employees.
Very insightful. Now, let's add some dialogue. What might Mark be saying to Emily? Use some business vocabulary in your response.
Mark might be saying, "Congratulations, Emily. You truly deserve the Employee of the Year award. Your innovative ideas and consistent performance have significantly contributed to our team's success. Keep up the excellent work."
Excellent use of business terms, Sarah. How do you think Emily might respond to this recognition?
Emily might respond, "Thank you so much, Mark. I'm honored to receive this award. It means a lot to me to be recognized for my efforts. I'm committed to continuing to work hard and contribute to the company's success."
Very professional. Now imagine this conversation is part of a larger storyline. How might Emily's achievement impact her career and the company?
Emily's achievement could lead to new opportunities for career advancement, such as promotions or leadership roles. For the company, recognizing top performers can boost morale, increase productivity, and encourage a culture of excellence.
That's a well-rounded story, Sarah. You've incorporated key elements of employee recognition and its impact on both the individual and the organization. Do you have any final thoughts or additions to the story?
Perhaps Mark suggests that Emily share her successful strategies with the team in a workshop. Emily agrees, highlighting the importance of teamwork and knowledge sharing in achieving collective success.
Perfect conclusion. You've done an excellent job creating a cohesive and professional business story. Keep practicing, and you'll continue to improve your business English skills.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I really enjoyed this exercise.
Good morning, Sarah. Today we're going to work on creating a story based on a business scenario. Let's look at the flashcard you have.
Good morning, Mr. Davis. Sure, what's the scenario today?
The image shows two professionals, a man and a woman, discussing over a set of architectural plans in a bright, modern office. The man, wearing a blue suit, is pointing at a specific section of the plans, while the woman, dressed in a gray suit, looks thoughtful, holding a pen and focusing intently on the plans.
Sounds interesting. Who are these characters in our story?
Let's name them Mr. Allen and Miss Carter. Mr. Allen is an architect, and Miss Carter is a project manager. They work together at a well-known architectural firm, and they are currently reviewing the design for a new, eco-friendly office building.
Okay, Mr. Allen and Miss Carter, got it. What's the challenge they are facing?
The challenge is that their client has just requested some last-minute changes that could potentially delay the project and increase costs. They need to come up with a solution that satisfies the client without compromising the project's timeline and budget.
I see. How about we start the conversation as they are discussing these changes?
Perfect. Start with Miss Carter expressing her concern about the changes.
Mr. Allen, the client's request for an additional underground parking level could really push us over budget and delay our timeline. We need to review our options carefully.
Excellent start, Sarah. Now have Mr. Allen respond with some possible solutions.
Indeed, Miss Carter. One approach could be to propose a phased construction plan for the parking levels. We can complete the first 2 levels as planned and delay the additional level until the next fiscal year. This might appease the client and keep our current schedule intact.
Well thought out. Now, let's introduce a bit of negotiation skills. Miss Carter needs to prepare to discuss this with the client. How does she approach this?
That sounds like a feasible plan, Mr. Allen. I'll draft a proposal outlining the benefits of the phased construction. It will highlight how this approach minimizes disruptions and controls costs. I think it's crucial we also prepare some visual aids to help the client visualize the impact of these changes.
That's a great strategy, Sarah. Using visual aids is an effective way to communicate complex information clearly. Now, let's wrap up their conversation with a decision on the next steps.
Great initiative, Miss Carter. Let's schedule a meeting with the client for early next week to go through our proposal. I'll work with our design team to prepare the necessary visuals.
Perfect ending to the dialogue, Sarah. You've managed to incorporate key elements of business English such as negotiation, problem solving, and strategic planning. Well done.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I really enjoyed creating this scenario and learning how to apply business English in real-life situations.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing, and you'll find these skills very useful in your future career. Let's continue with another scenario next time. All right, Sarah, let's look at the next scenario depicted in your flashcard. This scene shows a young woman, Miss Taylor, conducting a virtual meeting with Mr. Johnson, who appears on her laptop screen. They're both professionals working remotely.
What's the business context here?
They are discussing the launch of a new software product. Miss Taylor is the product manager, and Mr. Johnson is the lead developer. Their goal is to finalize the features list before the upcoming presentation to stakeholders.
Okay, so Miss Taylor could say, "Good morning, Mr. Johnson. Let's go over the features list one last time to ensure everything is on track for Thursday's presentation."
Exactly, Sarah. And Mr. Johnson could respond, "Good morning, Miss Taylor. I've reviewed the list, and I think we need to prioritize our new security features. They will be a major selling point."
Miss Taylor might then say, "That's a good point. Can you make sure that the technical details are easy to understand for our stakeholders? We need them to see the value without getting lost in the technical jargon."
Nicely phrased. Mr. Johnson could then add, "Absolutely. I'll prepare some simplified diagrams that illustrate how the security features work. It should help in making our case clear."
Then, to wrap up, Miss Taylor could finalize their plan. "Great, that sounds perfect. After you send me the diagrams, I'll integrate them into the presentation slides. Let's touch base tomorrow to run through the entire presentation and make any final tweaks."
Excellent. You've managed to create a realistic and professional dialogue, Sarah. You're getting quite adept at shaping these business scenarios with appropriate language and focus. Well done. For this new scenario, we have two professionals, Miss Benson and Mr. Clark, engaged in a serious business meeting in a high-rise office with a view of the city. They appear to be discussing an important contract.
What's their business background?
Let's say Miss Benson is a legal consultant and Mr. Clark is the CEO of a tech startup. They are discussing partnership terms that could greatly benefit Mr. Clark's company but require careful legal consideration.
Mr. Clark could start with, "Miss Benson, thank you for reviewing our partnership contract. I want to ensure our interests are protected, especially concerning intellectual property rights."
Excellent start. Miss Benson might respond, "Absolutely, Mr. Clark. I've highlighted a few clauses here that need tightening. We need to clarify the extent of the technology licensing to avoid future disputes."
Mr. Clark could then say, "I appreciate your thoroughness. Do you think we should involve our tech team to provide more clarity on the technical specifics?"
Very practical suggestion, Sarah. Miss Benson could answer, "That would be ideal. A meeting with your tech team next week could help us all understand the technical dimensions better and draft a more comprehensive agreement."
To continue, Mr. Clark might conclude, "Let's schedule that meeting then. Meanwhile, I'll have our CFO review the financial terms to ensure everything aligns with our growth projections."
Well done, Sarah. You've effectively used business English to navigate a complex negotiation scenario, demonstrating attention to legal and financial details. Great work on using precise language and focusing on proactive solutions. For this scenario, we see a late evening at the office. A man, Mr. Thompson, is working intensely on his laptop while a woman, Miss Freeman, stands beside him taking notes. They seem to be preparing for a critical financial review.
What might they be discussing?
Imagine they are discussing last-minute revisions to a financial report that Mr. Thompson will present to the board the next morning. Miss Freeman is his assistant, helping ensure all data is accurate and well presented.
Mr. Thompson could say, "Miss Freeman, please double-check the figures for Q4. I want to make sure we present the most accurate forecast to the board.
Good detail on precision, Sarah. Miss Freeman might respond. I'll go over the projections and the variance reports again. Should I also prepare a summary of the key points for your presentation?
Mr. Thompson could then say, "Yes, that would be helpful. Include a comparison with last year's performance as well. It's crucial we highlight our growth areas and address the reasons behind any downturns."
Excellent. Miss Freeman might add, I'll compile the visuals for those comparisons too. Visuals always make the data more digestible for the board. Should I also include the latest market analysis?
Mr. Thompson might conclude, "Absolutely, add that in. Make sure everything is ready by 7 a.m. tomorrow. I'll review it once more before the meeting at 9.
Perfect, Sarah. You've crafted a scenario that captures the urgency and detail-oriented nature of their work. You've effectively used business English to communicate tasks and confirmations. Well done. In this cheerful office scene, we see Miss Allen, who seems to be celebrating a professional achievement, and Mr. Reed, her colleague, applauding her success. They are in a lively office with other co-workers around.
What might be the reason for the celebration?
Let's say Miss Allen successfully led a project that has now been recognized as a huge success, boosting the company's performance significantly.
Miss Allen could say, "Thank you, everyone. This project was a team effort, and I'm thrilled to see our hard work pay off. Your support was crucial in achieving this milestone."
Very inclusive, Sarah. Mr. Reed might respond, "Congratulations, Miss Allen. Your leadership really drove us forward. How do you plan to take this success to the next level?"
Miss Allen might reply, "I'm glad you asked. Moving forward, I'm proposing we expand the project's scope to incorporate new innovations that could benefit not just our company, but our clients as well."
Great forward thinking. Mr. Reed might then say, "That sounds promising. Let's schedule a meeting next week to brainstorm these innovations. It's exciting to think about how much more we can achieve."
And Miss Allen might conclude with, "Absolutely, let's do that. I look forward to working with all of you to turn these ideas into reality. Thank you once again for today's recognition. It really means a lot."
Perfect ending, Sarah. You've managed to weave a narrative that reflects celebration, teamwork, and future planning, all important elements in a business context. Excellent job using business English to express gratitude, leadership, and strategic planning. Well done.